will be a Starfreelancer. Learn new skills. Set your goals. Increase your skills. Browse over 100 plus videos and ebooks. Jump to starfreelancer.eu.
Hello team, in this lesson we are going to review the homework that will help you to practice your skills in using DAO pattern, JDBC and SQL. And please watch this lesson because I am sure this lesson will be super useful for you. Why I think so? Because exactly in this video I am going to fill the gap between the theory and practice and will try to teach you structural thinking in order to achieve better architecture and software design. In this lesson, I am going to share with you a lot of practical things that you wouldn't read on any website and wouldn't find on any forum in the internet. I wish somebody would explain me everything in the similar way when I just started learn programming. So, enjoy the video. Also, if you're a student of my Java course, you know that during the course we implement online shop. And in this homework, we are going to make the next step towards our goal. Create web application of our online store. Today we will improve our layer that is responsible for storing information in our app. Let's start from reviewing the task first. First of all, you need to download template of the app to your computer. Here I provided the link to our template application. This is the latest version of our app that we did together with all students. In case you want to implement application from scratch, or you want to become more familiar with the functionality of the app, just in case, here I also left description of all functional requirements. You can check them and implement that app by your own. But still, I believe using the template is more than enough to achieve goals of this homework. Once you are able to run the solution locally, we are good to proceed with the next steps. On the next step, you have to create tables in the database. If you followed the course, then we created almost all necessary tables during the course. You need just to create one more table and make some minor adjustments by adding additional columns. If you don't have any table created yet, create all necessary tables from scratch. At the end of the homework description, I will provide you with the link to my data export, and you will be able to import the same tables that I have with the same data. After that, you need to implement DAO types for the app. I want you to identify which DAO types you have to create by yourself, because this is also part of the task. I will not tell you that you have to implement this and this and this DAO, because this is super simple for your level already. But nevertheless, I will provide you with my solution and you will be able to find what DAO types I created. Together with DAO types, you need to create DTO types. And one more important thing, I recommend you to create converters between DTO and business entities. I will explain why now and on example. Because data transfer objects are nothing more than reflection of the data from the database in Java objects. But these objects are not true objects, if you understand what I mean. They are pure data structures that don't have any behavior, while existing business objects that are already created in the app may have some behavior. Another point is that database table may contain dozens of rows, but not all the information from each column may be used in existing business scenarios. It might happen that some of the values are used just for consistency purposes. Other columns are used not to achieve the solution of business goals, but to solve some technical aspects of implementation. That's why it is not always a guarantee that all information from the DTO will be used in the app. And the last but not the least argument to implement converters between the DTO and models is isolation. Our goal now and in the future is to reduce coupling between modules. We are about to introduce new persistence layer. And instead of rewriting business models and business logic of the app, what we do? We leave everything like it was before to minimize impact of adjustments, to make sure that existing application will work like it worked before. But together with new persistence layer, we introduce converters that can convert our DTO objects to existing business objects. And in case we can take control over the process of converting DTO objects into business objects, and vice versa. And in this case, we can take control over the process of converting DTO objects into business objects, and vice versa. Another important thing during the task implementation, do not hesitate to remove Java files that you think we don't need anymore. We created this solution during the Java course, and sometimes we separated responsibilities as much as we can for the demo purposes. Probably you can merge some types together, and some of them completely may be removed. It is up to you. Just want to highlight that during my solution review you are going to see some refactoring made. And as you may already understand, the main goal of this task is to make sure that our solution works with database and use relational database as main persistent storage. That's all tasks that you have to work on. So now you can press a pause and start implementation of the task. And when you will be done with the implementation, you can review my solution. Here I left reference to commit that contains all changes done. But if you want to look at the solution as a whole, you can find all code of the solution here. Separately, I left here location of scripts to import database in case you would like to reproduce the state of the app. And also, let me hold quick walkthrough over the solution of the task. So, the first thing that I did, I created DAO types. I didn't implement all CRUD operations on purpose, because usually I avoid keeping the code that I don't use in my app. I decided to rely only on the business behavior and declare methods that would allow to access just enough data to perform existing business behavior. How I did that? I looked at existing business layer. In this application, all business logic is concentrated in services. We have separate package with services here. So what I did? I opened services, reviewed them, and created DAO types that would help me to achieve expected results. Let me show you this on one example. For example, user management service. Let's see what this service does. It registers user. What this means for me? This means that during registration, user should be saved in the database. So, in my user DAO, I declare a method saveUser. But why then I don't use register user as an interface of my DAO implementations? The answer is simple and complex at the same time. I don't use my service as a DAO because this service is another layer of abstraction. It isn't easy to understand at the first glance, but let me try to explain. And probably in many other languages, in non-enterprise applications, you would ignore this. But not today, guys. I'm going to teach you how to create scalable architecture. So, this class, User Management Service, is a business layer. What does that mean? This means that besides saving user to the database, a lot of other things may happen during the user registration. What other things, for example? During the user registration, few things may happen. The most obvious one, we store information about user in the database. Also, potentially, we send welcome email to user. Also, depending on the conditions of our affiliate program, we need to reflect that this user was registered by the reference of another user, in order that user would receive bonuses in the future from the money spent by this user inside the application. And these are just few examples. Register user behavior describes some business case, business behavior, and on the implementation level, we define how this behavior will be implemented. And saving user to the database, it is just one step in the user registration flow. Do you feel my point now? That's why I strongly recommend you to keep these layers separately. You already know the benefits that we can get from the low coupling, I wouldn't repeat myself. I would just make a reference here to my another course that's called Software Architecture and Clean Code Design, where I explained in details the benefits of low coupling and how to achieve scalable architecture. Watch that course too if you wish. This will be extremely beneficial for all software engineers regardless programming language they use. And similar case with other methods. For example, I have getUsersBehavior in my service, and I have getUsers in my DAO type. But here's one more difference. In user management service, getUsers returns us a list of user objects. But in my DAO object, getUsers method returns us list of user DTO objects. Why this is different? I tried already to explain this during the home task description, and I will remind you now. So the DTO object is data structure. In very simplified words, this is reflection of all fields that user table has in the database. And not always to solve our business cases we need pure data structures. At the end of the day, we need to have places where to put object-related behavior. And this should be business types, but not data structures. Also, as I already said, in DTO might be fields that are not used in business logic and exist just to support data consistency. By the way, having separately DTO and business objects, we can minimize impact during the modification of persistence layer. And in the similar way, I analyzed the business needs of the app and created interfaces for different DAO types. After that, I had to implement these interfaces. Nothing is complex here. Everything is similar to the approach we discussed during our JDBC lessons. Probably the only one interesting thing that we didn't discuss during the lesson is returning auto-generated ID, generated by database for the new tuple during the insertion. When this might be needed? Imagine that you insert information about new purchase in the database in one table, in purchase table, but also you need to paste new tuples in purchase product table to implement many-to-many relationships between product and purchase entities. And to implement this, we need to paste ID of generated purchase. We can extract auto-generated ID from the statement. During the creation of the statement, we have to pass the flag for auto-generated keys. In Save Purchase method, we have this example. So you can see that I pass constant int value from statement class that is called return generated keys. This is just a flag, simple int value. And once we executed this statement, we can get auto-generated keys by calling getGeneratedKeys method. It will return the result set that will contain auto-generated key for each inserted tuple. And we will use that key to insert records in purchase product table. As you can see, I execute these insertions in batch to improve performance. Basically, the rest of the things here should be familiar to you. By the way, I remembered one more thing. I renamed Order Management Service and Order Entity into Purchase, because order is a keyword in the database, and it is hard to use order as a database name. That's why, to address this challenge, I decided to use purchase terminology instead, and renamed all related files in our app here. Also, I created category table in the database that contains only category name and ID, because there is a connection between product and category, many to one. Different products may be related with one category. To implement this, we also need to add foreign key in product table to establish connection between each product and category. Those are changes that I did in the database. And also I implemented respective DAO types in the app. In parallel, I implemented different DTO types to reflect each database entity in Java in object-oriented way. Nothing so much interesting here, just fields, getters, and setters. Separate package here is called converter. This package contains all converters that I need in my app to convert DTO objects to business objects, and vice versa. Let's review one of the examples. Product DTO converter. In our application, we also often work with collections of DTOs and business models. That's why it also makes sense for us to have APIs that easily converts list of DTOs to list of business objects, and vice versa. Inside the methods, I basically create objects that I need and manually populate data. Probably you might be wondering, why do we need so many classes? It is crazy amount of classes even on simple example. You're right in some degree, but you always should understand the goals that we want to achieve. Our goal is to make software designs that would allow us easily to scale our application when it will be needed. And one more interesting thing to share. Such objects as DTOs, converters, may be auto-generated. As you can see, they follow similar pattern, and this is also possible to write the code that will auto-generate classes like this based on our entity's definition. In such enterprise e-commerce solution as Hybris from SAP, similar auto-generation is already implemented, and during the build process, such kind of classes created automatically. If you have enough time, you can also implement similar thing. Because if you followed my Java course, you already know what reflection is, and you know how you can use it to dynamically explore a program in the runtime. The next thing that I did, I created new implementations of services. We have product management service to manage products, we have purchase management service to manage purchases, and we have user management service to manage users. These are existing interfaces. I just gave them another implementation and created 3 new services that have DAO implementations injected into them. Let me open my SQL user management service. Here is register user method. Not just use DAO to save user in the database, it also returns error message in case something is going wrong. For example, such email already registered. This is also some kind of business logic that couldn't be just moved to the DAO. Can you understand that? And besides that, some other scenarios that are not implemented here, but potentially can be, like welcome email notification or implementation of affiliate program, all this code potentially will be stored here, but not in DAO. That's why I want you don't think that these services just delegate invocations to the DAO objects and converters. Think wider. And the last thing that we have to do is to inject our services inside our menus. Later in our Java course, I am going to teach you how to use dependency injection. In case we use dependency injection, it is only a matter of configuration to set what concrete implementation of interface you want to inject in one or another object. In our case, we need to make these changes not on the configuration level, but still on the source code level. For example, in checkout menu, I need to open it and initialize my service with another implementation of the interface. And I did this for each menu. After this is done, I can run my app and make sure that everything works as expected. And by the way, you already know how to work with JUnit and Mockito, so never forget to write tests to make sure that you didn't break anything and that everything works as expected. That's all what I wanted to share with you during the video. Even in case you still have some questions, please do not hesitate to ask them in comments below this video. Thanks a lot, team, for your attention. Have a great day and see you in the next lesson.
Hello guys, nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will discover what API and web service are. Here is our agenda for today. Today we will learn the following. What is API? What is a web service? Why are web services needed? Where web services are used? What are pros and cons of API? Let's start from understanding of what API is. API is an acronym that hides the following expression inside: Application Programming Interface. To understand it better, we should start our definition from a simpler term, UI. You could already heard about the acronym UI, that means user interface. These words mean that it is a part of application that user interacts with directly. For example, a button, a drop-down menu, or a list are the parts of a user interface of a web application. You can click, select different options, or change their sizes with the help of your computer mouse or keyboard. So, you as an end user has access to the elements of UI and can interact with them in different ways. In comparison with user interface, application programming interface is hidden from the eyes of the end user of an application. Nevertheless, it is quite similar to the UI of this application. It is also a way of interaction of one system with another. For instance, API can be a bridge between the web part of your application, UI, and the database of your application, where user data is stored. API consists of two following parts: the programming code that processes requests and responses from the API clients, and the software interface, upper layer of the API that enables the client to access the API. API can also be compared to UI in the following case. For example, your application is written in JavaScript and can be opened in the following browsers, such as Google Chrome, Mozilla, Edge, etc. So, the user interface is the same for different web browsers. The same can be noticed for API. For instance, API can be written in Java, but the clients of this API can be written in C#, JavaScript, Python, etc. And all of the clients will use the same API calls regardless the language it is written with. When considering the API term, it is also needed to pay attention to the web service definition. A web service is an information system that enables machines interaction via a network. Both of them are closely connected with each other, but it is needed to understand exactly what each of them means. Also, each web service should have an interface described in a machine-readable format to allow interaction between the service and its clients in the understandable for programming code format. From the definition of a web service, you can see that it is very similar to API definition. But the main difference between them is a web service requires network to interact between machines, while API is internet independent. Nevertheless, I can say that each web service has its own API, so it is just a type or a part of API. The following question needed to understand is why web services are needed and how they can help the software development process. First, the main purpose of creation of API for your web application is to create the software development process. With the help of API, developers can just reuse the existing programming interface to develop new features. For example, if you want to develop a website that shows weather in different cities of your country, you can just use APIs that meteorological centers of your city provide. So, your website will look like a representation of information provided by several different APIs collected in one specific place. The major benefit will be that you do not have spent additional time for own database or API creation in this case. Second, API is used as an abstraction layer between two systems. Let's imagine a situation when you have a database that accumulates information about population in your region. In this database, you have addresses of the people, their current income, height and weight, graduation year, etc. All this data is very large and informative. But what if your task is just to create an application that can output the name of a person, date of his or her birth, and average annual income? In this case, you do not need all the information from the database. You just need 3 different values for each person in the dataset. Another application can need, for example, information about medical insurance, connection with specific doctor, and annual income of each of the person. Another one will have to access the graduation year and height of each inhabitant in your region. So you will have to process data differently for each of the listed applications and have to define the logic of data processing and queries to the database directly in the applications. If we talk about web applications, these operations are low performance and takes much time. So that is the reason of why API is so popular in most of the modern browser apps. Because you do not have to care about the processing of data. You should just send the request with the help of specific provided interface by the API and retrieve response in understandable view. Let's consider the main pros and cons that API usage for a web application can bring. It is better to start from the worst, so I will leave the main disadvantages for the API. The first and the last one is the application vulnerability that web service use bring with it. For example, once an API is compromised by a hacker's attack, the other applications and systems that reuse this API become vulnerable in a single moment. Nevertheless, the breach in security of an API can be removed and protected with the help of proper testing process, so this con can be overcome with correct time investment. Let's continue with the main advantages of API use. First, API provides your application with great flexibility. If API can access different components of your database, the delivery of information and services is more flexible. The second point for API is efficiency increase. For instance, when access is provided to an API, the content generated can be published automatically and is available for every channel. It allows to be shared and distributed more easily. The following advantage of API application is personalization. Through APIs, any user or company can customize the content and services that they use the most. For instance, different data from the same base can be provided with the help of API. The final point of API is accelerated adaptation. APIs help to anticipate changes. When working with this technology, data migration is supported better and the information is reviewed more closely. In short, APIs make service provision more flexible. As a result, we can see that the API's popularity in the modern programming world is based on its flexibility, fast adaptation to changes, personalization, and efficiency that it provides to developers, helping to accelerate software development and delivery processes. Let's sum up what we did today. We considered what API is, investigated what a web service is, understood why web services are needed, discovered where web services can be used, found out pros and cons of an API. This is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to learn what API and web service are with me. This lesson will not have any practical task. During our next lesson, we will talk with you about different types of API and observe main differences between them. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson.
Hello guys, nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will discover what the main existing API types are in the modern web applications. Here is our agenda for today. Today we will do the following. Learn what are the main existing API types. What is REST API? What is SOAP API? What are differences between REST and SOAP? There are many different approaches to split APIs by different types. For example, by availability, use cases, and specifications. For our course, it is important to understand the differences between APIs by protocols or specifications. The main idea of application of specific protocol is to create a common standard for data transfer within some system and web services. With the help of such a standardization, web services and applications written in different programming languages can communicate with each other without additional efforts or workarounds. Let's consider three following API specifications. The first one is Remote Procedure Call, or RPC. It describes the interaction logic between server-client-based web applications. The schema of its work is super simple. One application, client, requests some functionality or data from another one, server. Please note that in this exchange protocol, the applications are located on different machines within a network. The following type is Simple Object Access Protocol, or SOAP. Microsoft Corporation that developed this protocol defined it as a lightweight protocol for exchanging structured information in a decentralized distributed environment. It contains specific syntax rules for requests and responses sent by the client and server and uses XML messaging system via HTTP or SMTP. SOAP XML is massive and consists of header and body hidden inside an envelope. SOAP is used for enterprise software where high security standards should be applied, such as payment or medical systems. The final type of specification is Representation State Transfer, or REST. It is a web application architectural style and is considered as a simpler alternative to SOAP. Each resource in REST is represented by a unique URL, and the services client can request the data only providing the URL where the resource is allocated. RESTful APIs provide data in different formats such as JSON, YAML, XML, etc., and is mostly used by social networking and travel applications since it is lightweight and has easy to deserialize data structure. Let's consider closer what is REST API. The term REST was introduced by computer scientist Royal Fielding in a dissertation in the beginning of this century. Unlike SOAP, which is a protocol, REST is software architectural style with 6 constraints for building applications that work over HTTP, often web services. The World Wide Web is the most common realization and application of this architectural style. REST is considered a simpler alternative to SOAP, which many developers find difficult to use because it requires writing a lot of code to complete every task and following the XML structure for every message sent. REST follows another logic since it makes data available as resources. Each resource is represented by a unique URL, and one can request this resource by providing its URL. Web APIs that completely with REST architectural constraints are called RESTful APIs. These APIs use HTTP requests, methods or verbs to work with resources, such as get, put, hit, post, patch, connect, trace, options, and delete. RESTful systems support messaging in different formats, such as plain text, HTML, YAML, XML, and JSON. The ability to support multiple formats for storing and exchanging data is one of the reasons why REST is a prevalent choice for building public APIs these days. Social media, giants, and travel companies provide external APIs to improve their brand visibility even more. For example, Twitter has numerous RESTful APIs. JavaScript Object Notation, or JSON, is a lightweight and easy to parse text format for data exchange. A JSON file contains collections of name-value pairs and ordered lists of values. Since these are universal data structures, the format can be used within any programming language. JSON has been widely adopted thanks to the popularity of REST. SOAP, or Simple Object Access Protocol, is a web communication protocol designed for Microsoft back in 1998. Today, it is mostly used to expose web services and transmit data over HTTP or HTTPS, but it is not limited to them. SOAP, unlike the REST pattern, supports the XML data format only and strongly follows present standards such as messaging structure, a set of encoding rules, and the convention for provider procedure requests and responses. The built-in functionality to create weight-based services allows SOAP to handle communications and make responses language and platform independent. While most web data exchanges happens over REST exchange, SOAP isn't disappearing anytime soon, because it's highly standardized, allows for automation in certain cases, and it is more secure. XML isn't the only reason SOAP is considered verbose and heavy compared to REST. It is also the way SOAP messages are composed. Standard SOAP API requests and responses appear as an envelope message. It consists of 4 elements with specific functions for each one. Envelope is the core and essential element of every message, which begins and concludes message with its tag enveloping it. Tutor is an optional part. It determines the specifics, extra requirements for the message, for example, authentication. Body part includes the request or response. Fault part is an optional one. It shows all data about any errors that would emerge throughout the API request and response. Let's sum up with the main differences between REST and SOAP. First, SOAP is an object access protocol, while the REST is connected with data representation and is an architectural approach to a web service. SOAP uses common data transferring structures, such as an XML envelope, while the RESTful data is accessed via URLs, service locators. SOAP has wider range of standards, such as envelope structure, etc., while REST can represent data in different formats and easy to parse. SOAP cannot use RESTful services, while REST service can be a client of a SOAP application. SOAP is used for highly secure applications, such as banking, medicine, etc., while REST cannot provide such a security and hence is applied in social networks, media, etc. As you can see, REST and SOAP are quite different approaches for web services specifications, so testing of each of them will vary. In this training course, we will pay all our attention to RESTful web services testing, because most of the modern applications are using this type of API. So, ability to test such a type of services is a must-have for modern testing engineers. Let's sum up what we did today. We considered the main existing API types, investigated what REST API is, understood what SOAP API is, discovered the major differences between REST and SOAP. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to learn what the main API types are used in the modern web applications. This lesson will not have any practical tasks. During our next lesson we will have a more detailed overview of REST API. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson. Hello guys, nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will discover REST API in more details in comparison with our previous lesson. Here is our agenda for today. Today we will learn the following. What is REST API? What are its architectural principles? Why is it needed in web applications? Pros of REST API. REST, or representational state transfer, is an architectural style of interaction between components of a service distributed in a network. REST API can be considered as a set of specifications and restrictions taken into attention when projecting a hypermedia system in a web. In most of the cases, the application of a RESTful architectural style leads to the application structure improvement and increase of its performance. For example, when we talk about internet markets, searching systems, and other applications based on data interaction. When we talk about REST service in the internet, we mean remote procedure that is represented as a common HTTP request, GET or POST. The specifications we want to see in the response from our service are passed as the parameters of the request to the service, since each of the dataset is allocated via the specific URL. There is no official standard in comparison with SOAP envelope for the RESTful web services. We have such a situation since REST is an architectural style, while the SOAP is an object access protocol. Although there is no official standard for REST, most of realization of such an approach use such a formats of data representation as JSON, XML, and YAML. There are the following architectural properties that depend on the restrictions imposed on REST systems. Performance is the interaction of system components and can be dominant factor in network performance and efficiency from the user's point of view. Performance plays an important role for web markets with high popularity between people across the world. Scalability is about accommodation of large number of components and component interactions. So if many users access the application simultaneously, the system will respond fast and user data will not be lost. Roy Fielding, one of the main authors of the HTTP protocol specifications, describes the scalability impact of REST architecture as follows. Simplicity of a unified interface, so the other components written in different programming languages can be easily integrated in the system. Openness of components to possible changes to meet changing needs, even when the application is running. Transparency of connections between system components for service departments. Portability of system components by moving program code along with data. So if the migration to another service is needed by the program, it will not be a huge deal to move the massive amounts of data there. Reliability is expressed in resilience to failures at the system level in the presence of failures of individual components, connections, or data. So the end users are satisfied and do not search for the services provided by the competitors. RESTful API is applied for a web service development when a few of the following points should be covered. Stateless client or server protocol. Each HTTP contains all the information needed to run it, which means that neither the client nor the server has to remember a previous state to satisfy it. You can set certain responses to specific HTTP requests as cached so that the client can perform the same response to the same request in the future. Objects in REST are always manipulated using URLs. The URL and nothing else are the only identifiers of each resource in this REST system. The URL allows us to access information to modify or delete it, or, for example, to share its exact location with third parties. Single interface. For data transmission, the REST system applies specific actions to resources provided they are identified by a URL. This makes it easier to obtain a single interface that systemizes the information process. Layer system, that means hierarchical architecture between components. Each layer has functionality in the REST system, which makes it easier to understand what is going on inside the code and make the needed changes when requested fast. Use of hypermedia. This concept, developed for web design, is that it allows the user to visualize a set of objects using HTML links. In the case of the REST API, the notion of hypermedia explains the ability of the application development interface to provide the client and the user with the adequate links to trigger certain actions with the data. If all the architectural principles needed for RESTful web services are considered when developing a web service, the program will demonstrate the following advantages. The first one is reliability. Due to the absence of the need to save information about the state of the client, which may be lost. The less information is lost, the happier clients of the web service and web applications are. So the more money are earned by the business that owns the software. Performance advantage can be considered due to the use of cache. In case we use the RESTful web service, we have no need to go to database each time when the specific resource is requested by the client of the service. So the response time is much faster than is critical in the modern world. The transparency of the communication system is another benefit brought by RESTful web service. It is especially necessary for network maintenance applications. Simplicity of interface advantage means that new applications can easily access the RESTful API and use it for some specific need. Moreover, other RESTful services can be created based on the already existing one. The ability of evolve is the final advantage that RESTful web services use brings to us. It means that such a service adapts to new requirements, for example, the World Wide Web. Due to simple architecture and openness to changes, it is easy to make changes and add new components to already existing structure. Let's sum up what we did today. We considered what REST API is, investigated what its architectural properties are, understood why it's needed in web applications, discovered the major pros of RESTful web services. That is everything that I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to learn RESTful architecture principle in more details with me. This lesson will not have any practical task. During our next lesson, we will discover what main HTTP methods that are used in RESTful web services are. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson. Hello guys, nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will discover main HTTP methods that are used in RESTful web services. Here is our agenda for today. Today we will learn the following. What is an HTTP method? What features has an HTTP method? What are the main methods of REST API? Why each of them is needed? HTTP defines a set of request methods to indicate the desired action to be performed for a given resource. Although they can also be nouns, these request methods are sometimes referred to as HTTP verb. Each of them implements a different semantic, but some common features are shared by a group of them. For example, a request method can be safe, idempotent, or cacheable. An HTTP method is safe if it doesn't alter the state of the server. In other words, the method is safe if it leads to a read-only operation. Several common HTTP methods are safe, while the most popular among them is HTTP GET. All safe methods are also idempotent, but not all idempotent methods are safe. For example, put and delete are both idempotent but unsafe. An HTTP method is idempotent if an identical request can be made once or several times in a row with the same effect while leaving the server in the same state. In other words, an idempotent method should not have any side effects, except for keeping statistics. Implemented correctly, the get and put methods are idempotent, but not the post method. All safe methods are also idempotent. A cacheable response is an HTTP response that can be cached, that is stored to be retrieved and used later, saving a new request to the server. The method used in the request is itself cacheable, that is GET. A response to a POST request can also be cached if freshness is indicated, but this is rarely implemented. Other methods, like put or delete, are not cacheable and their result cannot be cached. The status code of the response is known by the application caching and it is considered cacheable. Let's proceed with consideration of the main HTTP methods that can be met during a RESTful web service testing. We will consider the methods that correlate with CRUD operations. Each letter of this acronym corresponds with the first letter of create, read, update, and delete actions that can be performed on a web service. GET method is used by the server to transfer the request data to the client. For example, if you want to receive the weather for today in your city, you should send the request to your country's weather provider. In this request, you should pass your city name as a request parameter or add some other parameters if needed. The response from the server will only be a dataset read from the database. So this method correlates with the read operation of a web service and does not modify anything on the server. POST method is needed to create a new resource on the server. In this case, a client sends a request to the server with some dataset in the specified format, for instance JSON. This method's response transfers the created resource back, and you can view whether the resource was created correctly or not. For example, you have a website where information about all the books you have is stored. Let's imagine a situation that you went to a bookshop and bought a new book. Now you want to add the information about this book to your web application. To do so, you should send a post request to your web service with information about your book such as title, author's name, etc. The response from the service should contain the data you sent and, for instance, the ID of newly created resource. As you can see, this method correlates with create web services operation. Put method is used to update information regarding the specific resource. This method correlates with update operation that can be performed on the web service. To perform this operation, you should pass the request parameters and all the data you know about the resource to the request. For instance, if you made a mistake when posting information about the new book in our library and want to change the name of the author from James to John, we should send the title, ID, and updated name in the request body to the server. Delete methods should be used to remove the existing source. This method correlates with delete operation of the web service. If we're still considering the example with our home library, we can imagine that we gifted some book to our friend. In such a situation, you do not have the book you have recently bought as a part of your library physically. Now, it is time to update your database. To do so, you will have, for instance, send the ID of the book you added and updated previously as the parameter of your request, and the book will be removed. So, when you will try to get your book by its title, you will see an error message that there is no resource allocated by the URL you provided after deletion completed successfully. Let's sum up what we did today. We considered what an HTTP method is. Observe several HTTP methods features. Investigated what main HTTP methods in REST API are. Understood why each of them is needed. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to learn what are the most important HTTP methods used in REST web services. This lesson will not have any practical task. During our next lesson, we will discover what main HTTP status can be met in RESTful web services. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson. Hello guys, nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will discover main HTTP status codes that are used in RESTful web services. Here is our agenda for today. Today we will learn the following. What is an HTTP status code? What are the main types of HTTP status codes? Why each of them is needed? What is their connection with HTTP methods? Let's start our lecture from understanding of what an HTTP status code is and why is it needed in web services. HTTP response status codes indicate whether a specific HTTP request has been completed successfully or not. Status codes are issued by a server in response to a client's request made to the server. It includes codes from IATF request for commands, other specifications, and some additional codes used in some common applications of HTTP. The third digit of the status code specifies one of the 5 standard classes of responses. The message phrases shown are typical, but any human-readable alternative may be provided. Unless otherwise stated, the status code is a part of the HTTP 1.1 standard. There are 5 classes defined by the standard. Let's consider each of the group of our status code in more details. All the 100 status codes are informational. They mean that request was received, continuing process. An informational response indicates that the request was received and understood. It is issued on a provisional basis while request processing continues. It alerts the client to wait for a final response. The message consists only of the status line and optional header fields, and is terminated by an empty line. At the HTTP 1.0 standard did not define any 100 status codes, servers must not send 100 response to an HTTP 1.0 complaint client except under experimental conditions. All 200 codes are successful. This means that the request was successfully received, understood, and accepted. It means that the response to the client has been fetched with or without body. All request from the 300s family means redirection. Further action needs to be taken in order to complete the request. Many of these status codes are used in URL redirection. A user agent may carry out the additional action with no user interaction only if the method used in the second request is get. A user agent may automatically redirect a request. A user agent should detect and intervene to prevent cyclical redirects. All 400 status codes means client error. This states that request contains bad syntax or cannot be fulfilled. This class of status code is intended for situation in which the error seems to have been caught by the client. The server should include an entity containing an explanation of the error situation and whether it is a temporary or permanent condition. All 500 errors are server errors. They mean that server failed to fulfill an apparently valid request. Response status codes beginning with the digit 5 indicate cases in which the server is aware that it has encountered an error or it otherwise incapable of performing the request. Except when responding to a HIT request, the server should include an entity containing an explanation of the error situation and indicate whether it is a temporary or permanent. Let's consider the most common HTTP methods and their connection between HTTP status codes. Please note that in API testing we do not face with informative status codes, so we will not consider them in more details. The following status codes that are rarely tested are redirects. Regardless this, let's slightly overview them. First, we will consider success status codes, or 200 ones. The most common among them are 200, 201, and 204. 200 status code is also called OK. The meaning of this code is dependent on the HTTP method. For instance, if getRequest returns 200, this means that the requested resource was found and transformed to a response message body. 201 status code is called created. This means that the new resource has been created after the execution of the request. It is a typical code sent after post request that correlates with create operation in HTTP. 204 status code corresponds with no content. From the name of this status code, we can say that the response with such a status code returns an empty body. This status code is common for put and delete HTTP methods execution. Second, let's consider redirect status codes, or 300 ones. Please note that all the redirect status codes are connected with methods that try to access the resource via the provided URL. The HTTP method that tries to read a resource allocated by the specific URL we learned is get method. The most popular among them are 300, 301, and 302 status codes. 300 status code is also called multiple choice. This status code says that the request has more than one possible response. The user agent or the user should choose one of them. 301 status code is called moved permanently. It indicates that the resource requested has been definitely moved to the specific URL. A browser redirects to this page and search engines update their links to the resource. 302 status code corresponds with found or moved temporary. It indicates that the resource requested has been temporarily moved to the certain URL. A browser redirects to this page, but search engines do not update their links to the resource. Now let's switch to the most common error code in REST APIs. Let's start from client errors family, or 400 status codes. The most common among them are 400, 401, 403, and 404. These status codes are common for all the HTTP methods we learned today. Let's see each of them in more details. 400 status code is also called bad request. It indicates that the server could not understand the request due to invalid syntax. For instance, you can try to create a resource and send a request body with value for field name, although the server can process a request body with name title. 401 status code means unauthorized. It says that you did not provide correct authorization information for the resource you are trying to access. 503 status code is called as forbidden. It is also connected with authorization. Nevertheless, the status code indicates that you have already been authorized, but your access to the specific resource is denied. For example, if in an internet shop a buyer tries to access the private information about the total income of a seller with own credentials. 404 status code corresponds with not found. It is returned if you try to access a resource that was deleted or not even created. For instance, you search a good in an internet shop by a specific title, but the moderator of this site has just deleted the good. You will receive 404 status code in response to your request. Finally, we will consider server error response status codes, or 500. The most popular among them are 500, 501, and 503. Let's consider each of them in more detail to you. 500 status code, or internal server error, occurs if a server faced with a situation it doesn't know how to handle. Usually it indicates that the server cannot find the better server error status code to process your request. It can occur with all HTTP methods processing. 501 status code is also called not implemented. This means that the request method you are trying to use is not supported by the server and cannot be handled as a result. The only method we learned today that serves is required to support and must not return 501 code is get. 503 error also means service unavailable. It says that the server is not ready to handle the request. The most usual cases when you may see such an error is when the server is down, being overloaded, or under maintenance. In this case, all the requests you send to it will cause such type of an error. Let's sum up what we did today. We considered what an HTTP status code is. Investigated what main HTTP status codes in REST API are. Found out why each of them is needed. Understood connection between them and HTTP methods. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to learn about main types of HTTP status codes with me. This lesson will not have any practical task. During our next lesson, we will install Postman on our machines together. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Hello guys. Nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will install Postman API testing tool on our workstations. Here is our agenda for today. Today we will learn the following. What is API testing tool? What are the most popular API testing tools? Why we will use Postman for API testing? How to install Postman on your machine? How to perform basic configurations of Postman. So let's start our lesson from understanding of what an API testing tool is. It is a software application that provides comprehensive facilities to computer testers or programmers for API software testing. An API testing tool usually consists of at least API request editor, request sending tool, and response viewer. Some of the API testing tools contains all the features listed above, such as SOAP UI and Postman. API testing tools are designed to maximize a tester's or a programmer's productivity. Usually, learning how to use the API testing tool is much better than learning how to send API calls to the web services only by default operation systems tools. The most popular tools for API testing are SOAP UI, Postman, Fiddler, and Gmeter. I have a working experience with each of them, and, to be honest, I can conclude that they are very similar to each other. The main differences between them are the way how to configure the specific requests, because the same buttons are located in different places. The other difference is how close to programming you should be to work with them. That is the short answer regarding the major differences between these API testing tools. But still, my preferable option would be Postman. You can ask me why. There are a few reasons for this. First, it's free and easy to start. Everything you need to start working with Postman testing tool is just download the Postman application and send your first requests. Postman is free to download and use for teams of any size. So, this is a valuable advantage for projects who seek for a free and comfortable API testing tool. Second, you will have a wider support from all APIs and schemas. You can make any kind of API call, such as REST, SOAP, or plain HTTP, and easily inspect even the largest responses. Postman also has built-in support for popular data formats such as OpenAPI, GraphQL, and RAML. The following advantage of Postman using for API testing is its extensibility. You can customize Postman for your needs with the Postman API. Moreover, you will easily integrate test suites into your preferred CI/CD service with Newman, the command line collector runner developed by the Postman team. Finally, you will receive great support from the Postman's huge community. Postman's team continually make improvements and add new features based on the feedback from its community of over 13 million of users. This enormous community can also help you get the most out of Postman on the community's official forum. You will love this API testing tool as much as me when you start working with it. So, this means that it's time to install this tool on our machines to proceed with API calls. Now, let's together download and install Postman on your workstation. We will configure the basic request in Postman today also. In our future lessons, you will see how Postman could make our life easier. Let's switch to our browser and perform search in Google according to the following string: Postman download. Click on the first link with name download Postman, try Postman for free. You can use the following button below the title of the page in your language. Download the app. I will click on this button since it's totally free and will cover all our needs for test purpose. Then I select Windows 64-bit version of this application since my operation system has this type of architecture. Then I will wait until the .exe file is fully downloaded and left click on the installation program icon runner at the bottom corner of my browser. We should wait a bit until the installer is opened. Installation should be started automatically as soon as the Postman installer is started. The installation process should not take much time. After it is finished, you will see a Postman start page with Overview tab opened as a start window of your application. I would also recommend you to create an account in Postman to make your collections to be stored inside Postman systems. This will allow you to access your requests from the Postman setup on different machines and keep them on each of them up to date. To do so, you can use your personal or test account in Gmail or another email system. To create an account in Postman, you can click on Create Account button in the upper right corner of this application. It will redirect you to the browser. There you will see a list of available options of connecting to Postman as a new user. You can either manually input your account credentials or use Sign Up with Google option. I will click on Sign Up with Google button since my test account was created in Gmail. Please note that if you do not use Gmail, you should input everything asked by Postman manually on previous page. My following step will be to select an account which I will use to sign up. Then I will be redirected to license agreement page, where I should click on Accept button, since I agree with everything meant there. Then I will see successful confirmation message that my account is signed up and I should switch back to my Postman desktop application. I switch to Postman desktop application and it put my name to What's your name? Input field and click on Continue button. We will be redirected to window asking about our team. As we are not a part of any commercial corporation and do not work on the same project, I will click on Continue without a team button. After this, I will be redirected to a welcoming screen. Above Getting Started with Postman option, you will see different suggestions, such as Start with something new, Import an existing file, Explore our public network, and Work smarter with Postman. Instead of selecting any of the suggested options, I will click on Workspaces drop-down located in upper left corner of my screen. I do so since we are prohibited to do everything listed in the Start window before we access our workspace, that is, the place where all our requests and collections will be stored. In the Open drop-down, I will select My Workspace option. In the opened window, you will see the following information about your workspace. Its title, which is My Workspace, as for now, a summary or brief description of your workspace, number of collections, APIs, environment, mock servers, and monitors located here. You can also see a lot of additional information about users' activity inside your workspace, etc. It will be useful if you use Postman for software testing in some testing team on your project. We will not use these metrics in the boards of our course. On the left, you will see a sad message that you do not have any collections yet. Let's create a new Postman collection now. To do so, I click on Create Collection button. I see that a new collection with name New Collection is created. Let's change its name to Google Test. To do so, I left-click on the collection's name and input Google Test instead of existing one. Then, I click on Expand button for my collection on the left panel of the collection viewer. I see a notification that the collection do not have any requests yet. Let's fix it and click on Add a request link to start working. Then you will see that an empty request with name New Request is created. Let's change its name to Get Google Home. To do so, I left-click on the request's name in the request viewer and input new request name, Get Google Home. Please click on Ctrl+S keys combination to save the changes in your collection or request to make sure that they will not be lost if you close the application by mistake. Just below the request name, you can see the request method that will be used. GetRequest method is selected as the default one. Let's use it for test purpose. Then, to the left of request method, you can see Enter Request URL placeholder text into input. This is a field for request URL that will be used to call your API endpoint. To test that everything is set up correctly, let's ping Google homepage, that is google.com. To do so, we should fill the request URL input field with the following text: https://google.com. To send the request, you should click on Send button located on the left to the request URL input. I click it and see that our request was successful and we received some response body. This response body represents the HTML of Google homepage. Such a response means that Postman is ready for testing of our request. So that's it. We have our Postman prepared for our experiments in API testing. Let's sum up what we did today. We considered what an API testing tool is. Investigated what are the most popular API testing tools. Found out why we will use Postman for API testing. Understood how we can install Postman. Learned how Postman can be configured basically. That is everything that I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to learn about API testing tools and Postman installation with me. The only practical task this lesson will have will be to install Postman. You should do the following. Download and run installation file for Postman. Login or sign up to Postman desktop. Use default free workspace for work. Create a test collection in your workspace. Create a test request in your collection. Send a GET request to google.com. During our next lesson, we will create a test account in Trello for our API testing skills practicing there. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson. Hello guys. Nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will create an account in Trello to use its API for our educational purposes. Here is our agenda for today. Today we will learn the following. What is Trello? Why is it selected for API testing? How to create a test account in Trello? How to set up Trello board for this course. So let's start our lesson from understanding of what Trello is. Trello is a collaboration tool that organizes your projects into boards. In one glance, Trello tells you what's being worked on, who is working on what, and where something is in a process. Let's imagine a whiteboard filled with lists of sticky notes, with each note as a task for you and your team. Now, let's imagine that each of these sticky notes has photos, attachments from other data sources like Bitbucket and Salesforce, documents, and a place to comment and collaborate with your teammates. Now imagine that you can take that whiteboard anywhere you go with your smartphone and can access it from any computer through the web. It is a Trello. You can ask me why we use Trello API for our testing purposes. There are a few reasons for this. First, Trello API is completely free and good for our educational purposes. So you do not have to search for some crack version of this tool or spend your own money to buy some ultimate edition of this tool. The set of utilities provided by the API of Trello is totally enough for our educational purposes. Second, Trello API has a very detailed and well-written documentation. We will take a look at the official documentation of Trello API in this course a bit later. Nevertheless, let's keep it in mind that an understandable description of where and how an API request should be sent is a part of successful testing process on the project. And, in case if you have just started working with API, well-described API endpoint will enable you to fast dive deeper into API testing. The following advantage of this tool is its huge community. On the internet, you will find a lot of support about how to deal with various configuration issues in case you have them in your project while working with Trello. Even if you could not find how the specific API call to the Trello endpoint should look like, you can easily find all the needed information in the internet. Another advantage of this board management tool is its great number of free extensions and plugins. You can easily extend the set of tools installed in the web version of this program. For example, you can add a plugin which displays the number of your cards in the Trello board by the date they were added, or even plugins that help you to manage the style of icons, backgrounds, and fonts in Trello, and much more. Planway, Scrum for Trello are just a few of these plugins. I suppose that all the reasons listed above are enough for understanding that Trello is a powerful board management tool. It has a well-documented free API with a huge community that can support a beginner in API testing world. Let's start our work with Trello from creation of a test account in the web version of this application. To do so, I should open Trello homepage first. I open Google homepage and search for the following string: Trello. Then I click on the first link in the found results list. We see the Trello homepage is opened after this action. In the upper right corner, you will see two buttons: Login and Sign Up. If you already have an account in Trello, you can skip the following part of test account creation description and click on Login button and proceed with your credentials. As we suppose that you are watching this course without an account in Trello, I will show you how the registration process should look like. To perform registration, I click on Sign Up button. In the open window, you will see a great number of possible options, such as Continue with Google, Microsoft, Apple, or Slack. If your test account does not match with any of the existing options, you can just enter your email in the field located above and click on Continue button. Since my test account is located in Gmail, I will click on Continue with Google option. In the opened window, I will select my test account name. Then I will select my test account one more time to continue registration process. You will be redirected to Atlassian registration page and should click on Create Your Account button. After this, you will see a first team page that will propose you to create your first workspace in Trello. We should create a workspace to continue with this course, since we could create our board there in future. Let's fill in Name Your Workspace input field with test value. Then let's click on Continue button. You will be redirected to a page with the suggestion to try business class Trello account for 30 days. I would recommend you to skip this option, since you will have to pay for this after 3 months of use. To do so, I click on Skip button below the form. You will see that your board is ready message, and to proceed, I click on Let's Go button. After this, you will be redirected to the Getting Started page. If you want, you can play on this page with different options. I will click on Add a Board to Your Workspace option in the Beginner's Guide. I will be redirected to Home page. Here you should click on Create New Board option, located below your workspace's boards. Then you will see a menu that will ask to input your board's title. Let's call it Test and click on Create Board button. If you want, you may change the background option for the test board. You should see an empty board with 3 following lists available: To Do, Doing, and Done. You can add more lists if you want with the help of Add Another List button. I will keep the board as it is to proceed our learning from scratch board. Let's sum up what we did today. We considered what Trello is, investigated why it was selected for API testing for this course, found out how we can create a test account in Trello, understood how to set up Trello board for the course. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to learn about Trello with me. The practical task for this lesson will be to create a test account in Trello. You should do the following: sign up to Trello, create your first workspace, add a board in your workspace, customize setting of the board if you want. During our next lesson, we will create API key and token in Trello to proceed with authorization there. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson. Hello guys. Nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will create an authorization token and key in Trello to use it in our API testing process. Here is our agenda for today. Today we will learn the following. What is authorization in API? Why is authorization needed? Why will we need auth token in Trello? How to generate auth token? Where to store the generated token value? Let's start our discussion from verifying of what authorization is. At some point, most of the custom APIs will need to allow limited access to users, servers, or servers on behalf of users. Authorization refers to the process of verifying what a user has access to. For example, if you are a user of a website and you want to access the information that only moderator should see, you will be restricted to do so with the help of authorization mechanisms. While often used interchangeably with authentication, authorization represents a fundamentally different function. In authorization, a user or application is granted access to an API after the API determines the extent of the permissions that it should assign. Usually, authorization occurs after identity is successfully validated through authentication, so that the API will have some idea of what sort of access it should grant. Authorization in API is usually needed if we talk about the following cases. You do want to block anonymous traffic via your application. API authorization identifies an application's traffic for the API producer in case the application developers need to work with the API producer to debug an issue or show their application's usage. Second, you can want to control the number of calls made to your API. So, if you do not want a user to make more than 10 calls per day for free, you may need authorization to identify which type of user tries to access the API. Moreover, you will collect the number of requests per day and restrict the following ones if the request number is exceeded. Finally, you can want to identify usage patterns in your API's traffic. For example, you need to identify the most unnecessary part of your web service due to increased pricing for service hosting. You don't know which part of your service is used less or ignored at all by your commercial users. In this case, you may collect the number of calls by verified and authorized users and analyze the received data. As we have already discussed, the main reason of when authorization is needed in an application, we can say we also will require some authorization mechanism for access of our Trello content via API. I can definitely say that API authorization is needed by Trello to identify whether your user has an access to specific data or not. Let's imagine a situation. If you try to access my personal board via API. If the authorization is not set up, you will use my personal information that is stored on Trello, and you can use it for your own purposes. It is harmful for me. So I will use another web service if access in Trello is not protected by authorization mechanism. Hence, authorization in Trello is needed to restrict specific users' access to boards and workspaces that can be found on Trello boards. This means that it is time to proceed with the practical part of this lesson. Now, we should create a set of data that will be used in future to successfully authorize ourselves to own Trello boards, lists, etc. Please note that Trello uses key token mechanism of authorization. It is very similar with the authorization on the UI part of your application, when you have a login form where you should input your unique username and password. Keep it in mind that the same is valid for mechanisms of API key token validation. Nevertheless, it will be passed as a part of your API request to a web service instead of filling in login form. For instance, it can be passed in request header or as a query parameter, in the request URL. You will find a detailed written guideline about how to create authorization key and token in the related links for this lesson. Please use this guideline if you want to learn more about this. Let's open our Trello homepage as a logged-in test user. Then change the URL in your address line of browser to trello.com/app-key. The following step is to put a tick near Trello development's acknowledgement, which is agreement with Trello to use their API on their conditions. Then I click on Show API Key button. After this, you will be redirected to the page where your API key will be shown that will be similar to the user unique ID. I would recommend you to copy its value, open Notepad on your local machine, and paste this value there not to forget it. We will discuss with you later where to store API key and token in more details. After these sections, please click on Generate a Token link. You will be redirected to Generate Server Token page. Please scroll your web page a bit down and see the suggestion to provide your newly generated API token with access to your workspaces and boards. If you want to proceed, please click on Allow button. After this, you will be redirected to the page with depicted authorization token for your API. Please copy and paste it to your Notepad text document as we did with our API authorization key. This authorization key will be alternative to the password that you use when you want to access your workspace and boards on it with the help of UI of your application. Now you can accept my congratulations. With the API key and token we generated during this lesson, we will be able to access the boards that we have via Postman. Let's quickly discuss what is the most optimal place right now to store the values of generated API key and token for you. There are a lot of different secure ways of storing the passwords and secrets for specific users on various machines or in clouds. Nevertheless, I suppose that the most optimal way for you will be to store it in some TXT document on your local machine where you are going to start working with Postman. Just save the created document somewhere on your desktop, and if you want, you can create a password needed to open this document in future. So you will be the only person who can access the information located inside this document. Let's sum up what we did today. We considered what authorization in API is. Investigated why authorization is needed in API. Found out why auth token is needed in Trello. Understood how to generate an authorization token in Trello. Learned where you should store generated authorization tokens. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting to you to learn about authorization in API with me. The practical task for this lesson will be to create an authorization token and key in Trello. You should do the following. Sign in to Trello. Open trello.com app key link. Accept developers' terms and conditions. Copy and paste API key to TXT document. Click on Generate Token button. Click on Allow Access for Token button. Copy and paste API token to TXT document. During our next lesson, we will learn more about HTTP GET method and prepare to its testing. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson. Hello guys. Nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will discuss HTTP GET methods in more details in comparison with our previous lessons. Here is our agenda for today. Today we will learn the following. What is GET method? When is GET method needed? Why is GET method needed? What are the main features of GET method? As you remember, we have already had a brief overview of HTTP GET method in one of our previous lessons. In this lecture, we will discuss it in more details with different examples of its usage in web applications. It is important to understand how this method works on high level to see the correct way of its testing and not do any redundant work. Let's start from remembering of what a GET method is. It is such an HTTP method that is used to request data from the server. If we talk about CRUD operations, HTTP GET method correlates with read operation. Another point to keep in mind when talking about GET methods is that requests using the HTTP GET method should only fetch data. Moreover, they cannot enclose data in the body of a GET message and should not have any other effect on the data on the server. So, if we talk about RESTful web services, we should understand that GET methods should not have any body. It should not make any changes on the server side. It is also important to understand when GET method is needed and why it is invented. The HTTP GET request method is used to request a resource from the server. The GET requests should only receive data. The server must not change its state. If you want to change data on the server, use POST, PUT, or DELETE methods. Nevertheless, if it is needed, you can send any HTTP headers with your GET request. For example, you can send authentication data in the authorization header such as API authorization token that we generated in our previous lessons. Additionally, you can send browser cookies in the cookie header to see, for example, if the user that requests data from the server is already logged in or not. For instance, if the session for the specific user already exists, you should not log in the user one more time, and your request will be processed faster. Finally, you can even add the details regarding the data output format that you want to receive from the server. For example, you can specify in your request headers if you want to receive data in JSON or XML format as the output. It will depend on your goals, but HTTP GET method allows you to do so without any limitations. The major limitation that GET method has is that it is prohibited to send any data to the server with the help of this method via request body. This means that you are not allowed to add request body when you apply this method. Nevertheless, if you need to send data to the server, for example, to filter some data, you may use URL parameters for this purpose. Let's consider everything discussed above on the examples from real life. First, let's understand the real-life case when HTTP method is needed. Let's imagine that you are a part of a team that develops a website for a bookshop. This bookshop has a separate database where all the data regarding all the books that the shop owns is stored. If you are a user of this bookshop and visit the site for the first time, you probably want to see all the books that can be found there. There will be a book listing page on such a site, so you will easily access all the data you want. To retrieve all the books data from the API, such as author, title, genre, you will read the information to depict everything on UI. For this purpose, HTTP GET method will be created by the backend team of your web application. The next case we consider is that we are interested in some specific book that we saw on the book listing page. Let's imagine that we want to learn more about it. For example, read its short description and see the reviews of the other readers regarding it. To do so, you probably will left-click on the preferred book and will be redirected to the product page. To depict all the details such as description, book reviews, etc., you will use another API endpoint. Because if you have a few hundreds of books in your shop and request all the data by the same endpoint as in the previous example, it will take much time on frontend to filter the needed information from all the information you received. For such a case, you will pass the book unique identifier at the request parameter to the API, and all the needed information will be returned in this response. That is an example of how to pass data to the server in GET method without body. Finally, let's take a look at a case if you want to buy a book that you selected for view. You probably click on Add to Cart button on the UI part of your application and want to proceed to checkout. For instance, you click on Go to Basket button after this and your basket is opened. How does the server understand which information should it show to you and which information should it show to me if I use the website from another computer and added a completely different book to my cart? For such a situation, it is more appropriate to use HTTP cookies and pass them to the server with the information about my browser session, such as a unique identifier. Again, this is an example of how to avoid value creation when we talk about HTTP GET method. This is a workaround how not to change information on the server by mistake through this type of method. I hope that now it is more understandable for you that HTTP GET method is very useful for our web applications. First, it allows to accelerate data processing time since all the data can be accessed via specific URLs, such as in case we want to retrieve a single book's information amongst a few hundreds of others. Second, it helps to keep the application security when a user from another session does not have access to the information of the user from another session, as in example with application's cookies. Third, HTTP GET method can read all the information interesting for us from the database and paste the output to the UI part of our application without any changes on the server side, such as in example with books listing page. Let's sum up what we did today. We considered what GET method is. Investigated when GET method is needed. Found out why GET method is needed. Understood the main features of GET method. That is everything that I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to learn about HTTP GET method with me. This lesson will not have any practical tasks. During our next lesson, we will create our first GET request to Trello in Postman. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson. Hello guys! Nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will execute different GET requests in Postman. Here is our agenda for today. Today we will learn the following. How can we create a GET request in Postman? How can we execute a GET request in Postman? How does the GET request response look like? How do different GET requests look like? In our previous lesson, we discussed everything connected with HTTP GET methods and their characteristics. Today we will discuss how to send different GET requests in Postman. First, let's open API documentation of Trello. To do so, I open Trello homepage as a logged-in user. Then I open the following link in the Other tab. https://developer.atlassian.com/cloud/Trello. This is the link where all the information for developers regarding Trello is stored. Please note that the link will be attached as a resource URL for this lesson. On the upper part of the opened page, we can see such options as guides and reference. To access the information we need, I click on Reference button. We will be redirected to the page where all the possible API endpoints available in Trello are described. On the left part of the open page, you can see the main categories which you can work with in Trello, such as boards, cards, lists, etc. You will find the description of the specific endpoint there. During these video lessons, I would suggest you to review different boards and endpoints of Trello API. These endpoints will be used to get all the boards of the specific user, create a new board, update the existing board, and delete some specific board. To understand which HTTP request we should send to receive the list of all the boards that exist in the specific user's workspace, let's find the needed request. We can use filter by keyword input to search for the get all boards request. To do so, I click on Filter by Keyword Input located on the left of my screen. Then I input the following text to the search input: Get bored. We can see that search results list is generated directly below the search input. We will use the request with name getBoard that member belongs to. It will list all the boards that the user is a member of. To see the details of how the request should look like, I left-click on the needed request title. Now we are redirected to the detailed description of the getBoards endpoint of Trello. Right below the title of the endpoint, the relative URL with parameters is located. You can see that the request HTTP method should be get. Also, you see ID variable that is surrounded with curly brackets. That means that the value of this parameter could be changed. Right below the description of the endpoint, you can see a section with title Path Parameters. The path parameters in HTTP request define the URL parameters that are split by slashes. The only path parameter this request has is ID. Its description says that the parameter should have string type. Moreover, according to the pattern's syntax, it should be maximum 24 characters in length and consist of digits or alphabetic letters. Additionally, the description of these parameters says it should be the user ID or the name of the Trello user. Right below path parameters, we can find query parameters section. These parameters can also be found in the request's URL, but they are split by and sign and has another syntax in comparison with path parameters. We will see difference between them a bit later in this lesson, when we will see request via Postman. You can see that two query parameters, key and token, are marked as required amongst all the listed ones. Both of these parameters should be strings. Key parameter represents the API key to use in the request, while token parameter will be the API token to use in the HTTP request. Please note that we generated both of them together in our previous lesson. If you still do not have these parameters values generated, please refer to this lecture in this training course. If you scroll a bit down, we will see that there are many different optional parameters in this GET request. For instance, fields parameter will define the set of fields that will be returned by the server for each of the lists. By default, the value for this parameter is O. This means that API will return all the fields that each Trello list owns. This parameter may be useful if you do not want to apply all the fields values that will come in the response. If we scroll down a bit more, we will see that example section is available for view here. The default example you will see is Coral. Coral enables you to send HTTP requests via the command line interface and is the basis of most of the API testing tools, for instance Postman. If you want to see how the requests look like in different programming languages, you may use the specific tab of the examples section, for instance Node.js or Java. You can see that right below the examples section, the response description is located. Usually, successful response type will be displayed in the samples of response section. You can see that response content type will be JSON, while the value of this JSON should be an array of Trello boards. We will see how this data can be used a bit later in our video course. As for now, we can just copy the request URL values for Carl example. Then I will open Postman application, click on Create New Collection button located in my workspace section. Then I will call it as Trello. My following step will be to hover on the collection on the left part of my screen and click on three dots in the open view. In the open drop-down, I will select Add Request option. You will see that a new request is created and open automatically in a new tab. Then I should rename the created request to get all members board. My following step will be to paste the copied URL from Trello API description to the URL input field of the created request. After this, we should open the file where our API key and token are stored. First, I copy my key value and paste it directly to the request URL. Second, I perform the same set of actions with the API token. Now we can see that only ID variable should be changed to receive our first successful response from Trello API. Let's see where the Trello's username is stored. To do so, I open Trello homepage as a logged-in user and hover on my profile icon. I can see that my full name and username are shown in the open hint. I remember the value from the brackets from the hint and input it instead of ID path parameter without curly brackets. Let's check how our request works with valid data. To do so, I click on Send button located on the right from request URL input. We can see that the response is received and our board's information is displayed there. Let's remember the names, field value, and switch to our Trello home page. We can see that the board's title is the same as in the API response from Trello. This means that everything is set up correctly and works fine. Let's see how the response will look like if we want to access the specific board via API. To see how get the details from specific Trello board, I open REST API documentation and press on Filter by Keyword Input. Then I type get a board value into the search field. You can see that the first option with its title Get a Board completely satisfies our request, since its description says that it will return a single board information. I left-click on this request and redirect it to the Get a Board request description. We see that the requested path parameter is ID, while the request query parameters are the same as in our previous request, API key and token. Let's scroll the request description directly to the example section and copy the sample request URL value. Then I switch to Postman and hover on my Trello collection. After this, I click on three dots, select Create a Request option, and see that an empty request template is created. I rename it to Get a Specific Board and paste the copied value to the request URL input. Then I switch to Get All Boards request in the same collection, copy the value of all the request query parameters, and paste the selected value instead of same of our Get Specific Board request. Then I copy any board ID from the Get All Boards responses result and paste it as ID path parameter value to our Get Specific Board request URL. Then I will click on Send button and see that the response is successfully received. Please note that the response format is a JSON object, not a JSON array. Let's sum up what we did today. We considered how we can create a GET request in Postman, investigated how we can execute a GET request in Postman, found out how GET request response looks like, understood how different GET requests look like. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to learn about various GET requests with me. The practical task for this lesson will be to execute the following GET cards requests in Trello. You should do the following. Sign in to Trello, open Trello API docs page, find Get Lists on a Board request, execute this request for your test board. Find Get Cards in a list, get a card, requests, execute this request for any of lists on your test board. During our next lesson, we will learn about JSON schemas in API testing and how to validate the JSON responses with their help. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson. Hello guys. Nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will see the solution for the home task with GET request in this video series. First, let's remember what our home task is. You should do the following. Sign in to Trello. Open Trello API docs page. Find Get Lists on a Board request. Execute this request for your test board. Find Get Cards in a list and Get a Card request. Execute this request for any of lists on your test board. First, let's open Trello API REST documentation page as a logged-in user. Our following step should be to open Filter by Keyword Search Input and type the following search request: Get Lists on a Board. Then I left-click on the first found item with the description Get the Lists on a Board. In the Pass Parameter section, you can see ID parameter as a required one. It will be the ID of the board you want to access. You can see that authorization key and token are required query parameters of this HTTP URL. Let's scroll the page a bit down right to the example section. Then let's copy request URL value from the sample and open Postman application. Our following step is to hover on our Trello collection, left-click on three dots. Then I select Add Request option in the opened menu and rename the created request to Get Lists. My following step is to paste the copied request URL value to the respective input. Then I switch to the existing request in the Trello collection and copy API key and token query parameters values and paste the URL part to the Get List request. Then I switch to Get Users Board and execute this request. After successful response, I copy the third board ID value and switch back to Get List request. I paste the copied value instead of ID parameter value without curly brackets. Finally, I click on Send button and see the list of lists that exist on a board. My following step is to switch back to Trello API documentation and perform search for the Get Cards in a List request. I click on the found item and see that ID path parameter is the required one for this request. As well as usually, the API key and token are the required query parameters for this request. I scroll the page down to example section and copy the request template's URL value. Then I switch back to Postman, hover on Trello collection, click on three-dot sign, and select Add Request button. After this, I rename the created request to Get Cards in List and paste the copied URL value. Then I switch back to one of the existing requests in the Trello collection, copy the API key and token values, switch to Get Cards in List request, and paste the copied URL part instead of the templates one. My following step is to switch to Get Lists request and copy the first list's ID. After this, I switch back to Get Cards in List request and paste the copied value instead of ID URL parameter. When I click on Send Request button, I see that empty array is returned as a response. If I switch back to Trello's homepage, select Boards section and click on Test Board Name, I will be redirected to my empty board with 3 available lists. Let's create a card inside the first list. To do so, I click on Add a Card button below the To-Do list. Then I input new card's name as a test card and click on Add Card button. If I switch back to Postman and execute Get Cards request, I can see that the recently added card is displayed in the responses list. Let's open Trello REST API documentation and search for Get a Card request. Then I click on the first request in the found results item list and see that in the request cards ID is the required path parameter. Right below we see again that API key and token are required query parameters for the request. Let's scroll a bit down and copy the request URL from the example section. Then we should switch to Postman and add a new request with name getSpecificCard to our Trello Postman's collection. My following step will be to paste the copied URL value to the URL input. Switch to getCardsInList request, copy the query parameters value for this request, switch back to getSpecificCard request, and paste the copied values instead of the templates one. Then I switch to getCardsInList request, copy the first card's ID values, return back to getSpecificCard request, and paste the copied value as the ID parameter without curly brackets. If I execute the request, I can see that the response data is correct and all the card's information came to us. In our future lessons, we will see how to verify the structure of our response. Now we executed 3 different API calls to Trello. Please note that all the requirements for the home tasks are fulfilled. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to observe the solution for getRequest in Postman home task with me. Thank you for your attention. See you in our next lesson. Hello guys! Nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will learn about JSON schema validations during REST API testing. Here is our agenda for today. Today we will learn the following. What is JSON schema? Why is JSON schema needed? How can we validate a GetResponse schema? Which tool can be used to generate a JSON schema? What tool should we use to validate a JSON schema? Let's start our lesson from understanding of what a JSON schema is. A JSON schema can be defined as a specification of a JSON data structure representation format. There are a few major purposes that JSON schema brings to us. The first one is to describe your existing data format. For instance, you receive a response from the server to your request, and you want to see that frontend of your application will be able to deserialize it. The second reason for JSON schema use is that it provides us with clear, human and machine readable documentation. For example, if you open any JSON schema, you will easily understand what JSON API response it describes and what should this response contain. Finally, existing of JSON schemas is very useful for automated testing of your application with the assistance of complete structural validation. This postulate is supported with the existence of a wide range of various libraries in various programming languages, such as REST Assured for Java and Newtonsoft JSON for C#. They enable automated verification of an API endpoint response with the help of providing actual JSON response and expected JSON schema. Let's proceed with consideration of the most important fields that can be found in any JSON schema and are really important for REST API responses validation. First, it is type keyword. This keyword is used to identify the type of specific key present in JSON. For instance, string, integer, object, and array are the most common types used in JSON schemas during testing. Second, required keyword is used to list the properties that are required for the specific JSON value if it is an object. For example, if your response contained the following fields: ID, title, description, and description is an optional field, the value for required field in your JSON schema will be array with ID and title values. Finally, the most common field used in JSON schema is properties. This is an array that describes all the properties that may come as an output of your HTTP request. For instance, if you receive ID, title, and description of an item in response, you will list all of them with their types, patterns, and sample values inside the array with name properties. So, we can say that required, type, and properties are the most important fields that can be met in any JSON schema. Let's proceed our lesson with understanding of how to validate a JSON schema. We already discussed that multiple programming languages have various libraries that allow us to validate JSON schemas automatically. If you don't know any programming language but still want to accomplish this task, it is not a problem. What you should do is just to find the appropriate online validator. There is a plethora of them that can be found in the internet. I can suggest you to use JSON schema lint.com site that I use for testing purposes. Let's open this site in our browser to see how it looks like. You can see a start page of this application opened with schema, JSON, text block located on the left of your screen, and document JSON on the right part of your screen. You should input the needed data for the respective fields in this web application. Moreover, if you don't like the user experience with this website, you can switch to another you like more. The following moment to clarify is to find out where JSON schemas can be automatically generated. I can suggest you JSONschema.com website, which provides you a powerful tool to create a JSON schema based on the sample JSON response of your web services endpoint. Let's open this website. You will see JSON text box on the left side of your screen with some default JSON prefilled value. While on the right part of your screen, a JSON schema text box will be located with the default automatically generated JSON schema for your project. As you can see, the sample schema contains a lot of different redundant properties that make it more difficult to understand what is written inside it. Let's perform some basic configuration of this online application to see only the most important information we want to have in our automatically generated schema. To do so, I left-click on Settings option inside our JSON text box on left part of our screen. I can see that the version of schema is draft 07. Looks like it is the latest version of schema as for now. But if you want, you may change it to another one with the help of this drop-down. The keyword visibility drop-down is very important for us, since it defines which fields will be displayed in our JSON schema. I will open it and deselect all the possible options apart from type and required keywords. Please note that properties keyword will be added automatically. I would suggest you not to change the values of other fields inside settings, as for now not to have some wrong configuration of your schema and unexpected validation behavior. Finally, I click on Save button to apply changes to schema generator. Let's switch to Postman and open Get Specific Board request of our Trello collection to provide a JSON schema validator with some sample JSON document. If we execute this request, we will see that the response contains a great number of different fields that are not important for our educational purposes. To reduce their number returned in the response, we can use fields query parameter that can be found on this endpoint's description page in Trello API reference. I would like to return only ID and name properties for this request. To do so, I add fields query parameter with ID and name properties, split by comma directly to the URL. Let's execute request one more time. We can see that only ID and name of our board are received in the response. Let's copy the response body, switch to our JSON schema generator website, and paste the copied value to the JSON text box. Then I should click on Submit button located at the bottom of JSON text box. You can see that on the right panel, a sample JSON is generated. I can click on Copy to Clipboard button to copy the generated JSON schema value. We will have to remove ID values for each of the fields of the schema, since they cannot be removed with the help of settings of this application, unfortunately, but are redundant for our testing. Now we can proceed with validation. To do so, we should switch to JSON schema lint opened in the neighbor tab and paste the copy schema to the schema JSON text box. The following step is to return to Postman and copy the response body to the clipboard. Finally, I should paste the copied value to the document JSON text box on the JSON schema lint website. You can see now that both messages about document and schema JSON text boxes are green. That means that everything is validated successfully. As I promised you, the JSON schema can be made even shorter. We can just remove the values of $ID and $size schema properties everywhere in our schema. You can see that the messages are green again after such changes. So that means that these fields had just informational value and you can keep them if you want, but your schema will be less verbose. Let's try to break the validation mechanism. For instance, we can add description property to the list of required properties in our schema. I will add it right below the name value. You can see error message below the document JSON text box, as well as the right highlighted text box value. The error message says that the JSON should have required property with name description. This means that this part works correctly. So if we add description property to our JSON document with value test, everything will become green again. Please note that the JSON schema will be still validated successfully even when we remove description from the list of required fields. Let's try to change the type of name field to integer. If you do so, you can again see an error message. This error message will say that the field name should be integer, but its value, test in our case, is a string. If we change the value of this field to JSON document from string to integer with the value 12345, the JSON schema validation result will be still successful. As the final part of our lesson, let's see how a JSON schema for an array response may look like. To do so, I switch to Postman and open getBoard's request. I add fields query parameter with value ID, name to reduce the amount of data that will come as a response in this case also. Then I click on Send button, copy the response body value, switch to my browser, open jsonschema.net site and paste the copied value to JSON text box. After this, I click on Settings button, open Array Validation drop-down and select first Single Schema option. This option will say to validator that the only possible way of item representation in the array should be as described inside it. You can keep any of option if a few possible schemas of items look in array may be possible. Then I click on Save button to apply the changes. Click on Submit button to create a template and look at the generated schema. You can see a few differences from the first glance. First, the type field has value array, while our previous request had type object. Second, the field items is added, which says that our array should consist of the items with the following schemas for data structure inside each of them. Let's copy the generated schema, switch to our validator and paste the value there. Then I can copy the JSON response body and paste it to the validator also. After this, I again remove the automatically added $ID and $schema fields from the schema to improve its verbosity. We can see now that the document is validated successfully. Please note that all the possible errors are the same as for objects validation, such as errors in type and required fields values. Let's sum up what we did today. Today we considered what JSON schema is, investigated why JSON schema is needed, found out how we can validate a GetResponse schema, understood which tool can be used to generate a JSON schema, observed how to validate a JSON schema. This is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to learn about JSON schema in API with me. The practical task for this lesson will be to validate JSON schemas of getCardsRequest in Trello. You should do the following. Open JSONschema.net and JSONschema.lint.com sites. Execute getCardsRequest from our previous home task. Generate and validate JSON schema for response array. Execute getSpecificCardRequest from our previous home task. Generate and validate JSON schema for response object. Please note that you can find the links to JSON schema generator and validator web applications in the resources section of this video lesson. During our next lesson, we will learn more about different status codes of HTTP GET methods in REST API with different examples. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
Hello guys! Nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will see the solution for the home task with JSON schema validation in this video series. First, let's remember what our home task is. You should do the following. Open JSONschema.net and JSONschema.lint.com sites. Execute getCardsRequest from our previous home task. Generate and validate JSON schema for response array. Execute getSpecificCardRequest from our previous home task. Generate and validate JSON schema for response object. Let's switch to Postman application to start the review of the home task solution. First, I open getCardsRequest in Trello collection and add fields query parameter to the request URL. We do so because if we execute request without any filtering of output data, it will be very huge and inconvenient to analyze, as well as the JSON schema generated for it. Let's, for example, add the following fields split by comma as the value for the fields parameter: ID, date last activity, and desk. Now we can execute the request and see that the response is very small, consisting of just array with one item that contains just 3 fields we requested. Let's copy the response body and switch to our browser. Here I open JSONschema.net website and paste the copied response there. After this I click on Submit button. We see that JSON schema is generated for our array. Let's copy the generated schema value. Now we can switch to JSONschema.lint.com application to validate our schema with response. I pasted the copied value to the schema text box and switch back to Postman. Copy the response body one more time. Switch to schema validation, where I paste the copied value to JSON document text box. Then I remove all the redundant fields from my JSON schema, which are not important for validation of data structure correctness. We can see that the schema for our array looks very clear and verbose. It says that the type of our JSON should be array, and it should have JSON items. It should be JSON objects. Right below the type of JSON arrays items, you can see the list of required properties that should be present in each of the response objects. In our case, they are ID, date last activity, and desk. Right below you can see the expected description of properties that items in array should have. It is also very cohesive and says that each of the property of JSON object should have string type. Let's verify that JSON schema is correct. To do so, I will remove ID field from my response. You can see that the red background appears above JSON document part of the screen, and below it there is a message which says that the first item of our JSON response has incorrect data format, and ID field value is missing. If I reset the changes in the schema, the validation is green again. Let's now place 1234 integer for the desk field value. You can see that the validation is failed again. Now the failure message says that the first item's desk field value should be string, not our 1234 integer value. We can say that the test JSON schema is generated correctly and can be used for validation. Let's switch back to Postman and open getSpecificCard request. If I execute it, I will see that many API fields are returned in this response. It is not very convenient for our testing purposes. To fix this issue, I will switch to getCardsRequest and copy the field's query parameter value. Then I switch back to my specific card request and paste the copied value. When I execute the request, I see the response object with just 3 important for me fields. I copy the response value, open JSON schema generator, and paste the copied body value, and click on Submit button. We can see that generated JSON schema meets our expectations, since the response type is object, required section contains all the needed fields, and each of the properties should have string type. Let's copy generated schema, switch to schema validator, and paste the copied value as expected schema. Now I can remove everything redundant for validation from the schema, such as ID and schema, and see that everything is validated successfully. If I remove desk property from the actual JSON, I see that error occurs with description that desk property is missing in our response. If I return it back, I see that everything is correct. If I replace the current ID property value with 1234 integer value, I again see an error that this property should have string type. If I roll back the changes, I see that the schema is still successfully validated. We can say that the test JSON schema is generated correctly and may be used for validation. Please note that all the requirements for the home task are fulfilled. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to observe the solution for our JSON schema validation home task with me. Thank you for your attention. See you in our next lesson.
Hello guys, nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will see how GET requests can be validated with the help of Postman. Here is our agenda for today. Today we will learn the following. What is validation test? How can we validate a GET endpoint? What are common status codes for GET methods validation? How to validate a GET endpoint in Postman. Validation is such a type of testing that can prove that the software complies with the requirements and can perform the dedicated functions. Moreover, this term is usually applied when we talk about different edge cases and ways of handling incorrect user behavior with the software. For instance, if you want to fill in input field that accepts only letters with some special character, you will perform validation testing to verify that such an exception case can be preceded by the system. Additionally, validation tests can be used to verify that the system can behave correctly if the expected input data is slightly changed. For example, your credentials may be used to access only your personal information, such as date of birth. Let's imagine that you try to access the same data of another employee of your organization. The application you use should validate that you are not allowed to view this information with the credentials you provided and restrict you from access. Finally, you may use validation testing if you want to check how the system behaves if you provided to it only part of required data instead of the entire dataset asked by the software. For instance, if some API endpoint requires authorization and you provide only username or only password, you expect to see some validation error performed by server's security system. There are a few cases how we can try to validate GET endpoints with the help of API testing in accordance to the examples that I provided. First, you can try to break the path parameter that should lead you to some specific resource located on the server. For example, you can try to access some board with ID that doesn't exist in your workspace if you want to test your getSpecific board endpoint. Let's switch to Postman and see how it works in real life. To do so, I open getSpecific board request in Trello collection and change the last digit in our valid board ID to another one. Then I execute the request and see that the response status code is 404. That means not found.
Please note that the response message is "the requested resource was not found." This case, error message and status code are very common for such a type of invalid parameter validation. Nevertheless, I can say that it was the first validation possible in such type of parameter validation. Let's switch to Trello's REST API documentation and open getAboard endpoint description. We can see that the pattern for ID string is a combination of any digit and letters from A to F in any cases. Not to consider all the possible variations of the past parameter validation, let's just change ID value to some shorter one. To do so, I switch to Postman and replace ID value with invalid string. If I execute the request, the response status code will be 400 or bad request, and the error message will be invalid ID. Such status code is very common for this validation, since the server doesn't know exactly what went wrong with your data input and how to handle the situation. So there is no more appropriate status code from the 400 status family. Let's return our board ID to some valid value. The second case we considered is connected with unauthorized attempt to access someone else's personal data. Let's imagine a case when I have a few accounts in Trello and try to access the information from another one. To check how it works, I can switch to Postman back and input key and token values from my another Trello account. Now, if I execute the request, I will see the following response: 401 unauthorized status code and unauthorized permission requested error message. In this case, there can be 403 access not allowed status code provided in the response, since I'm trying to access the existing board by ID with authorization credentials that are not allowed to view the data. Nevertheless, it is not a serious defect, and it is great that I cannot perform such an operation with some prohibited credentials, which means no breach in the part of application security. Let's roll back all the changes to this request for our following experiment. The third case is when we do not provide some data in our request at all. For instance, we will not provide some part of our authorization credentials, such as API key, token, or not provide both of them at all. Let's switch to Postman back and remove key query parameter from the request URL completely. If I execute the request, I will see the same unauthorized error with unauthorized permission requested error message in response as in our previous example. This is very correct behavior of the application in such a case and means that we cannot access personal information if we own only authorization key of a specific user. Let's return API key back to URL parameter and remove API token from them. If I execute the request, I will see 401 error and the same response message as in our previous request. Let's remove the key from the URL, so the authorization parameters will be missing at all. When I execute the request, the response is the same as in our previous variation. This means that authorization is properly set up for this endpoint. Finally, let's see how the endpoint will behave if the field query parameter will have invalid value. Let's replace ID and name with invalid string and execute the request. We can see that the response will contain only ID field of our board. That is a bit strange behavior. If I open the endpoint's documentation and see how the field query parameter should be processed, I will see no description how this situation should be handled. It was a real-life project I worked with. I would have to clarify the requirements to this query parameter from the customer or the business analyst how to handle invalid value of this endpoint. Now it looks like developers of this endpoint just not implemented any validation of such a case, since response has 200 status code and valid body. Usually it should be handled with the help of 400 error. Please note that these were just the main options of how the get endpoint can be validated, and we didn't consider all the possible combinations for all the possible query parameters of the getSpecific board endpoint. But all these methods are valid for different project and API testing that you may face with in real life. Let's sum up what we did today. We considered what validation test is, investigated how we can validate a get endpoint, found out the common status codes for get methods validation, understood how a get endpoint can be validated in Postman. This is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to learn about get methods validation in Postman with me. The practical task for this lesson will be to validate getSpecific card request in Trello. You should do the following. Execute getSpecific card request with valid data. See that response status code and body are valid. Validate card ID path parameter with invalid format and value. Validate unauthorized permission attempt. Validate key, token, and field query parameters. During our next lesson, we will learn more about post methods in REST application. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson. Hello guys. Nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will see the solution for the home task with validation of getSpecific card request in Trello in this video series. First, let's remember what our home task is. You should do the following. Execute getSpecific card request with valid data. See that response status code and body are valid. Validate card ID path parameters with invalid format and value. Validate unauthorized permission attempts. Validate key, token, and field query parameters. Let's jump directly to the home task solution and switch to Postman application. Then I will open my getSpecific card request in Trello collection and see that some valid data is already present here. I can try to execute the request. The response for our request will be successful with 200 status code and valid response body with the needed information regarding the card we asked for the server. To see which part of the endpoint should be validated, we can open the request description in Trello REST API documentation in our browser. We can see that ID path parameters and key and token query parameters are required once. So our main focus should be on them. First, let's start from card ID parameter validation. We can see that it should be a string with 24 characters length that can accept only letters and digits. We can try to hack this in at least two different ways. To provide a string with invalid length, or to provide a string with 24 symbols in length, but that doesn't exist in any of our spaces. To do so, I switch to Postman back and replace the last digit in our card ID path parameters with another one. Then I execute the request and see that it has failed. We see 404 not found error with the requested resource was not found message, as the response body and status codes that is OK for such type of check. If we replace the path parameters with string with the following value, invalid, we should see an error one more time. In this case, it will be 400 but request status code with response body with the following message, invalid ID. If you remember our previous lesson, this response is OK since the server doesn't know exactly how to process such an exceptional case. As API key and token are required path parameters, we should proceed with their testing. First, let's revert our changes in request to valid values and check that the response will be 200 status code with valid body. Now we can remove key query parameter and execute the request. You can see 401 unauthorized error with unauthorized card permission requested message that it is OK for this situation, since without API key we cannot access any trail resource. If we return API key query parameter, remove token parameter and execute the request one more time, our result should be the same as above. Now we can remove both key and token query parameters and execute the request one more time. You can see that the response is exactly as in our previous examples. This means that getSpecific card endpoint authorization validation works correctly. Our final check of authorization will be a try to access the card information with credentials from another user. To do so, I copy and paste API tokens and keys values from my other Trello account to the request query parameters. Then I execute the request one more time and see the same 401 error with unauthorized card permission message. This is correct behavior, but the status code may be changed to 403 message like the following. Current user cannot access this card's information. Finally, we will check field query parameter for correct exception case handling. To do so, I will replace its current value with invalid string and execute the request one more time. You can see that the response status code is 200, while only card ID is returned in the response body. It looks like this case is not covered by the requirements to the API, but it may be a potential defect from the front-end perspective of view. So, if it was the case from real life, such a behavior should be fixed by developers of the endpoint. The issue is that 400 status code matches better for such an exceptional case as in our example. Please note that all the requirements for the home task are fulfilled. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to observe the solution for our getSpecific card request in Trello validation home task with me. Thank you for your attention. See you in our next lesson. Hello guys. Nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will discuss HTTP post method in more details in comparison with our previous lessons. Here is our agenda for today. Today we will learn the following. What is post method? When is post method needed? Why is post method needed? What are the main features of post method? As you remember, we have already had a brief overview of HTTP post method in one of our previous lessons. In this lecture, we will discuss it in more details with different examples of its usage in web applications. It is important to understand how this method works on high level to see the correct way of its testing and not do any redundant work. Let's start from remembering of what a post method is. It is such an HTTP method that is used to create data on the server. If we talk about CRUD operations, HTTP post method correlates with create operation. Another point to keep in mind when talking about post method is that requests using the HTTP post method should only create data on the server. The type of the body in the post request is defined in content type header. Moreover, post request is not an idempotent method. This means that multiple execution of the same post request may change the server state for a few times in a row. So, if we talk about RESTful web services, we should understand that post method may have a body and should create a resource on the server side. It is also important to understand when POST method is needed and why it is invented. The HTTP POST request method is used to create a resource on the server. The POST method should definitely change the state of the server after generating the new resource. You will mainly need this method when you want to add new data for your application and then access the data via the specific URL. Additionally, you need the POST request method when you submit web forms in your application. For instance, you may fill the form with your personal details, such as first name, last name, and age during the registration flow on the new website. Nevertheless, there is a high probability that you will not be able to sign up for the specific website using the same information for a few times in a row. Finally, POST request should be used when you do not want the browser to save your information that was sent to the server. This can be achieved since POST requests are never cached, do not remain in the browser history, and do not have any restrictions on the data to be sent to the server. For example, you cannot save the information regarding your registration on the website as a bookmark in your browser that makes the request non-cacheable. This guarantees to you high security, since another person using your personal computer could not access the information you input during registration flow. Please note that the data can be sent via the POST method in a few different ways. The first one is to send it with the help of query parameters, while the second one is with the request body. Although most of the servers use request body, some of them, such as Trello API, use query parameters. So we will practice with them during the following video lessons. Let's consider everything discussed above on the examples from real life. First, let's understand the real-life case when HTTP method is needed. Let's consider the same sample that was used in our previous lessons regarding GetRequest method consideration with an online bookshop. Please imagine that you are satisfied with the quality of the service provided here, that you want to register and receive update from the bookseller. To do so, you will probably fill in registration form, where you will input your personal account details such as name, email, and password. When you click on Create Account button there, the HTTP POST request will be sent to the site server, which will contain all the information you input as a request body. It will save your information, and then you will be able to log in to the bookshop site just right after you input your email and password to the login form. Please also note that this information could not be accessed via the browser history. The next case we consider is addition of a book to your virtual cart. Let's imagine a case if you are a logged-in user who opened a book details page, liked its description, and wanted to order it. You will probably click on Add to Cart button to place this book in your virtual cart. In this case, a POST method should also be called. There is a high probability that the following details about the book, such as its unique ID, price, and title, will be sent in the request body to the server. After this, a new resource will be created, which will describe your virtual cart and may be accessed via some specific ID. After this, with the help of a GET endpoint, you may access this information when you click on Go to Cart button. Finally, let's take a look at a case when you finally placed an order. You will probably add a book to your cart, go to this cart, and click on some Place at Order button. After you input your shipping details, pay for the order, and confirm the most appropriate way of receiving the order for you, you'll be redirected to some order confirmation page. There, you will see some thank you message and unique identifier of the order. There is a high probability that you will have a chance to access your order details at your profile. Again, after you confirmed your order, a POST request was sent to the server about information that the order was paid, the delivery method, and the date of order placement. When you try to access the order's details at your personal page, a GET endpoint will be called, and the order's ID will be sent in pass parameters to access the information about your order. When you try to access the order's details at your personal page, a get endpoint will be called, and the order's ID will be sent in the pass parameters to access the information about your order. I hope that now it is more understandable for you that HTTP POST method is very useful for our web applications. First, it allows you to keep your data on the server side, such as in case when you placed a new order on the website. Second, it increases the application security, since your personal data such as username and password cannot be accessed via browser history, as in case of our registration flow, when this data was sent to its request body. Finally, HTTP POST method can write the information from our site to the server for a few times in a row, such as in the case when you can click on Add to Cart button for the same book for a few times in a row. Let's sum up what we did today. We considered what POST method is, investigated when POST method is needed, found out why POST method is needed, understood the main features of POST method. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to learn about HTTP POST method with me. This lesson will not have any practical task. During our next lesson, we will create our first post request in Trello in Postman. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson. Hello guys. Nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will execute our first post request in Postman. Here is our agenda for today. Today we will learn the following. How can we create a post request in Postman? How can we execute a post request in Postman? How does the post request response look like? How should we check post method work? In our previous lesson, we discussed everything connected with HTTP POST method and its main characteristics. Today we will discuss how to send a post request in Postman and check that the resource was successfully created. First, let's open API documentation of Trello. As you remember, post request is a relational operation on the server, so we should find an endpoint that will create a new board. To understand which HTTP request we should send, to create a new board in the specific user's workspace, let's find the needed request. To do so, I click on Filter by Keyword Input. Then I input the following text to the search input. Create a board. We will use the request with name Create a board. It will create a new board in the workspace that the user owns. To see the details of how the request should look like, I left-click on the needed request title. Now we are redirected to the detailed description of Create a Board endpoint of Trello. Right below the title of the endpoint, the relative URL with parameters is located. You can see that the request HTTP method should be POST. Also, you see there are no path parameters present in the request. Right below the request description, we can find Query Parameter section. You can see that two authorization query parameters, key and token, are marked as required amongst all the listed ones. The other required query parameter for this request is name. We will see a bit later how to pass the name value in two different ways for this request. If we scroll a bit down, we will see all the other parameters, such as default labels, default list, and desk as optional ones. For instance, desk parameter will define description of our board. If we scroll a bit down directly to example section, we may see how the request will look like in Carl. You can see that right below the example section, the response description is located. It says that the response JSON schema is not defined for our request, but the expected response status code should be 200. So, if our new board is successfully created, the response status code should be 200, not 201. That is a bit strange, since 201 status code is more appropriate for post-request success. As for now, we can just copy the request URL values from Carl example. Then I will hover on Trello collection name and click on three dots in the open view. In the drop-down, I will select Add Request option. A new request is created and opened automatically in a new tab. Then I should rename the created request to Create a Board. My following step will be to paste the copied URL from Trello API description to the URL input in created request. Then I change the request method from get, that is the default one for the new request in Postman, to post to let the method be executed correctly. After this, I switch to get board step in Postman and copy my credentials query parameter. Then I paste the copied values instead of the default ones located in the sample URL. Now we can see that only name variable should be changed to receive our successful response from Trello API. Let's set the value for this parameter as test board. Let's check how our request works with valid data. To do so, I click on Send button. We can see that the response status code is 200 and the new board information along with the input name is displayed there. Let's remember the names field value and switch to our Trello homepage. We can see that the new board is added with the same title as in the API response from Trello. This means that everything is set up correctly and works fine. Let's see how to check that the new board is created on the server if we do not have access to the UI part of our application. To do so, I open Get Board Request in Postman and execute it. I see that we have a list with two boards with name test and test board with ID that match the ID of the added board. This is the best way how to check that the new resource was created successfully. As you remember, we said that post request should contain the information about created resource inside their bodies, not in the request URL to increase its security. Please note that we also can pass the new board's name as a body parameter for this request. To do so, let's switch to Create a Board Request and remove the name parameter from the URL. Then I will open Body tab of the request setting and switch the radio button from none to raw value. Please make sure that the drop-down value located on the right of this radio button has JSON value. This option defines the format of the data sent in body and enables its formatting with the help of Postman's tools. I should write the following to send the name as a body parameter. Opening curly bracket, double quotes, name, double quotes, semicolon, double quotes, new, board, double quotes, closing curly bracket. Then I click on Send button. The response status code is 200 again, and the new board details are present in the body. If I switch to Get All Boards request and execute it, I will see that the third board is added for my Trello account. Please note that we tested the happy path of post method in Trello, while its validation was another topic. Let's sum up what we did today. We considered how we can create a post request in Postman. Investigated how we can execute a post request in Postman. Found out how post request response look like. Understood how should we check post responses correctly. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to learn about post request in Postman with me. The practical task for this lesson will be to execute post and new card request in Trello. You should do the following. Sign into Trello and open Trello API docs page. Find Create a new card request. Execute this request for your list. Pass card name and ID list fields into different ways. Check that card is added to list via API and UI. During our next lesson, we will learn about post method validation with the help of Postman. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson. Hello guys, nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will see the solution for the home task with post request in this video series. First, let's remember what our home task is. You should do the following. Sign into Trello and open Trello API docs page. Find, create a new card request. Execute this request for your list. Pass card name and ID list fields in two different ways. check that the card is added to list via API and UI. First, let's open Trello REST API documentation page as a logged in user. Our following step should be to open Filter by Keyword Search Input and type the following search request: create a new card. Then I left click on the first found item. You can see that this request doesn't have any path parameters, as well as our create a board request. You can see that the authorization key and token are required query parameters for this HTTP URL. If I scroll the page down, I can see that ID list is another required query parameter, which defines the list ID where the new card should be created. It should be an alphanumeric string, 24 symbols in length. Let's scroll the page a bit down, right to the example section. Then, let's copy the request URL value from the sample and open Postman application. Our following step is to hover on our Trello collection and left click on three dots. Then I select Add Request option in the open menu and rename the created request to Create a Card. My following step is to paste the copied request URL value to the respective input. After this, I change the request type from GET to POST with the help of this dropdown. Then I switch to the existing request in the Trello collection and copy API key and token query parameters values. Then I paste the URL part to create a card request. After this, I switch to Get Lists and execute this request. After successful response, I copy to-do list ID value and switch back to create a card request. I paste the copied value instead of ID list parameter value without curly brackets. Then I add name query parameter, which will define the name of our new card with value new card. If we don't set name field value, the card will be created with empty name. Finally, I click on Send button and see that successful response with new card's information is received. My following step is to copy the ID of my list and switch to Get Cards in the list request. I paste the list ID to the path parameters of the request. When I execute it, I see that my newly added card is displayed in this list with correct name and ID field values. Now, let's open our Trello's test board and take a look at the first list where we see the card with name we passed in the post request query parameters. Let's move all the information parameters, such as ID list and name, to body parameters for this request to verify the second way of the card creation. To do so, I first switch to header step and add a new header with name, content type, and value application JSON. Please note that this header lets the server to understand that the required information for it will be stored in the request body in JSON format. So, the response should be successful without any required parameter missing message. Now, I switch to body tab, remove ID list and name query parameters from the URL and select row radio button on body tab. Then I make sure that the drop-down's value located on the right to the input is JSON, and input the following value for the body text box. Opening curly bracket, double quote, ID list, double quote, semicolon, double quote, and paste my list ID as the value for it, comma, double quote, name, double quote, semicolon, double quote, one more card, double quote, closing curly brackets. If I execute the request, I will see 200 status code and response with name of our new card. Then I will switch to Get Cards in List request and execute it. I will see that the recently added card is displayed with correct ID and name values here. After this, I go to my board on Trello UI and see that the new card is added to the to-do list with correct name. Please note that all the requirements for the home task are fulfilled now. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to observe the solution for post request in Postman home task with me. Thank you for your attention. See you in our next lesson. Hello guys. Nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will see how a post request can be validated with the help of Postman. Here is our agenda for today. Today we will learn the following. How can we validate a post endpoint? What are status codes in post method validation? How to validate a post endpoint in Postman. How to check that new resource is not created via API. There are a few cases how we can try to validate post endpoints with the help of API testing in accordance to the examples that I provided. First, you can try to break the body parameters that should contain some specific information regarding the new resource to be created on the server. For example, you can try to use name parameter in invalid format for the new board you want to create. If you want to test your create a board endpoint, let's switch to Postman and see how it works in real life. To do so, I open create a board request in Trello collection and change the value of name parameter to 12345 integer. Then I execute the request and see that the response status code is 400 or bad request, while the response message is invalid value for name. In this case, error message and status code are very common for such a type of invalid body parameters validation. It was the first validation possible in such type of parameter validation. If I switch to get boards request and execute it, I will see that no new board is added, which is one of the ways of verifying that the new resource was not created via API. Finally, let's try to remove the name required parameters from the request body at all. Then, let's execute the request one more time, and see that the response body and status codes for the name as in the example we considered before. This is the correct behavior of the server. If I execute get boards request, I will see that no additional board is present apart from created in previous lessons. Let's return our board name to some valid value in create a new board request. The second case we consider is connected with unauthorized attempt to access someone else's personal data. Let's imagine a case when I have a few accounts in Trello and try to access the information from another one. To check how it works, I can switch to Postman back and input key and token values from my another Trello account. Now, if I execute the request, I will see the following response: 200 or success status code, and a new board in the response body message. In this case, this behavior is correct, since we do not access someone else's personal data, but only create a new board in the workspace for the user with the provided credentials. Let's roll back all the changes to this request for our following experiment. If the create board request contained any parameter specific for some specific user, such as his or her unique ID, the request would fail with 401 or 404 authorization errors. The third case is when we do not provide some data in our request at all. For instance, we will not provide some part of our authorization credentials, such as API key, token, or not provide both of them at all. Let's switch to Postman back and remove key query parameter from the request URL completely. If I execute the request, I will see that the same 401 unauthorized error with invalid key error message is displayed. This is very correct behavior of the application in such a case, and means that we cannot access personal information if you want only authorization key of a specific user. Please note that the error message is very informative. If I execute get boards request, I will see that no additional board apart from our two is not present there. Let's return API key back to URL parameters and remove API token from them in our create a board request. If I execute this request, I will see 401 error and unauthorized card permission requested response message. When I switch to get boards request and execute it, I see that the number of boards is still 2. Let's remove the key from the URL and create a board request. So the authorization parameter will be missing at all. When I execute the request, the response status code is 401, while the error message is invalid key error. If I return back to get board's request and execute it, I see that no new board is created for our account. This means that authorization is properly set up for this endpoint. Please note that these were just the main options of how the post endpoints can be validated, and we didn't consider all the possible combinations for all the possible query parameters of the create-a-board endpoint. But all these methods are valid for different projects and API testing that you may face with in real life. Let's sum up what we did today. We investigated how we can validate a post endpoint, found out common status codes for post method validation, understood how a post endpoint can be validated in Postman, observed possible ways of check that new resource was not created. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to learn about post methods validation in Postman with me. The practical task for this lesson will be to validate post a new card request in Trello. You should do the following. Execute, create a new card request with valid data. See that the response status code and body are valid. Validate ID list parameter with invalid format and value. Do not provide ID list parameter at all. Validate unauthorized permission attempt. Validate key and token query parameters. During our next lesson, we will learn more about put methods in REST applications. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson. Hello guys. Nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will see the solution for the home task with the validation of post a new card request in Trello in this video series. First, let's remember what our home task is. You should do the following. Execute create a new card request with valid data. See that the response status code and body are valid. Validate ID list query parameter with invalid format and value. Do not provide ID list query parameter at all. Validate unauthorized permission attempt. And validate key and token query parameters. Let's jump directly to the home task solution and switch to Postman application. First, you can try to break the body parameters. They should contain some specific information regarding the new resource to be created on the server. For example, you can try to use ID of some list that doesn't exist in your workspace if you want to test your create a new card endpoint. I open create a new card request in Trello collection and change the last digit of our valid ID list parameter to another one. Then I execute the request and see that the response status code is 404, that means not found. Please note that the response message is could not find the board that the card belongs to. Let's switch to Trello's REST API documentation and open create a new card endpoint description. You can see that the pattern for ID string is a combination of any digits and letters from A to F in any cases. Not to consider all the possible variations of this parameter validation, let's just change ID value to some shorter one. To do so, I switch to Postman and replace ID value with invalid string. If I execute the request, the response status code will be 400 or bad request, and the error message will be invalid value for ID list. Such status code is very common for this validation, since the server doesn't know exactly what went wrong with your data input and how to handle the situation. So, there is no more appropriate status code from 400's family. Finally, let's try to remove the ID list required parameter from the request body at all. Then let's execute the request one more time and see that the response body and status codes are the same as in the example we considered before. This is the correct behavior of the server. Let's return our list ID to some valid value. Let's imagine a case when I have a few accounts in Trello and try to access the information from another one. To check how it works, I input key and token values from my another Trello account. Now if I execute the request, I will see the following response: 401, unauthorized status code, and unauthorized card permission requested, error message. In this case, there can be 403 access not allowed response status code provided in it. Since I am trying to access the existing board by ID with authorization credentials, they are not allowed to view the data. Nevertheless, it is not a serious defect, and it is great that I cannot perform such an operation with some prohibited credentials, which means no breach in this part of application security. If I try to execute get cards in a list request for my list, I will see that no additional card is added to the list in comparison with our previous lesson. This just supports the idea of correct behavior of the create card endpoint in the authorization files. Let's roll back all the changes to this request for our following experiments. Now let's check how the endpoint behaves if you do not provide some part of the authorization credentials, such as API key, token, or provide both of them at all. Let's remove key parameter from the request URL completely. If I execute the request, I will see the same 401 unauthorized error with invalid key error message. This is very correct behavior of the application in such a case, and means that we cannot access personal information if we own only authorization key of a specific user. If I execute get cards in a list request, I will see that no new card is present in the response. Let's return API key back to the URL parameters and remove API token from them. If I execute the request, I will see 401 error and unauthorized card permission request as response message. If I execute get cards in list request, I will see that the new card is not added to our list. Let's remove the key from the create a card request URL, so the authorization parameters will be missing at all. When I execute the request, the response status code is 401, while the error message is invalid key error. This means that the authorization is set up properly for this endpoint. When I switch to get cards request and click send, I see that no additional card is present in the response. Please note that all the requirements for this home task are fulfilled. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to observe the solution for our post a new card request and trial validation home task with me. Thank you for your attention. See you in our new lesson. Hello guys, nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will discuss HTTP put method in more details in comparison with our previous lessons. Here is our agenda for today. Today we will learn the following. What is put method? When is put method needed? Why is put method needed? What are the main features of put method? As you remember, we have already had a brief overview of HTTP put method in one of our previous lessons. In this lecture, we will discuss it in more details with different examples of its usage in web applications. It is important to understand how this method works on high level, to see the correct way of its testing and not do any redundant work. Let's start from remembering of what a put method is. It is such an HTTP method that is used to modify information regarding the existing entity on the server. If we talk about CRUD operations, HTTP put method correlates with update operation. Another point to keep in mind when talking about put method is that requests using HTTP put should have request body. The type of the body in the put request is defined in content type header. Moreover, put request is an idempotent method. This means that multiple execution of the same put request may have the same impact on the server state for a few times in a row. So, if we talk about RESTful web services, we should understand that put method should have a body and should update the resource on the server side. It is also needed to understand when put method is needed and why it was invented. The HTTP put request method is used to update a resource on the server. The result of put method execution will be either visible or not visible update of the resource on the server side. You may mainly need this method when you want to modify the data for your application and then access the updated data via some specific URL. Additionally, you need the put request method when you submit web forms for your application. For instance, you may fill the form with your account details, such as first name, last name, and email during the update flow on the website you use. Moreover, you could easily update the same information for you for a few times in a row, and even with the same information. Finally, put requests are not saved in the browser history if you do not provide the updated data as URL parameters. Please note that the put response may be cached. This is needed since this type of HTTP request is idempotent. So if you execute the same request for a few times in a row, there will be no actual changes on the server side for the second time. This means that caching is needed here to prevent the second actual call to the server, not to ping it just for fun. Please note that the data can be sent via the HTTP put method in a few different ways. The first one is to send it with the help of query parameters, while the second one is the request body. Sending the data via request body is more secure, since it's not saved in the browser. Let's consider everything discussed above on the examples from real life. First, let's understand the real-life case when HTTP put method is needed. Let's consider the same sample that was used in our previous lessons regarding get and post request methods consideration with an online bookshop. You can imagine that you added one book you liked to your cart. Then you may want to buy the same book for one of your friends. One of the ways to increase the number of the same books in your cart is to open your virtual cart and click on Increase Count button, usually looking like plus sign. In case when you increase the book count in your cart, the put request with the updated count of books will be sent to the server to modify the state of your cart. In this case, there will be no need to cache the response for the cart update, since the click on Increase button will have different impact on the server each time you click on it. Hence, put request may be needed in online shop if you want to change the count of some good in your virtual cart. The next case we consider is password update for your account. Let's imagine that during the registration process you provided some password, but then you forgot it. Now when you try to log in, you should just reset the password via some reset password button. After you reset the password, some confirmation letter comes to your email, and you should click on Reset Password link. After this you probably see Reset Password form with password input and Repeat New Password button. When you submit this form with some valid data, the put request with modified password will be sent to the server. So we may use put request when you want to update some personal data on the website, such as password, etc. Finally, let's take a look at a case when you read the book and place a review regarding it on the website. Then after reading your command for a few times, you may notice some typo inside it or change your opinion regarding the book. In this case, you may want to update it with the help of some update your command form. When you fill it in and click on Update button, the new book review will be displayed instead of the previous one. You can notice that put request with updated command information will be saved to the server. As a result, you can use HTTP put request for web applications when you want to update some public information, such as good review, that is visible for other users of the website. I hope that now it is more understandable for you that HTTP put method is very useful for our web applications. First, it allows you to update your virtual cart when you shop online, so your order will be up to date when you proceed to checkout. Second, it helps you to modify your personal information on the website you use, such as in case with the password reset if you forget it. Finally, HTTP put method can be used to update some public information that you created about yourself on the website, or as in our example with book review, with the help of update command form. I can conclude that HTTP put method is an integral part of each modern web application, so it is really important to understand why and where it is used for its correct testing approach. Let's sum up what we did today. We considered what put method is, investigated when put method is needed, found out why put method is needed, understood the main features of put method. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to learn about HTTP put method with me. This lesson will not have any practical task. During our next lesson we will create our first put request in Trello in Postman. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
Hello guys, nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will execute our first put request in Postman. Here is our agenda for today. Today we'll learn the following. How can we create a put request in Postman? How can we execute a put request in Postman? How does the put request response look like? How should we check put method correctness? In our previous lesson, we discussed everything connected with HTTP put method and its main characteristics. Today we will discuss how to send put request in Postman and check the resource was successfully updated. First, let's open API documentation of Trello. As you remember, put request is an updating operation on the server, so we should find an endpoint that will update an existing board. To understand which HTTP request we should use to update the board in the specific user's workspace, let's find the needed request. To do so, I click on Filter by Keyword Input. Then I input the following text to the search input: Update a board. We will use the request with the name Update a board. It will update an existing board by its unique identifier. To see the details of how the request should look like, I left-click on the found request title. Now we are redirected to the detailed description of Update a board endpoint in Trello. Right below the title of the endpoint, the relative URL with ID path parameter is located. You can see that the request HTTP method should be put. You see that ID path parameter is marked as required for this request. Right below the request description, we can find query parameters section. You can see the two authorization query parameters, such as key and token, are marked as requires among the listed ones. All the remaining query parameters for this request are optional. The most visible part of a Trello's board is name, so we will update this parameter via put request. We will see a bit later in this lesson how we can pass the name's value into different ways. If we scroll down directly to the example section, we may see how the request will look like in Carol. You can see that right below the example section, the response description is located. It says that the response JSON schema is not defined for our request, but the expected response status code should be 200. So if our new board is successfully updated, the response status code is 200, not 204. That is a bit strange, since 204 status code is very common for put request execution. As for now, we can just copy the request URL values for Carol example. Then I will hover on the Trello collection name and click on three dots in the open view. In the open drop-down, I will select Add Request option. Then I should rename the created request to Update a board. Then I will paste the copied URL from Trello API description to the URL input field of the created request. Then I change the request method from get, that is the default one for new request in Postman, to put, to let the method be executed correctly. After this, I switch to get board step in Postman and copy my credentials query parameter. Then I paste the copied values instead of the default ones located in the sample URL. Let's switch to get board request and execute it. Then I will copy the first board's ID field value and paste it instead of the ID parameter in our updated board request. After this, I add name query parameter for the request and add value as name updated for it. Let's check how our request works with valid data. To do so, I click on Send button, and we can see that the response status code is 200, and the updated board information along with the input name is displayed there. Let's remember the name's field value and switch to our Trello homepage. We can see that the old board's name is updated, with the same title as in the API response from Trello. Let's see how to check that the new board is updated on the server side, if we do not have access to the UI part of our application. To do so, I open get board request in Postman and execute it. I see that we have a list with 2 boards. One of the board's ID matches with the ID of the updated board, while its name is name updated. This is the best way how to check that the new resource was updated successfully. As you remember, we said that pull request should contain the information about the updated resource inside their bodies, not in the request URL, to increase the application security. Please note that we also can pass the new board's name as a body parameter for this request. To do so, let's switch to update the board request and remove the name parameter from the URL. I should switch to header step and add header with key, content type, and value application JSON. This header will let the server to understand that we are trying to send the body with JSON content type to the server, so it will look at it when parsing the post request. There are a lot of different content types such as XML, zip, etc., but in our case JSON is the most lightweight and can easily be accepted by the server. Then I will open body tab of the request settings and switch the radio button from none to raw value. Please make sure that the drop-down value located on the right to these radio buttons has JSON value. This option defines the format of the data sent in the body and enables its formatting with the help of Postman's tools. I should write the following to send name as the body parameter. Opening curly bracket, opening double quote, name, closing double quote, semicolon, double quote, my, white space, board, double quote, closing curly bracket. If we execute the request this time, the response status code is 200 again, and the updated board details is present in the body. If I switch to get all boards request and execute it, I will see that the updated board name with valid ID is displayed there. Please note that we tested only the happy parts of put method in Trello today. Let's sum up what we did today. We considered how we can create a put request in Postman, investigated how we can execute a put request in Postman, found out how put request response look like, understood how should we check put responses correctly. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to learn about put request in Postman with me. The practical task for this lesson will be to execute put a card request in Trello. You should do the following. Sign into Trello and open Trello API docs page. Find update a card request. Execute this request for your test card. Pass card updated name field in 2 different ways. Check that card is updated via API and UI. During our next lesson we will learn about put method validation with the help of Postman. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson. Hello guys. Nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will see the solution for the home task with put request in this video series. First, let's remember what our home task is. You should do the following. Sign into Trello and open Trello API docs page. Find update a card request. Execute this request for your test card. Pass card updated name field in 2 different ways. Check that the card is updated via API and UI. First, let's open Trello's REST API documentation page as a logged in user. Your following step should be to open filter by keyword search input and type the following search request. Update a card. Then, I left click on the first found item. You can see that this request has ID path parameter as well as our update board request. You can see that authorization key and token are required query parameters of this HTTP URL. If I scroll the page down, I can see that all the remaining query parameters are optional. Nevertheless, the name query parameter will be used in this request to make a change in the card's title. Let's scroll the page a bit down, right to the example section. Then let's copy request URL value from the sample and open Postman application. Our following step is to hover on our Trello collection and left-click on three dots. Then I select Add Request option in the open menu and rename the created request to Update a Card. My following step is to paste the copied request URL value to the respective input. After this, I change the request type from GET to PUT with the help of this drop-down. Then I switch to the existing request in the Trello collection and copy API key and token query parameters value and paste the URL part to update a card request. Then I switch to Get Cards in List and execute this request. After successful response, I copy the first card ID value and switch back to Update a Card request. I paste the copied value instead of ID parameter value without curly brackets. Then I add name query parameter, which will define the name of our existing card with the value card name updated. If we do not set name field value, the card information will not be updated at all. Finally, I click on Send button and see that the successful response with the updated card's information is received. My following step is to switch to Get Cards in a List request. When I execute it, I see that my updated card is displayed in this list with updated name and old ID fields values. Now, let's open our Trello test board and take a look at the first list, where we will see the card with name we passed in the put request query parameters. Let's move all the informational parameters such as name to body parameters for this request to verify the second way of the card update. To do so, I first switch to Headers tab and add a new header with name content type and value application JSON. Please note that this header lets the server to understand that the required information for it will be stored in the request body in JSON format. So, the response should be successful without any required parameter missing message. Now I switch to Body tab, remove the name query parameter from the URL, and select Row Radio button on Body tab. Then I make sure that the drop-down's value located on the right to the input is JSON, and input the following value for the body text box. Opening curly brackets, double quotes, name, double quotes, semicolon, double quotes, test, whitespace, card, whitespace, name, whitespace, updated, double quotes, closing curly brackets. If I execute the request, I will see 200 status code and response with name of our new card. Then I will switch to Get Cards in List request and execute it. I will see that the recently updated card is displayed with correct ID and name values here. After this, I go to my board on Trello UI and see that the updated card is displayed in the to-do list with correct name. Please note that all the requirements for the home task are fulfilled now. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to observe the solution for put request in Postman home task with me. Thank you for your attention. See you in our next lesson. Hello guys. Nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will see how put requests can be validated with the help of Postman. Here is our agenda for today. Today we will learn the following. How can I validate a put endpoint? What are status codes in put method validations? How to validate a put endpoint in Postman? How to check that the new resource is not created via API. There are a few cases how we can try to validate put endpoints with the help of API testing in accordance to the examples I provided. First, you can try to break the path parameters that should contain some specific information regarding the resource to be updated on the server. For example, you can try to use ID parameter in invalid format for the board you want to update. If you want to test your update a board endpoint, let's switch to Postman and see how it works in real life. Then we can try to replace the last digit for the ID path parameter in our update a board request to another one and execute the request. We can see 404 resource not found status code with the following error message: the requested resource was not found. This is correct, since we tried to update a resource that doesn't exist. As you remember, 404 status code is displayed when the client provides invalid resource identifier and it cannot be found on the server. It was the first validation possible in such type of parameter validation. If I switch to get board request and execute it, I will see that the old name for all the boards exists, which is one of the ways of verifying that the no resource was updated via API. Now let's change the value of ID parameter to invalid. Then I execute the request and see that the response status code is 400 or bad request, while the response message is invalid ID. In this case, error message and status code are very common for such type of invalid format for path parameter validation. If I open getBoards request and execute it, I see that the old names are displayed for all the existing boards here. Finally, let's try to remove the ID required parameter from the request path parameters at all. Then let's execute the request one more time and see that the response status code is 404 or not found, while the error message says that the push request cannot be executed. This is correct behavior of the server, since it doesn't know which resource it should update. If I execute getBoards request, I will see that no updates for existing boards are present. Let's return our board name to some valid value in updateBoard request. The second case we consider is connected with unauthorized attempt to access someone else's personal data. Let's imagine a case when I have a few accounts in Trello and try to update the information from another one. To check how it works, I can switch to Postman back and input key and token values from my another Trello account. Now, if I execute the request, I will see the following response: 401 unauthorized status code with unauthorized permission requested error message. Although the error status family is selected correctly by the server, 403 error should be more appropriate in this case, because we are authorized to the server, but the provided credentials are not enough to access the data we want to. If I switch to getBoards request and execute it, I will see that no updates are present amongst the existing boards. The third case we consider is when we do not provide some data in our request at all. For instance, we will not provide some part of our authorization credentials, such as API key, token, or not provide both of them at all. Let's switch to Postman back and remove key query parameter from the request URL completely. If I execute the request, I will see the same 401 unauthorized error with invalid key error message in. This is very correct behavior of the application in such a case and means that we cannot access personal information if we own only authorization key of a specific user. If I execute getBoards request, I will see that no updates are present there. Let's return API key back to URL parameters and remove API token from them in our createBoard request. If I execute the request, I will see 401 error and unauthorized permission requested response message. When I switch to getBoards request and execute it, I see that there are no updates again. Let's remove the key from the URL in request, so the authorization parameters will be missing at all. When I execute the request, the response status code is 401, while the error message is invalid key error. If I return back to getBoards request and execute it, I will see no updates are present in our account. This means that authorization is properly set up for this endpoint. Please note that these were just the main options of how the put endpoints can be validated, and we didn't consider all the possible combinations for all the possible query parameters of the updated board endpoint. But all these methods are valid for different projects and API testing that you may face with in real life. Let's sum up what we did today. We investigated how we can validate a put endpoint. Found out the common status code for put methods validation. Understood how a put endpoint can be validated in Postman. Observed possible waves of checks that the new resource was not created. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to learn about put methods validation in Postman with me. The practical task for this lesson will be to validate put a card request in Trello. You should do the following. Execute update a card request with valid data. See that the response status code and body are valid. Validate ID path parameter with invalid format and value. Do not provide ID path parameter at all. Validate unauthorized permission attempt. Validate key and token query parameters. During our next lesson, we will learn about delete method in REST applications. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson. Hello guys. Nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will see the solution for the home task with validation of put request in Trello in this video series. First, let's remember what our home task is. You should do the following. Execute update a card request with valid data. See that the response status code and body are valid. Validate ID path parameter with invalid format and value. Do not provide ID path parameter at all. Validate unauthorized permission attempt. Validate key and token query parameters. Let's jump directly to the home task solution and switch to Postman application. First, you can try to break the path parameters that should contain the card ID to be updated on the server. For example, you can try to use ID of some list that doesn't exist in your workspace if you want to test your update a card endpoint. Let's switch to Postman and see how it works in real life. To do so, I open update a card request in Trello collection and change the last digit of our valid ID path parameter to another one. Then I execute the request and see that the response status code is 404, that means not found. Please note the response message is the requested resource was not found. Let's switch to Trello REST API documentation and open update a card endpoint description. You can see that the pattern for ID string is a combination of any digit and letter from A to F in any cases. Not to consider all the possible variations of the parameter validation, let's just change the ID value to some shorter one. To do so, I switch to Postman and replace ID value with invalid string. If I execute the request, the response status code will be 400 or bad request, and the error message will be invalid ID. Such a status code is very common for this validation, since the server doesn't know exactly what went wrong with your data input and how to handle the situation, so there is no more appropriate status code from the 400 family. Finally, let's try to remove the ID required path parameter from the response at all. Then let's execute the request one more time and see that the response body and status codes are the same as in the example we considered before. If I switch to get cards in list request and execute it, I will see that all the cards have the same data as we had before executing the request. This is the correct behavior of the server. Let's return our card ID to some valid value. Let's imagine a case when I have a few accounts in Trello and try to access the information from another one. To check how it works, I input key and token values from my another Trello account. Now if I execute the request, I will see the following response. 401, unauthorized status code, and unauthorized card permission requested error message. In this case, there can be 403 access not allowed status code provided in the response, since I'm trying to access the existing card by ID with authorization credentials that are not allowed to use this data. Nevertheless, it is not a serious defect, and it is great that I can perform such an operation with some prohibited credentials, which means no breach in this part of application security. If I try to execute get cards in a list request for my list, I will see that no card information is changed in my list in comparison with our previous lesson. This just supports the idea of correct behavior of our update a card endpoint in the authorization fails. Let's roll back all the changes to this request for our following experiments. Now let's check how the endpoint behaves if we do not provide some part of our authorization credentials, such as API key, token, or not provide both of them at all. Let's switch to Postman back and remove keep query parameter from the request URL completely. If I execute the request, I will see that the same 401 unauthorized error with invalid key error message in. This is very correct behavior of the application in such a case and means that we cannot access personal information if we own only authorization key of a specific user. If I execute get cards in list request, I will see that no updated card is present in the response. Let's return API key back to URL parameters and remove API token from them. If I execute the request, I will see 401 error and unauthorized card permission requested response message. If I execute get cards in list request, I will see that no updates are present in our list. Let's remove the key from the update a card request URL, so the authorization parameters will be missing at all. When I execute the request, the response status code is 401, while the error message is invalid key error. This means that authorization is properly set up for this endpoint. When I switch to get cards request and send it, I see that no information is changed in the response. Please note that all the requirements for the home task are fulfilled. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to observe the solution of our put a card request in Trello validation home task with me. Thank you for your attention. See you in our next lesson.
Hello guys, nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will discuss HTTP delete method in more details in comparison with our previous lessons. Here is our agenda for today. Today we will learn the following. What is delete method? When is delete method needed? Why is delete method needed? What are the main features of delete method? As you remember, we have already had a brief overview of HTTP delete method in one of our previous lessons. In this lecture, we will discuss it in more details in different examples of its usage in web applications. It is important to understand how this method works on high level to see the correct way of its testing approach. Let's start from remembering of what a delete method is. It is such an HTTP method that is used to remove the data from the server. If we talk about CRUD operations, this method correlates with delete operation. Another point to keep in mind when talking about delete methods is that requests using this method should only get rid of data on the server. Moreover, this method cannot enclose data in the body of a delete message and should not have any other effect on data on the server. So, if we talk about RESTful web services, we should understand that delete method should not have a body and should remove some resource on the server side. It is also important to understand when delete method is needed and why it was invented. The HTTP delete request method is used to remove a resource from the server. The delete request should only delete data. The server must not change some specific resource. Nevertheless, if it is needed, you can send any HTTP headers with your delete request. For example, you can set user authentication data in the authorization header, such as API authorization token. Additionally, you can send browser cookies in the cookie header to see, for example, if the user that removes the data from the server is already logged in or not. For instance, if the session for the specific user already exists, you should not log in the user one more time, and your request will be proceed faster. Finally, the delete method is defined as idempotent, which means that sending the same HTTP delete request multiple times in a row will have the same effect on the server and will not additionally affect the state or cause additional side effects. Please note that this method is non-cacheable. The major limitations that delete method has is that it is prohibited to send any data to the server with the help of this method. This means that you are not allowed to add request body when you apply this method. Nevertheless, if you need to send data to the server, for example not to update the resource but to filter some data to remove, you may use URL parameters for this purpose. Let's consider everything discussed above on the examples from real life. First, let's understand the real-life case when HTTP delete method is needed. Let's continue working with an online bookshop we discussed in our previous lessons with other HTTP method we described. You can imagine that you have added some book from this shop to your basket by mistake. As well as in a supermarket, you can just remove the added good from your basket and place it where it was before you took it. In this case, you may click on Remove from Basket button. Click on the button will be hopefully trigger a delete request to the server side, which will clear your basket. After this, you will see an empty basket, and all the books will become available for sale again. The next case we consider is that we are interested in deletion of our account in the bookshop. You may want to remove all your personal information from the website if you don't need to have an account there at all. For instance, you may be not interested in its production anymore. You probably will go to your personal account page and search for some Delete My Account button. When you click on this button, an HTTP delete request will be sent to the backend of your application, and your user ID will be passed as a query or pass parameter in the URL. After you delete your account, your personal data will not be stored on the server anymore and cannot be assigned by unique identifier by the remaining endpoints. Finally, let's take a look at a case if you posted some review regarding the book you recently bought, but then decided that you don't want to share your personal opinion about it. In this case, you may want to remove the comment you left for this book. To do so, you will probably first click on Edit Comment button, and then, in the open form, you will probably find a delete button. After you click on it, a delete request will be sent from the frontend to the server with your ID of the resource provided in the URL parameters. After this, you will not see your comment on the book details page, and the data about it will be removed from the server at all. I hope that now it is more understandable for you that HTTP delete method is very useful for our web applications. First, it allows to keep your virtual basket up to date with your current desires. For instance, you may want to clear it and start your online shopping from scratch. Second, it helps you to manage your personal data on most of the websites, since one day you may want to remove all the information about yourself from some online service completely. Third, this method can remove some information added by mistake by any user, as in the case when we wanted to remove the comment regarding the book that doesn't match the general purpose of the book or another good. Let's sum up what we did today. Today we considered what delete method is, investigated when delete method is needed, found out why delete method is needed, understood the main features of delete method. This is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to learn about HTTP delete method with me. This lesson will not have any practical task. During our next lesson, we will create our first delete request to Trello in Postman. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson. Hello guys. Nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will execute our first delete request in Postman. Here is our agenda for today. Today we will learn the following. How can we create a delete request in Postman? How should we execute a delete request? How does the delete response look like? How do delete requests look like? In our previous lesson, we discussed everything connected with HTTP delete method and their characteristics. Today we will discuss how to send delete request in Postman. First, let's open API documentation of Trello. To understand which HTTP request we should send to remove a board, first let's find the needed one. To do so, I click on Filter by Keyword Input located on the left of my screen. Then I input the following text to the search input. Delete a board. We will use the request with name delete a board. It will remove the board we want by its ID. To see the details of how the request should look like, I left-click on the needed request title. Now we are redirected to the detailed description of the delete board endpoint of Trello. Right below the title of the endpoint, the relative URL with parameters is located. You can see that the request HTTP method should be deleted. Also, you see that ID variable is surrounded with curly brackets. That means that the value of this parameter could be changed. Right below the description of the endpoint, you can see section with title path parameters. The only path parameter this request has is ID. Its description says that the parameter should have string type. Moreover, according to the parameter syntax, it should be minimum 24 characters in length and consist of digits or alphabetic letters. It represents the unique identifier of our board. Right below path parameters, we can find query parameters section. You can see that two query parameters, key and token, are marked as required. If you scroll down a bit more, we will see example section is available for view here. The default example you will see is Carol. You can see that right below the example section, the response description is located. You can see that JSON schema is not defined for this request, but the successful response status code should be 200. Please note that 204 status code is used more often and returns no content for us for HTTP delete requests. As for now, we can just copy the URL values for Carol example. Then I will open Postman application, hover on the collection on the left part of my screen, and click on three dots in the open view. In the open drop-down, I will select the request option. Then I should rename the created request to delete a board. My following step will be to paste the copied URL from Trello API description to the URL input field of the created request. After this, I change the getRequest method to delete as it described in the API documentation of Trello. I can switch to another existing request and copy API key and token URL parameters for this request. Then I switch back to my newly created request and paste the copied values instead of the default one for this request. Now we can see that only ID variable should be changed to receive our first successful response from Trello API for the delete method. To get the ID of the board I want to remove, I should open the getBoards request and execute it. Then I copy any board ID and switch to delete board request back. After this, I paste it instead of ID path parameter without curly brackets. Let's check how our request works with valid data. To do so, I click on Send button. We can see that the response status code for this request is 200, while the body message is a bit strange. Nevertheless, as the response JSON schema is not defined in the official Trello documentation, we can accept it as it is and move on. If I open the homepage of Trello as a logged-in user, I can see that my board was removed from the list of all boards and cannot be accessed anymore from UI. If I switch to Postman back, open getBoards request and execute it, I will see that the board, which ID we provided in our request URL, is not present in the list of all boards. I can say that it is a good way to check that the resource was removed from the server completely. It is much faster than going to frontend as a logged-in user and verify that the board which we wanted to be removed is not present there anymore. Another way that we can refer to check that the board is removed is to try to access it by direct URL. To do so, I can switch to getAboard request and paste the board ID we just removed. When I click on Send button, I see that the response status code is 404, while the error message says that the requested resource cannot be found. It is expected behavior in such a case, since the board already doesn't exist on the server physically. As a result, its information cannot be accessed by the specific URL. Let's sum up what we did today. We considered how we can create a delete request in Postman. Investigated how we can execute a delete request in Postman. Found out how delete method's response look like. Understood how delete requests look like. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to learn about delete request with me. The practical task for this lesson will be to execute the following delete a card request in Trello. You should do the following. Sign into Trello, open Trello API docs page, find delete a card request, execute this request for your test board. Verify that the card was deleted via API and UI. During our next lesson, we will learn about delete methods validation. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson. Hello guys! Nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will see the solution for the home task with delete request in this video series. First, let's remember what our home task is. You should do the following. Sign into Trello, open Trello API docs page, find delete a card request, execute this request for your test board. Verify that the card was deleted via API and UI. First, let's open Trello's REST API documentation page as a logged-in user. Our following step should be to open filter by keyword search input and type the following search request: delete a card. Then I left click on the first found item. You can see that the expected method for this request should be delete, while the only required path parameter that the request has is ID. Please note that this ID represents the unique identifier of the card you want to remove. You can see that the authorization key and token are required query parameters of this HTTP URL. Let's scroll the page a bit down right to the example section. Please note that right below the happy path of the request execution is described. It says that JSON schema is not defined for this case, while the expected success status code is 200. Please note that 204 status code or no content is used usually instead of this one. Now let's copy the request URL value from our sample and open Postman application. Our following step is to hover on our Trello collection and left click on three dots. Then I select Add Request option in the open menu and rename the created request to delete a card. My following step is to paste the copied request URL value to the respective input. After this, I change the request type from get to delete with the help of this drop-down. Then I switch to the existing request and Trello collection and copy API key and token query parameters values and paste the URL part to delete a card request. Then I switch to get cards and execute this request. After the successful response, I copy the first card ID value and switch back to the delete a card request. I paste the copied value instead of ID parameter value without any curly brackets. I click on send button and see the successful response is received. Please note that some limits JSON object come from the server, but as JSON schema is not defined for this delete request, we will not pay attention to such a strange behavior. My following step is to switch to get cards in list request and execute it. You can see that the card we removed is not present in the response from the server. If we switch to Trello's UI and open our test board, we will see that to-do list doesn't contain the removed card physically also. Please return back to Postman application and switch to get specific card request. Then please paste the removed card ID as the URL parameter and execute this request. You can see that the response status code is 404 or not found. That is correct for this situation. The response message is the requested resource was not found. This means that the resource was removed completely from our server and cannot be accessed via direct URL anymore. This is correct behavior of the server, so we can say that the delete a card endpoint of Trello works correctly if we talk about happy path. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to observe the solution for delete request in Postman home task with me. Thank you for your attention. See you in our next lesson. Hello guys! Nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will see how delete requests can be validated with the help of Postman. Here is our agenda for today. Today we will learn the following. How can we validate a delete endpoint? What are common status code for delete methods validation? How to validate a delete endpoint in Postman? How to check that the resource was not deleted? There are a few cases how we can try to validate delete endpoints with the help of API testing in accordance to the examples that I provided. First, you can try to break the path parameters that should remove some specific resource located on the server. For example, you can try to delete some board with ID that doesn't exist in your workspace if you want to test your delete board endpoint. Let's switch to Postman and see how it works in real life. To do so, I open delete board request in Trello collection and change the last digit in our valid board ID to another one. Then I execute the request and see that the response status code is 404, that means not found. Please note that the response message is the requested resource was not found. In this case, error message and status codes are very common for such a type of invalid parameter validation. Nevertheless, I can say that it was just the first validation possible in such type of parameter validation. If I switch to get boards request and execute it, I will see that all the boards are on the same place in our workspace. Let's switch to Trello REST API documentation and open delete board endpoint description. We can see that the pattern for ID string is a combination of any digits and letters from A to F in any cases. Not to consider all the possible variations of the path parameter validation, let's just change the ID value to some shorter one. To do so, I switch to Postman and replace ID value with invalid string. If I execute the request, the response status code will be 400 or bad request, and the response message will be invalid ID. Such a status code is very common for this validation, since the server doesn't know exactly what went wrong with your data input and how to handle this situation. So, there is no more appropriate status code from 400 family. Let's switch to get board request and execute it. We can see that no resource was removed during the operation. Let's switch back to delete board request and return our board ID to some valid value. The second case we consider is connected with unauthorized attempt to access someone else's personal data. Let's imagine a case when I have a few accounts in Trello and try to remove the information from another one. To check how it works, I can switch to Postman and input key and token values from my another Trello account. Now, if I execute the request, I will see the following response: 401 unauthorized status code and unauthorized permission requested error message. In this case, there can be 403 access not allowed status code provided in the response, since I'm trying to access the existing board by ID with the authorization credentials that are not allowed to delete the data. Nevertheless, it is not a serious defect, and it is great that I cannot perform such an operation with some prohibited credentials, which means no breach in this part of application security. If I open Get Boards request and click on Send button, I will see that no board is removed in our response. Let's roll back all the changes to this request for our following experiments. The third case we consider is when we do not provide some data in our request at all. For instance, we will not provide some part of our authorization credentials, such as API key, token, or not provide both of them at all. Let's switch back to Postman and remove key query parameter from the request URL completely. If I execute the request, I will see the same 401 unauthorized error with invalid key error message in the response. This is very correct behavior of the application in such a case and means that we cannot remove personal information if you own only authorization key of a specific user. When I open Get Boards request and execute it, I may notice that no board is removed. Let's return API key back to the URL parameters and remove API token from them. If I execute the request, I will see 401 error and the unauthorized permission requested error message. When I go to my Get Boards tab and click on Send button, I again see that all the boards are left as they were before my request execution. Let's remove the key from the URL, so the authorization parameters will be missing at all. When I execute this request, the response is the same as in our previous variation. If I switch to get boards request and run it, I see that all the boards are still present in the response, so none of them is deleted from the server. This means that authorization is properly set up for this endpoint. Please note that these were just few my options of how the delete endpoints can be validated, and we didn't consider all the possible combinations for all the possible parameters of the delete specific board endpoint. But all these methods are valid for different projects and API testing that you may face with in real life. Let's sum up what we did today. We investigated how we can validate a delete endpoint, found out the common status codes for delete methods validation, understood how a delete endpoint can be validated in Postman, observed how to check the resource was not deleted via API. That is everything that I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to learn about delete method validation in Postman with me. The practical task for this lesson will be to validate delete specific card request in Trello. You should do the following. Execute delete specific card request with valid data. See that the response status code and body are valid. Validate card ID path parameter with invalid format and value. Validate unauthorized permission attempt. Validate key and token query parameters. During our next lesson, we will learn a few Postman tips and tricks together. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson.
Hello guys. Nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will see the solution for the home task with validation of delete request in Trello in this video series. First, let's remember what our home task is. You should do the following. Execute delete specific card request with valid data. See that the response status code and body are valid. Validate card ID path parameter with invalid format and value. Validate unauthorized permission attempt. Validate key and token query parameters. Let's jump directly to the home task solution and switch to Postman application. First, you can try to break the path parameters that should contain the card ID to be deleted on the server. For example, you can try to use ID of some card that doesn't exist in your workspace if you want to test your delete a card endpoint. To do so, I open delete a card request in Trello collection and change the last digit in our valid ID path parameter to another one. Then I execute the request and see that the response status code is 404, that means not found. Please note that the response message is requested resource was not found. Let's switch to Trello's REST API documentation and open delete card endpoint description. We can see that the pattern for ID string is a combination of any digits and letters from A to F in any cases. Let's open Postman and change ID value to some shorter one. To do so, I replace ID value with invalid string. If I execute the request, the response status code will be 400 or bad request, and the error message will be invalid ID. Such a status code is very common for this validation, since the server doesn't know how to handle the situation and what went wrong with your data input. So, there is no more appropriate status code from 400 family. If I switch to get cards in list request and execute it, I will see that all the cards are on the place as we had before executing this request. This is the correct behavior for the server. Let's return our card ID to some valid value. Let's imagine a case when I have a few accounts in Trello and try to access the information from another one. To check how it works, I input key and token values from my another Trello account. Now if I execute the request, I will see the following response: 401 unauthorized status code and unauthorized card permission requested error message. In this case, there can be 403 access not allowed status code provided in the response, since I'm trying to delete the existing card by ID with authorization credentials that are not allowed to use data. Nevertheless, it is not a serious defect, and it is great that I cannot perform the delete operation with the prohibited credentials. If I try to execute get cards in a list request for my list, I will see that no card is deleted in my list in comparison with our previous lesson. This just supports the idea of correct behavior of delete card endpoint if the authorization fails. Let's roll back all the changes to this request for our following experiments. Now, let's check how the endpoint behaves if we do not provide some part of our authorization credentials, such as API key, token, or not provide both of them at all. Let's remove keep query parameter from the request URL completely. If I execute the request, I will see the same 401 unauthorized error with invalid key error message. This is very correct behavior of application in such a case and means that we cannot access personal information if we only authorization key of a specific user. If I execute get cards and list request, I will see that no cards is removed. Let's return API key back to URL parameters and remove API token from them. If I execute the request, I will see 401 error and unauthorized card permission requested response message. If I execute get cards and list request, I will see that no updates are present in our list. Let's remove the key from the delete a card request URL, so the authorization parameters will be missing at all. When I execute the request, the response status code is 401, while the error message is invalid key error. This means that authorization is properly set up for this endpoint. When I switch to get cards request and send it, I see that no information is changed in the response. Please note that all the requirements for the home task are fulfilled. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to observe the solution for our delete a card request and Trello validation home task with me. Thank you for your attention. See you in our next lesson. Hello guys! Nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will talk with you about Postman variables. Here is our agenda for today. Today we will investigate the following. What are collection variables in Postman? What are query variables? What are environment variables in Postman? How to manage all of them. Let's see how can we simplify our life as a test engineer during collaboration with Postman. First, we should open Postman application and open a few requests. For instance, get board, get specific board, and update a board. You can see that all of these requests have three common parts: API key, API token, and base URL values. You can notice that it is not very convenient to work with such a long URL and its verbosity suffers significantly. Moreover, if you change, for example, the value for your API key, you will have to go to each of the already existing requests and update them manually. Additionally, if the base URL of Trello's API changes, you will also have to open each of the requests and make the needed changes. What I suggest you is just to move all the URL parts that can be changed to one single place, where only one action instead of 100 will be needed in case of any of them update. Postman provides you with global variables option that can be used to store the values for your URL query and path parameters. To access this functionality, let's hover on Trello collection, click on three dots, and click Edit option in the Open drop-down. You see that Trello collection is opened in the Edit mode in a new tab, and Authorization, Pre-request script, Tests, and Variable sections are available for edit. All of the tabs are useful for some specific case, but today we will work with Variable section. It will store all the variables for your Trello collection that may be common for most of the requests that your collection has, and can be easily moderated in one single place. I select this tab and see a table with three empty columns opened. The variable column defines the name of your variable. Let's fill in this column with two values, key and token. The initial value column is used when you share the Postman collection with your teammate, and they can update this value. This column is not useful for us, since we do not share it with anyone. The final column we see is current value. The data from this column is used when you send your Postman request and is never stored on the servers of this application. So this means that your team members will not have access to the values from this column, and you can store here your personal data. This is the column
where we will store the values for our key and token variables. Let's switch to getWordsRequest and copy the API value from the request URL. Then I return to Trello tab and paste the copied value to the key variable's current value column. After this, I open getWordsRequest again and copy API token value from the URL. Then I switch to Trello tab back and paste it to current value column for token variable. The following step is to save all the changes in the Trello collection. Close this tab and return to getWordsRequest. Here I would recommend you to open params tab for our request, which is another option of handling URL parameters for your request. You can see here that only key and token query variables are present and their current values are depicted. As we already have these values stored in our Trello's collection global variables, we can easily replace them with those values. To do so, I remove values for both of these parameters. Then I should input the following two values common for key parameter. Two opening curly brackets, key, two closing curly brackets. Two curly brackets at the beginning and at the end of the value I paste mean that it will be a variable's value. If you hover on the new parameter value, you will see the information about its current and initial values in the open hint. Then, let's replace the value for token parameter with two curly brackets, token, two closing curly brackets, value. After this, I click on Send button and see that the successful response is received. Also, we have a great option called as environment in Postman that can be used to store your configuration for the specific env that you use. Let's imagine that you have three different environments for your web service: dev, QA, and prod. You should perform different testing activities on each of these environments, and you should be able to replace the base URL for your endpoint fast. Environment option in Postman allows you to store such configuration there, so you can easily manage your URLs as parameters also. To create a new environment configuration, you should click on Environments option on the left part of your screen located below Collections and APIs button. Then I click on Plus or Add a New Environment button. You can see that a new environment configuration is opened as a separate tab with table similar to our global variables value. Please note that the main difference between them is that environments may be reused by different Postman collections, while global variables are available only inside the specific collection. Let's rename our new environment to Trello. Then let's add variable with name Trello, prod, and switch to getWordsRequest. Here I copy the base URL's value for our request, switch back to my environment, and paste the copied option to current value column for Trello broad variable. Then I return back to getWordsRequest and open Environments dropdown located on the upper right part of our screen. Then I select Trello environment value for this option instead of the default no environment. After this, I can replace the base URL value with the two opening curly brackets, Trello prod, two closing curly brackets, variable in the request URL. When I click on Send button, I see that the response is successfully received and the status code is OK. For simplification of your work with Trello collection, you can apply the refactoring for all the requests that are present inside it. So you could easily manage them when some changes in the request will be needed on the global level. Let's sum up what we did today. Today we learned the following: what is collection variable in Postman, how to manage query variables in Postman, how to set up environment variables in Postman, how all of them can simplify your work. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to observe tips that can simplify your work with different Postman variables with me. This was the final lecture of our Postman course. As for now, we understand how to set up manual API testing on your project with the help of Postman. Additionally, you know how to test HTTP GET, POST, PUT, and DELETE methods with the help of API without need to use UI. So I wish you good luck in your further career as a test engineer and wish all the knowledge you acquire during this course will be useful during your future work. Thank you for your attention. See you in the upcoming video courses.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Hello guys. Nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will talk with you about automated tests in Postman. Here is our agenda for today. Today we will investigate the following. How can we create an automated test in Postman? How to check the response status code with automated test? How to verify the response has a JSON body with test? How to see and evaluate test results. Let's start our discussion with understanding of how the automated tests can be written inside Postman. You can write the test scripts for your Postman API request in JavaScript. Tests allow you to ensure that your API is working as expected, to establish that integration between services are functioning reliably, and to verify that new developments haven't broken any existing functionality. For example, you might write a test to validate your API server handling by sending a request without some part of data. In this short video lesson, we are going to cover only very basics of API test creation in Postman, because it was material for a separate course. You can create an automated test directly in the request. So I will switch to Postman and open my get boards request. Then I switch to tests tab located along with params, body, headers, etc. tabs. Also you can find here a text box where you can write test scripts for your application. Please note that tests can be written for each of the requests separately on the respective tab. Moreover, all the tests located on this tab will be executed directly when you execute the request. I would suggest you to create a first test which will check the response status code. As you remember, the expected response status code for happy path in this case will be 200. To create an automated test in Postman, you should be able to access the information from the response you received after executing the request. You have a global variable in Postman which can be accessed in this text box with name PM. It stores all the information regarding the request being sent and the response received, as well as allows accessing the environment and global variables from your request. So, let's start our test creation from input of PM word into the test text box. Then I should put the dot and see that a suggestion drop-down list is open with request, response, test, variables, and other options available for selection. We should select test option in the open list and then type opening brackets, since test is a JavaScript function written to enable us creating automated tests in Postman. Now, you can see that the short description of this function is open in a hint. It says that it can be used to write test specifications inside the test sandbox, and it accepts two incoming parameters such as test name with string type and spec function with function type. Please note that you can name your test as you wish. To add the name for your first automated test, I add the following parameter for our test function. Double quote, check status code, double quote. You can see that we will have one test which will refer to our global PM variable with name check status code. Our following step will be to write the test function by itself, that is the second parameter of our test function. To define this function, we should write the following. Function, opening and closing bracket, opening curly bracket, closing curly bracket. It will the body skeleton for our test function, where its definition with all the required checks will be stored. Our final step for the test function creation will be to write the first assertion that will check that the response status code is 200. To do so, we should be able to access the response we receive after executing the request. To access it, I should write the following. pm.response. Then I should write the logic that will say that the response status code is OK. To do so, we should just add the following to the line of code we placed inside our test function. .to.have.status with 200 as incoming parameter. As you can see, the assertion we will use is very clear and cohesive, being human readable. So, if you read the status code we have written, you will understand very easily that it will check the response status code and will expect that it is 200. Now let's execute the request via send button and see what will be the test result for it. You can see that there is test results tab right to the bottom part of my screen, where we can see that all the tests are passed. If you click on this tab, you will see the title of your test and its status with name pass. You can also filter all the test results by their status. You can see that all passed, skipped and failed options are available for us here. Let's now fail our test and see how the test will look like now. To do so, I replace our expected 200 status code with 400 status code. When I execute the request, I see that our single test has failed status, and it even says in short description that assertion error happened. The detailed explanation of error says that it was expected that the response will have status code 400, but the actual one was 200. It is very comprehensive reason of failure, so we should not spend time for understanding of what happened there. Now I can roll back my changes in the test for our further experiments. Our second test will be connected with verifying that the response has JSON body. To do so, I add the following line of code to our tests text box. pm.test, opening brackets. Then I add the following name to my new test. Check, response, has, JSON, body. Please note that it is highly recommended to give your test as much comprehensive titles as it possible. My next step will be to add the test function by itself, and it will be very similar to our status code check. I add the following line of code to my test. Function, opening and closing brackets, opening curly brackets, pm.response, .toHave, .json body, opening and closing brackets, closing square brackets. Again, as in our previous example, we have a very cohesive structure of our test that says that we will check that the response has JSON body. Let's run our request and see that everything works correctly. We can see that 2 of our tests are passed successfully, and everything works as expected. We will see how to create automated tests with the help of OOP programming languages such as Java and C# in our next lectures. You can find more details about how to create automated tests in Postman on the official website of this application. The link to the guide will be attached in the resources section of this lesson. Let's sum up what we did today. Today we learned the following. We observed how automated tests can be created with the help of Postman. Found out where we can see the automated test results in the request. Understood how to check response status code. Investigated the way to check response JSON body. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to observe how to create an automated test in Postman with me. Thank you for your attention. See you in our next lesson.
Hello guys, nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will do not any coding. Today we will install Gradle to our machine to download the dependencies for our project dynamically and run our tests via command line in future. Here is our agenda for today. We will cover the following questions. What are Gradle main features? Gradle versions. Which one to use? Prerequisite for Gradle installation. How to check current Gradle version. How to download Gradle binary. Configuring Gradle environment variable. Some of you may ask me why I selected Gradle as a build tool for our first simple test automation framework. For those who do not know the answer for this question, I would like to share a few major advantages of using Gradle in comparison with Ant and Maven. I will compare those tools with Gradle since all of them are the most popular in the modern Java world along with Gradle. Both Gradle and Maven has expressiveness, declarativity, and maintainability. Gradle, as well as Maven, supports dependency management. Gradle show high performance and very scalable builds in comparison with Ant and Maven. Gradle provides standard project layout and lifecycle, but it's full flexibility. We have the option to fully configure the defaults. This is where it's better than Maven. It's very easy to use Gradle tool and implement custom logic in our project. Gradle supports the project structure that consists of more than one project to build deliverable. It is very easy to integrate existing Ant and Maven project with Gradle. It is very easy to migrate from existing Ant and Maven project to Gradle. Why we need to choose Gradle? Gradle's build scripts are more readable, expressive, and declarative. Gradle's build scripts are written in simple Groovy, no XML. That means it uses its own DSL based on Groovy script. It's highly scalable for complex multi-module projects. It provides plugins for most of the IDEs like Eclipse, IntelliJ IDEA, PrinSDS, Suite, etc. It's very easy to maintain, even for multiple module complex projects. The latest Gradle version, based on today, is Gradle 6.8.3. Gradle has 1 or 2 months release cadence, so from now on new Gradle version will be released each 1 or 2 months. Does it mean for you that you need to learn Gradle new features each 1 or 2 months? Not necessarily. As for developers, this can be quite overwhelming. How many applications do you have to go back and to update now? Or how many services in your data center constantly need to be updated due to the newest Gradle release? There are 2 things that developers hate. One of them is unnecessary change. It is even crazy to think about keeping several applications or several numbers of servers up to date with the newest Gradle release. As for now, the current version of Gradle I'm working on personally is 6.3. It is stable, and a lot of companies still rely on it, and there is no urgent need to update to the newest Gradle version. That is the major reason of why we will use this version of Gradle for our video lessons. Now let me show to you how to install Gradle on the computer from scratch. First, you should make sure that you have JDK installed on your computer. To verify it, I left-click on the Start button and type cmd. Then I hit on Enter key and see the command line is opened. I type there the following command: Java version. You can see now that I have Java 8 installed on my computer. If you still do not have JDK installed on your machine, you can watch my previous lesson where we installed JDK from scratch together. My following step is to verify that Gradle is not installed on my computer as for now. To do so, I type the following command in the OpenCMD: Gradle version. I can see the error message that Gradle command is not recognized, which means that Gradle environment variable is not configured on my machine. Our following step will be to download Gradle binary from Gradle official website. To do so, I open my browser and input the following search request into Google: Gradle releases. Then I click on the first link and scroll the web page down to 6.3 version. Then I left-click on the following option: Download binary only. I wait until the binary archive is fully loaded and right-click on the downloaded file name at the bottom left corner of my browser. I select Show in Folder option in the Open dropdown, and this option redirects me to the Downloads folder. I see that Gradle 6.3bin.zip file is represented in my downloads directory. To unzip the downloaded file, I select it and perform right-click. The following step is to select Extract All option in the Open dropdown and click on Extract button. I wait until the extraction is finished and remove the .zip folder from my downloads directory. I would recommend you to move the extracted folder to your local disk C program files directory, not to delete the directory by mistake from your downloads folder. Let's move it there now. Our next step is to configure environment variable for Gradle. To do so, I click on Start button and input environment or into the Search console. Then I select Edit the system environment variables in the Found Result Items list and click on Environment Variables button in the opened window. My following step is to click on New button for the System Variables section in the opened window. I input Gradle home into the variable name input and input the following: C : program files Gradle 6.3 bin Gradle 6.3 into the variable value input. Please note that if the location of the Gradle binary is different on your computer, you should write it into variable value input instead of the one shown on the screen. Then I click on OK button, select path variable in System Variables section and click on Edit button for it. The following steps are double-click on the last empty line in the opened list of variables and type the following: %, Gradle home, %, bin. After that I click on OK button and click on OK button one more time in the Environment Variables window to save all the changes made. Then I close System Properties window with the help of our favorite OK button and open command line via Start button one more time. Now you can verify that Gradle is present on your machine. To do so, I execute the following command: Gradle version. We can see that the current version of Gradle on our machine is 6.3. That means that we can start the creation of our test automation framework with the help of Java and Gradle. Please note that it is required to relaunch your command line console, because if you just switch to CMD window opened before you added Gradle home environment variable, Gradle will not be recognized as a command on your machine. Let's sum up what we did today. We learned the following: Gradle main features, Gradle versions, which one to use, found out prerequisite for Gradle installation, learned how to check current Gradle version, decided how to download Gradle binary, find out how to configure environment variable for Gradle. Your home task will be to install Gradle 6.3 on your machine. To do so, you should verify that JDK 8 is installed on your computer, download Gradle 6.3 binary via the following link, configure environment variable for Gradle with name Gradle home, perform command Gradle version in your command line, verify that installed version is 6.3. That is everything what I got for you for today. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson. Hello guys, nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will install IntelliJ IDEA integrated development environment to our machine to write our automated test with the help of this super convenient tool. Here is our agenda for today. We will cover the following questions: what is IDE? What are the most popular IDEs for Java development? Why should we select IntelliJ IDEA? How to install IntelliJ IDEA to your machine? How to perform basic configuration of IntelliJ IDEA. So, what is Integrated Development Environment or IDE? It is a software application that provides comprehensive facilities to computer programmers for software development. An IDE normally consists of at least a source code editor, build automation tools, and debugger. Some of the IDEs, such as NetBeans and Eclipse, contain the necessary compiler. Integrated development environments are designed to maximize a programmer's productivity. Reducing development environment setup time can increase a developer's productivity, especially in cases when learning to use the IDE is faster than manually integrating and learning all the individual tools. The most popular IDEs for Java development are Eclipse, IntelliJ IDEA, NetBeans, and Android Studio for Android projects. I have a working experience with each of them, and to be honest, I can conclude that they are very similar to each other. The only difference between them is the way how to configure the specific project. because the same buttons are located in different places. That is the short answer regarding the major differences between these IDEs. But still, my preferable option would be IntelliJ IDEA Community Edition. You can ask me why. There are a few reasons for this. First, this version of IntelliJ IDEA is completely free, that is good for our educational purposes. So you do not have to search for some crack version of this IDE or spend your own money to buy some ultimate edition for this tool. The set of utilities provided by the Community Edition of this integrated environment is totally enough for our educational purposes. Second, in many companies, IntelliJ IDEA is the standard software package for Java software engineers or software test automation engineers specialized in Java. The main reason of its such popularity is that it is powerful for creation of any type of application. The following advantage of this IDE is its huge community. In the internet, you will find a lot of support about how to deal with various configuration issues in case you have them in your project while working with IntelliJ IDEA. Another vote for using this IDE is the great number of free extensions and plugins. You can easily extend the set of tools installed in this program. For example, you can add a plugin which checks your code style. You can add an extension that will show your test coverage, and even plugins that help you to manage the style of icons, background and fonts in the IDEA, and much more. You will love this IDE as much as me when you start working with it. So this means that it is time to install this tool on our machine to proceed with coding. Now let's together download and install IntelliJ IDEA on your workstation. We will configure the basic plugins for this IDE also. In our future lessons, you will see how IDE make your life easier. Let's switch to our browser and perform search in Google according to the following screen. IntelliJ IDEA, then I click on the first link. You can see the following tabs before title of the page. Windows, macOS, Linux. As far as I'm a Windows user, I will proceed on the default selected tab. If you use another OS, switch to the respective tab. Then I see two options of IntelliJ IDEA download: Ultimate, for commercial use, and Community, for educational purposes. As we discussed above, I will click on Download button for Community Edition, since it's totally free and will cover all our needs for test purpose. Then I wait until the .exe file is fully downloaded and left-click on the installation program icon runner at the bottom corner of my browser. We should wait a bit until the installer is opened. Then I allow it to make changes on my computer. After this, you can see that welcoming message from IntelliJ IDEA and you can click on Next button to proceed with installation. I do not change the install location of the program and click on Next button. If you want to change the tool installation destination, you can do so with the help of Browse button. In the following dialog, you can put a tick near any of Create desktop shortcut options if you want to have a desktop shortcut for IDEA. You can see several other installation options which you can configure as you wish for your specific purposes. As for our course, the default all unselected values are totally enough. So I click on Next button without any change. The final step of installation is to select Start menu folder where the program shortcuts will be located, so that you would be able to find the IntelliJ IDEA with the help of search mechanism in the Start menu of your Windows computer. I keep the default value, JetBrains, as it is, and click on Install button. Finally, we should wait a bit until the required components of the program are installed to our computer. Then we see the successful installation dialog that suggests run IntelliJ IDEA after finishing the installation. I will put a tick for Run IntelliJ IDEA Community Edition option and click on Finish button. We see that the default start window of IntelliJ IDEA is opened with the following options in the left: Projects, Customize, Plugins, and Learn IntelliJ IDEA. I select Plugins tab and see the list of available plugins such as Code, With Me, TeamCity, etc. That is what I told you about this tool. It has a lot of different plugins for developers' life simplification. Let's verify which plugins have been set up automatically. To do so, I switch to Install tab and see that the most important plugin for our test application, Gradle, was added to IDEA automatically. We can switch to Customize tab and set up all the settings such as color theme, dark or light, IDE font and editor font, and key map according to your preferences. For example, if I change IDE font from 12 to 14, I can see that the letters become greater, so you can set up everything on this tab according to your convenience. I will keep all these settings as they are. If you switch to Projects tab, I see three different options: New Project, Open, Get from VCS. So you can create a new project, open already existing one, retrieve a project from a version control system from some remote repository. Let's check that everything is set up correctly and try to create a simple Hello World application. To do so, I click on New Project button, then I select Java as the type of my project. In the Open drop-down list with name Project SDK, we should select the SDK that we added to our machine in our previous lesson, with the help of Add JDK option. I select the folder where my JDK binary is located and click on OK button. Then I click on Next button and click on Next button one more time. Then I call my project as Hello World in the project name input, and if you want you can change the project location in the respective input. I will keep it as it is. Then I click on Next button. We should wait a bit until the project is fully loaded. The following step is to expand Project Overview option and double-click on Hello World directory name. We see that it is expanded and SRC directory is visible. Right-click on this directory and select New Java Class option. Then I input Hello World as the name of our class and see that new Java class is generated automatically. Then I type PSVM keys combination and hit on Enter key. This keys combination in IntelliJ IDEA creates a public static void method, which is the entry point of each Java program. The following step is to write SOUT combination of keys, which will generate the following code: system out println. This line of code write text we will pass as the method arguments to our console. Let's add hello world string there and click on Run button on the left to this method. We see that the output of our program is opened and hello world text is present in the console, as well as the exit code of our program is 0, which means that everything is set up correctly for IntelliJ IDEA. So that is it. We have our IDE prepared for our first simple test application. Let's sum up what we did today. We learned the following. Learned what IDE is, discovered the most popular IDEs for Java applications, discussed why IntelliJ IDEA Community Edition is suitable for our goals, verified how to install IntelliJ IDEA on your computer, observed how to configure IntelliJ IDEA basically. Your home task will be to install IntelliJ IDEA on your machine. To do so, you should download installation file for IntelliJ IDEA Community Edition, run the installation file and follow instructions, configure IntelliJ IDEA according to your preference, create Hello World application to verify everything is set up correctly. That is everything what I got for you for today. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson.
Hello guys, it's a pleasure for me to meet you all. Today we will do not any coding. Today we will have an introductory lesson to let you understand what this training course is about and what we will learn. So here is our agenda for today. We will talk with you a bit about Selenium history, consider main components of Selenium, understand why we should learn Selenium WebDriver. Afterwards, we will discuss the role of the Selenium in software testing process. So let's start from Selenium history. Selenium is a portable framework for testing web applications and interaction with web application via browser. Selenium provides a playback tool for authoring functional tests without the need to learn a test scripting language. This tool is called Selenium IDE. It also provides a test domain-specific language, Selenium, to write tests in a number of popular programming languages, including C#, Groovy, Java, Perl, PHP,
Python, Ruby, and Scala. The tests can then run against most of the modern web browsers, such as Google Chrome and Firefox. Selenium runs on Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. It is open source software released under the Apache License 2.0. Selenium was originally developed by Jason Huggins in 2004 as an internal tool at ThoughtWorks. The name Selenium comes from a joke made by Huggins in an email, mocking a competitor named Mercury, saying that you can cure mercury poisoning by taking selenium supplements. The others that received the email took the name and ran with it. Let's consider Selenium components. So let's start from Selenium IDE. Selenium IDE is a complete integrated development environment for Selenium tests. It is implemented as a Firefox add-on and as a Chrome extension. It allows for recording, editing, and debugging of functional tests. Selenium IDE was created in 2006, but was little maintained until 2018. With its help, scripts may be automatically recorded and edited manually, providing auto-completion support and the ability to move commands around quickly. Let's proceed with Selenium Client API. As an alternative to writing tests with Selenium, tests can also be written in various programming languages. These tests then communicate with Selenium by calling methods in Selenium Client API. Selenium currently provides client APIs for Java, C#, Ruby, JavaScript, R, and Python. With Selenium 2, a new client API was introduced, with WebDriver as a central component. However, the old API using class Selenium is still supported. Let's proceed with Selenium Remote Control. Selenium Remote Control, or RC, is a server written in Java that accepts commands for the browser via HTTP. RC makes it possible to write automated tests for a web application in any programming language. Selenium project currently provides client drivers for PHP, Python, Ruby, .NET, Perl, and Java. With the release of Selenium 2, Selenium RC has been officially deprecated in favor of Selenium WebDriver. The following component of Selenium is Selenium WebDriver. Selenium WebDriver is the successor to Selenium RC. Selenium WebDriver accepts commands sent in Selenium or via a client API and sends them to a browser. This is implemented through a browser-specific browser driver, which sends commands to a browser and retrieves results. Selenium WebDriver is fully implemented and supported in Python, Ruby, Java, and C#. The final component that we will consider today is Selenium Grid. It is a server that allows tests to use web browser instances running on remote machines. With Selenium Grid, one server acts as a central hub. Tests contact the hub to obtain access to browser instances. The hub has a list of servers that provide access to browser instances, WebDriver nodes, and lets tests use these instances. Selenium Grid allows running tests in parallel on multiple machines and manage different browser versions and browser configurations centrally, instead of in each individual test. Let's proceed with the question: why should we learn Selenium WebDriver? First of all, Selenium is an open source tool, which means anybody can use it for free. Any organization can use Selenium to test their website or web application, and even independent programmers can learn and practice automated testing using Selenium WebDriver. Another benefit is that you need no special OS, browser, or hardware demands. This is another benefit that you get with Selenium. You don't need a system with 16 GB RAM or high HDD. Neither do you need to house a Windows OS or Mac OS or Linux OS. The operation system you use for home purpose is good enough for Selenium testing. Another profit for using Selenium is multiple programming languages support. This must be the single most important factor for any programmer to get into the automated testing domain. Most tools in the market need you to be specialized in one particular programming language. Languages such as Java, C# are among the common scripting languages required by various tools. Availability of frameworks. Frameworks are very similar to templates. You can make slight modification to your code as per requirement for different conditions instead of making wholesale changes. Strong presence in the DevOps lifecycle. Selenium forms an integral part of the DevOps lifecycle because most companies are now replacing agile or waterfall approaches with the DevOps approach. Easy integration with other tools. Selenium can be easily integrated with open source tools. Some of them are Jenkins, TestNG, Maven, etc. Parallel and distributed testing. Multiple Selenium test cases can be executed in parallel on the same machine or on remote machines. Selenium Grid is used for executing the test cases on remote machines. No dependency on GUI-based systems. Since Selenium tests can be executed without a GUI, the tests can be carried out on web servers, and automation can be achieved by scheduling its execution by integrating it with other tools. No GUI also means the performance of your machines will drastically improve. Flexibility while designing test cases. For designing test cases in Selenium, you have the flexibility to design it either via programming logic or by record and playback approach. Increasing demand for Selenium testers. Selenium testers have a lot of takers in the market. Since Selenium's usage is growing consistently, even the demand for Selenium testers is growing proportionally. Let's consider Selenium's role in software development and testing process. Each testing team requires some time for regression testing, no matter whether it is at the end of the sprint or the regression testing should be conducted directly before the release. The most important in the large quantities of time can be spent on the process if some of its part is not automated. So how Selenium WebDriver can help us to save our time? With its help, most of user flows can be covered and the tests created using Selenium could be run in a couple of minutes. So let's imagine that you have a project with 1000 test cases and 90% of them or 900 of them are covered by automated tests in Selenium. The total regression time can take 1 day if some automated tests will fail, and we will spend our time for the failures analysis. Nevertheless, only 10% of tests, usually design checks or something like this, will be passed manually. If we consider a situation when all the checks should be conducted manually on the same instance, the entire regression could take 1 week or even more. That is the worst scenario that could happen, since time is transformed into money, so the faster testing happens, the more companies' money is saved. So the major role of Selenium is that it allows significantly accelerate the testing process on your project. In fact, this is all information required to know in a nutshell about Selenium. The first lecture will not have any practical homework. We will create our first simple application in one of our next lessons. That is everything what I got for you for today. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson.
Hello guys, nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will create our first simple application with Selenium. It will open GitHub homepage and search for some text. Here is our agenda for today. We will create a test project, learn the basics of build.gradle file, set up cron driver, navigate to URL via Selenium, find UI elements and interact with them as Java objects, perform some user flows, basic operations with web application. See what teardown hook is in Selenium. Here you can see prerequisites for this lesson. First of all, you will need to install IntelliJ IDEA Community Edition. Here you can find the link to the installation. Then you should install Gradle plugin when installing IntelliJ IDEA. Then you should download and install JDK 1.8. Here you can see the link to the installation file. Then you should set up Java Home environment variable, and here you can see the link to the description of how to do this. Then you should download Gradle 6.3 binary via the link provided on the slide. Then you should set up Gradle Home environment variable, and via the link provided in this lecture you can find out how to do so.
First, we have to create a test project in Java that we will use during our entire course. Let's start from running IntelliJ IDEA. I will select New Project option. Select Gradle tab. Then I will put the tick only for Java additional libraries and frameworks checkboxes and click on Next button. Then I will call my project something like Selenium First Project and click on Finish button. So the empty default Gradle project is created, and we should wait a bit until the project is fully loaded. Finally, when you click on src directory, main and test folders should be displayed. And then after clicking on test folder, Java and resources folders should be displayed. So let's add the required dependencies for our project. To add dependencies, we should open build.gradle file. The default file is generated by IntelliJ IDEA, and it contains 5 following sections: plugins, groups, version, repositories, and dependencies. Since our project will use Java programming language, the default selected plugin ID is Java. The Java plugin adds Java compilation along with testing and bundling capabilities to a project and allows us to use Java compile, clean, test, and other Gradle tasks for Java. Group section is usually filled with your organization domain. For example, if you work in Google with domain google.com, your group section should have value com.google. In our case, let's keep this section as it is, org.example. Version section defines the version of the project. We will not change the value of this section for our test project since it will not have several different versions. Repositories section is very important for us. It configures the repositories from where our dependencies are downloaded. If you are working on some secure project and it is prohibited for you to use public repositories, this section will be useful for you. We will keep the default value for this section, Maven Central, for our project. Dependencies section is also the major part of build.gradle file in our case. It contains the list of dependencies we will use in our project. To access our dependencies in main class, we should use implementation configuration for our Selenium dependencies. Let's add this configuration and Selenium WebDriver dependencies to our build.gradle file. We can find the needed version in Maven repository, so I will search for it in Google. Selenium Maven dependency. Go here. Click first link and click on Selenium Java link. You can see the list of all Selenium versions available for now. Although Selenium 4 is already available, I would recommend you use the latest stable version of Selenium. It is 3.141.59, since the fourth version is under alpha testing now and is unstable. So I click on the needed version link, click on Gradle tab, and select the dependency. It's automatically copied to my clipboard. Finally, I pass this copy part of code to my configuration file and shorten the copied value via semicolon to the following view. Now we can try to start open Chrome browser via Java code with the existing Selenium dependency. Let's create method main, the entry point of each Java program. First we should create class in src.main.java directory. Let's call it Selenium Runner. Then we can create public static void main method, where we can instantiate our WebDriver. To do so, we should write something like this: WebDriver driver equals new Chrome driver. Let's run our code. You can see the following exception message. Illegal state exception. The path to the driver executable must be set by the webdriver.chrome.driver system property. It is thrown because we did not tell Selenium where our Chrome driver is located physically. To resolve this issue, we have two options. The first one is to download Chrome driver
put it somewhere on our personal computer or inside our project and write path to the downloaded WebDriver. The second one is to use WebDriver Manager library, which will do everything listed above automatically. To make our application more flexible for run on different machines, I will use the second option that will save your time for framework setup. We should open our build.gradle file and add WebDriver Manager dependency. Let's search for this dependency on Maven repository. We can use the latest release of this library, so I will copy it to clipboard and pass it to our configuration file. Let's short the dependency declaration. Refresh our Gradle dependencies by this button and return to our Selenium Runner class. To configure WebDriver with this library, we should write something like this: WebDriver Manager.ChromeDriver.setup. Now if we start our application, we can see successful build and empty open Google Chrome window. As you have already seen how to configure and start ChromeDriver in Java, we can go ahead and learn how to open web application pages with the help of WebDriver. Let's use the already written code for this purpose. We can train it on GitHub homepage. So let's write the following line of code: driver.get and pass the GitHub URL https://github.com and run our application one more time. As you can see, the application is successfully built and the GitHub main page is opened. To optimize the browser resolution and improve its view, we can add this line of code to the application right after the line with ChromeDriver initialization. driver.manage.window.maximize. It says that the driver window will be opened in the maximum screen resolution for your current display. Let's run our application one more time. We can see that the browser is opened in the full screen resolution. To emulate user flows in Selenium, it's really important to find UI elements. UI elements in Java are represented with the help of Selenium's web element interface and can be accessed with different selectors such as CSS and XPath. There is a plethora of different options such as partial link name, ID, etc., but I would strongly recommend you to use only CSS and XPath locators to make your test the most stable that is possible. Moreover, if some attributes of web elements are added or removed, you will not have to change the selector type, but you will just update the existing one. Let's create an instance of GitHub search input web element. To do so, we should open GitHub homepage. Let's open our browser and navigate to this page. To find the selector of web element, we have to open Chrome DevTools. So I perform right-click on the needed element and select Inspect option. Then I see that search input has name attribute with Q value. According to the CSS syntax, the CSS selector should look like the following. I would recommend you installing ChroPath extension for your Google Chrome browser to simplify search of the most optimal web element selectors. Now we can instantiate our search input web element in application. To do so, we should write the following line of code. Web element search input equals driver find element by CSS selector. Find element method accepts one parameter with by type. You can see that by class has a set of static methods that return by type and represent different options of search of web elements such as class name, XPath, tag name, etc. Let's perform search on GitHub with the help of Selenium. Everything we need to do is to input search text to the search field and to click enter button on our keyboard. All these actions can be emulated via Selenium. First, we should enter text into the search input. Let's use the following line of code. Search input .sendKeys and pass Selenium as input text. Second, we should click Enter button. To emulate this, we can use the following line of code. Search input .sendKeys, keys enter. If we go to the keys enum implementation, we will see the set of keys present on our keyboards, such as return, clear, tab, etc. These enum values are used to emulate tap on keyboard's keys with respective names. Let's run our code and see what happens now. We can see that the GitHub search results page is opened with found results and Selenium search text input into the search field. I recommend you implement a teardown hook for your test application, not to close open Chrome window each time manually. Please note that when you close it manually, this action does not stop the process launched by the Chrome driver, and you will still have go to the task manager to stop Chrome driver process or to do so via console when your memory is overfilled with tasks. You can implement such a hook if you add the following line of code as the final line of your application. Driver.quit. Let's run our application and see how it works now. So as you can see, the Chrome window is closed automatically when all the processes finish. If you implement such a hook, but still want to see what has happened during the test run, you can put a breakpoint on the line of code with the teardown hook and run the application in debug mode. Let's do so and see what happens with our code. If we continue the application, the driver stops and Chrome window is closed automatically, as well as all the actions implemented before are done properly by our code. So let's consider what we learned today. How to create a Gradle project in IntelliJ IDEA, the basics of build.gradle file, how to set up Chrome WebDriver automatically, how to find and interact with UI elements in Java, how to navigate to URLs via Selenium WebDriver, how to input text into UI elements, how to close WebDriver correctly. So that's everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to create your first simple Selenium. Your home task will be to implement a simple test application for Amazon.com website. So what you should do is create project in IntelliJ IDEA, add Selenium and WebDriver Manager dependencies, open Amazon homepage, search for iPhone, close browser after test run finished. During our next lesson we will add assertions to our test application. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson.
Hello guys, nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will see the solution for the first home task in this video series. First, let's remember what our home task is. You should create project in IntelliJ IDEA, add Selenium and WebDriver Manager dependencies, open Amazon homepage, search for iPhone, close browser after test run finishes. To start with, I open my fully set up project in IntelliJ IDEA. Then I navigate to build.gradle file to see how it looks like. You can see that the first line of code says that our project will use Java programming language, and all the tasks will be connected with it. The group and version sections of this file have default values. The repository section uses Maven Central repository as the store for all our project dependencies. Also, you can see that I added WebDriver Manager and Selenium dependencies to our project, as well as in the particular part of our lesson. In general, this build.gradle file is identical to the same file from our previous lesson. Let's open Selenium Runner class and see how it looks like. First, I can say that I use main method as a runner for our simple project. This method is the entry point for each Java program. The following line of code says that the WebDriver that will be used for our project is Chrome driver. Also, you can see that WebDriver initialization logic is located below.
Our WebDriver interfaces instance is initialized as a Chrome driver class instance. The driver manage window maximize line of code is used to adapt the resolution of the opened WebDriver to the sizes of your monitor to open the browser window in the maximum resolution possible. Then we use driver.get method to open Amazon homepage, which is the entry point of our search flow. Amazon.com URL is used as the incoming parameter for this method. The following line of code is the search input initialization logic. We use driver findElement method to find the search input web element from the root of our DOM tree. We can see that this method accepts CSS selector. Let's verify its value in the web application. To do so, I copy the selector's value, open my browser and navigate to the Amazon.com page. Then I right-click somewhere on the opened window and select Inspect option. The following step is to open our ChroPath plugin and paste the copied selector there. Then I hit Enter key and see that the only one input is found. I switch to the Amazon homepage window and see that the search input is highlighted by green border. That means that the selector is correct. Let's switch to our test application and see what the following lines of code are and how they work. The following line of code sends keys to the found search input. We use a font search phrase to lowercase, since search mechanism in Amazon is case insensitive, as well as in GitHub. The line of code located below emulates enter key hit when we finish inputting search phrase into the search field input. As you remember, keys enum in Selenium contains values for all the possible keys present on our keyboard and is used to emulate hits of these keys via Java. The final line of code of our method is WebDriver teardown. We call quit method of our WebDriver to close the browser window automatically, as well as to finish the process launched by this driver to avoid the overloads of our system's memory and a great number of opened Chrome windows on our machine, not to close them each time manually. Let's run our code and see whether everything is set up correctly, and if our build will be successful or will fail. As you can see, everything works fine. That means that the configs for our project are correct, while all the requirements for home task are fulfilled. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to observe the solution for our first home task with me. Thank you for your attention. See you in our next lesson.
Hello guys, nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will add JUnit assertions to our first simple application with Selenium. It will check found results after search performed by our test framework. Here is our agenda for today. So we will add JUnit dependency to our project, gather actual results for comparison from user interface, learn how to create expected results for tests, gather text from UI elements, work with Java streams, and apply JUnit assertion to our application. To apply JUnit assertion in our project, we should add the needed dependency to our build.gradle file. So first, I will search for the needed dependency in Maven Central repository. I search for JUnit Maven dependency in Google, click on the first link, click on link with 4.13.1 version and copy the Gradle dependency to the clipboard. Then I paste it to my build.gradle file and shorten the copied value as in dependencies above. Please do not forget to refresh all the Gradle dependencies before trying to add them to your code, since IntelliJ IDEA will not allow you to do so until the dependencies are not uploaded for your project. As you know, each manual test case consists of some actions and expected results that should happen right after you execute all the required actions. The expected results are written in our test cases, while the actual results are displayed on the UI part of your web application. It's important to collect the actual results from the UI correctly. In our past lesson, we performed search for Selenium text on GitHub but did not do any assertions. In this lesson, we will assert that the list with found results contains the search phrase in each of its items. There is a few options how we can do assertions of collections. The first option is to write less lines of code, but it will be much harder to analyze the failure reason. The second option is to compare two collections, actual and expected, with tags of found items. We will write more code, but in case of failure, we will spend less time for search for the failure reason. Let's start from the easiest way of collecting actual results. We will store the list of expected results as a list of strings because we, as the end user of GitHub, see the found item text as strings. To do so, we should write the following line of code. List strings actual items. To initialize our list, we should refer to Java 8 feature streams to transfer the text from UI elements to list of strings in Java. First, we should find the selector of the found results item in list. So I perform search in GitHub, and I'm redirected to the search results page. I right-click on the found first item and select Inspect option in the Open drop-down. I can say that we can use .repo list item CSS selector for the found search result item. So let's check it via our installed CropAs plugin. Now we can see that it is possible to locate the found items with such a selector, so let's copy and paste it to our test solution and find the web elements with the help of the found selector. We should add the following line of code to our application. Driver.findElements by CSS selector and pass our copied selector. Now our task is to convert the list of web elements into the list of strings. So to get the text from each of found web elements, we should call the getText method of each of the items. This can be done with the help of Java streams. To operate with a collection as a stream instance, we should write the following .stream. And then we can operate with the list as a stream using such its usual methods as map, collect, filter, etc. In our case, we need to use map method since it helps us to transform its parameter into another type. We should write the following line of code to get text from each web element item. Map element get text dot to lowercase. We apply string to lowercase method because search functionality on GitHub is case insensitive. So the list of found results will contain search text in both lower and upper cases. Map method returns a stream of elements for us, so finally we should transform it to list of strings. The final operation in our work with actual results will be calling the streams collect method. It is used to transform the stream of elements into some Java collection. We should write something like this. .collect collectors to list. So now our list of actual results is ready for comparison. Currently we can perform assertion in the simplest way. It can be done with the help of streams again. First we should call the assert method. We will use assert true method. So let's add this line of code to our application. We will use our search phrase for our assertion, so let's move it into a separate variable. Let's select the entire search phrase, cut the value and create a variable. String search phrase equals Selenium. Now we should add expected condition to this method as an entry parameter. It will be the following: actual items .stream .allMatch item contains search phrase. AllMatch method of stream returns a boolean value, true or false. So what we do is just check that each item of our actual result list matches the expected condition or contains search phrase. We can run our main method now and see that the assertion has passed successfully. Now let's see what will be the output of our program in case if the test fails. I will change the condition in AllMatch method and change search phrase to, for example, invalid search phrase. Let's run our application one more time and see what happens now. The output you see looks like the following: assertion error, add GUnit, assert fail, etc. From this output, it's not obvious why the test failed and what is the expected result. So when analyzing the failure, we should go to the test implementation and see how the expected result is gathered and what went wrong. So we should pay our attention to the technical realization of the assertion, and it can take much time. The alternative way of assertion with more clear output is comparison of expected and actual result with the help of assert equals method. To apply it, we should assert to collection. So first of all, we should get the expected list of elements. To collect expected elements, in our case, we can use the found list of actual elements and use streams filter method for this. We can write the following line of code to achieve our goal. List stream expected items equals actual items dot stream filter item contains search phrase collect collectors to list. Filter method leaves only such items that match the expected condition. In our case, they should contain search phrase. Now we have two lists that can be compared via assert equals method. So we write the following line of code: assert equals expected items and actual items, and run the test application one more time. We can see that the build is successful and all the assertions passed. To see the difference between failure messages, we change search phrase parameter to invalid search phrase and run the application one more time. We can see much clearer failure message than in previous case, something like this. Assertion error, expected empty array but was before with the specification what exactly was expected and what the actual result was. Let's sum up what we did for today. We added GUnit readable dependencies to our project. We gathered actual and expected data from UI, learned two different approaches to assertions in GUnit, find out the clearest way of collections assertion, and applied JavaStream methods such as map, collect, and filter. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to add assertions to our first simple Selenium application with your home task will be to add assertions to our Amazon.com test application and compare work of two assertion approaches that we learned today in the solution. Figure out which approach is more appropriate for you and why. What you should do is add GUnit dependency to your project, collect actual results from UI, apply assert true method for your actual result, collect expected result from actual results, apply assert equal method to compare actual and expected lists. During our next lesson, we will transform our main method into a GUnit test method and talk a bit about GUnit test hooks. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
Hello guys, nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will see the solution for the home task with first assertion in this video series. First, let's remember what our home task is. You should add GUnit dependency to your project, collect actual results from UI, apply assert true method for your actual results, collect expected results from actual results, apply assert equals method to compare actual and expected results. Then I switch to my project and open build.gradle file. Let's see how it's changed in comparison with the previous home task. I can say that the number of dependencies is increased by 1. We added GUnit 4 dependency
with 4.13.1 version. The following step is to switch to Selenium Runner class and see what was added to this file. First, you see that iPhone search phrase is moved to a separate local variable of our test method. The idea is to avoid iPhone string duplication, since we need this value in two places, where we perform search, so the string becomes our search parameter, and in place where we filter the actual items located on our web page. We need the value from this variable as a filtering criteria. Also, we can note that two additional variables for actual and expected results are present as a list of strings inside our main method. Let's see in details how they look like. The actual items initialization logic is simple. We find elements that represent found result items components and initialize them as list of web elements with the help of driver findElements method. It accepts a bit long CSS selector. Let's copy its value and switch to our web application to verify its correctness and see why it's so complicated. I open Amazon.com page and input iPhone as the search phrase. Then I hit on Enter key and wait until the found result items list is fully loaded. Finally, I right-click on the first found result item title and select Inspect option in the Open drop-down. Then I select ProPath plugin and insert the copied selector. When I switch to search results page of Amazon application, I see that only titles of our found result items are highlighted by green boards. It is critically important when working with Amazon to locate only content from titles of the found result items as web elements in your Java code. This is needed because Amazon.com search mechanism is not so clear as in GitHub. So not all the information that is present on the visible part of the application for the end user will contain search phrase in at least one of its fields. To prove it, I press Ctrl plus F keys combination and input our search phrase, iPhone, into the open menu. Then I scroll the web page down and see that the text is not highlighted in at least one of the fields of each found items. It means that the filtering logic will not be so simple as for GitHub application. Nevertheless, for the test purpose, we can hack the search logic and extract the graph attribute value for each of the found result titles. Each of these attribute values should definitely contain the search phrase as a part of the link, since it will be used to navigate to the product page for each of the found items. So if we search for iPhone, it should contain iPhone value. Such a complicated selector that we used is applied since we need the value from the title of each of the found items. We will see in our future lectures how this complicated selector can be handled with the help of web component concept. Let's switch to our code and proceed with its explanation. As we have already seen, GitHub and Amazon search mechanisms are different. So the following line of our code takes graph attribute value and title text of each found result items as a concatenated string value. The final line of actual items initialization logic transforms the stream of strings into the list of strings that are human readable in case of the test failure. Then we see that expected items initialization logic is the same that in our GitHub search test. We filter our actual items list and check whether it contains search phrase in lowercase or not in title or graph attribute value. The final line of this variable initialization transforms the stream of strings into the list of strings with expected items. The following line of code represents our first Unit 4 assertion applied on this project. It compares actual and expected item lists and asserts whether they are equal to each other or not. Let's run our code and see whether everything is set up correctly, if our build will be successful. You can see that the build is successful, that means that our assertion has passed. Now let's verify that assertion worked correctly. To do so, let's fail our test via replacing search phrase variable with invalid search phrase string and run the test one more time. As you can see, the test fails, that means that the config for our project are correct, because our expected results items list is not equal to the actual one. Please note that all the requirements for the task are fulfilled.
That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to observe the solution for our simple assertions home task with me. Thank you for your attention. See you in our next lesson.
Hello guys, nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will transform our main method into a JUnit test method. Also we will discuss different JUnit 5 before and after hooks. Here is our agenda for today. We will consider differences between JUnit 4 and JUnit 5. We will add JUnit 5 dependency to our project, migrate application from JUnit 4 to JUnit 5, apply JUnit 5 assertions to our application, create our first JUnit test, add JUnit 5 before all and after all hooks. We use JUnit 4 in our past lessons, just for introduction into testing world in Java. Now I would like to show you JUnit 5. We will learn how to use this tool since it supports test parallelization from inbox, which means that it can be implemented on your project without installing additional dependencies. One of the main ideas behind the new JUnit version is utilizing the features of Java 8 brought to the table, mainly lambdas. Some other differences include: the minimum JDK for JUnit 4 was JDK 5, while JUnit 5 requires at least JDK 8. The before class, after, and after class annotations are now the more readable and represented as the following: before each, before all, after each, and after all. Ignore annotation is replaced with disable. Category annotation is now tag. JUnit allows multiple runners to work simultaneously. This means that it supports parallelization. It supports for nested testing classes and an added test factory for dynamic tests. To run our test with the help of JUnit 5. So first I will search for the needed dependency in Maven Central. I open my browser and search for JUnit Jupyter Maven dependency in Google. Click on org.junit Jupyter Maven repository link. Click on link with JUnit Jupyter aggregator dependency and select 5.7.0 version and copy the Gradle dependency to the clipboard. Then I paste it to my build.gradle file and shorten the copied value as in all the dependencies above. Also, I should remove JUnit 4 dependency from our project to avoid conflicts between different JUnit versions. I click on Refresh Gradle Dependencies button and wait until the respective Gradle task finishes. Let's build our test project and see how migration between JUnit versions affected our test application. So I click on Build menu and select Build Project option. We should wait a bit until build is finished and see that it failed. It fails because assert class is not present in JUnit 5. We should use assertions class instead. So I go to my Selenium runner class and replace all occurrences of assert with assertions. Remove redundant imports from JUnit 4 and run the build task one more time. Now we can see that the build is successful and we can proceed with creation of our first JUnit 5 test class and method. To do so, we should first of all create our test class. I should expand test directory and see Java and resources folders. To create a test class, I perform right-click on Java directory and select New and Java class option in the Open dropdown. Let's call the new class as GitHub Search Test. Let's create a method with name checkGitHubSearch. To do so, we should open our Selenium runner class. Select content of our main method and copy it to the clipboard. Then let's go back to our GitHub Search Test class and pass the copied value to check GitHub Search method. To run the test with the help of Gradle in IntelliJ IDEA, we should tell the compiler that the specific method is a test method. To do so, we should add a test annotation about check GitHub Search method. Let's add the following line of code about the test method.
If we click Run Test sign, located from the left to our test method, we will see a failed build with the following message. Failure, build failed with an exception. What went wrong? Execution failed for task test. No test found for given includes, and specification of relative path to our test. This happens since Gradle test task is used to start our test. This task doesn't know that we use JUnit to run our test until we specify this information for our project. To do so, we should open our build.gradle file and override the default test task for our project. We should add the following line of code. Test, use JUnit platform. It clarifies the test runner for our application. Let's refresh our project's configuration and wait until the project is fully loaded. Now we can return to our test class and run the test one more time. Let's see what the output will be generated this time. We can see that our search flow on GitHub has passed successfully and the browser was closed by our teardown hook. Let's fail our test and see how JUnit test will behave in such a case. So I will change the expected condition for our expected results list, replacing search phrase variable with invalid search phrase text. Let's run our application one more time and see how it behaves now. We see that Chrome driver is not closed automatically and we should close it manually. If we run multiple tests a few times in a row and they will fail, we should spend our time to close the Chrome window and kill the WebDriver task in the Tasks Manager. You will agree with me that it's not convenient and it will be much easier if the teardown hook works despite test fails or passes. I have good news for you that this can be implemented via JUnit hooks. Let's talk a bit about hooks and JUnit. We have 4 different hooks for JUnit in Java. Before all, after all, before each, and after each. Before all hook is called only once for the concrete test class before all of its test methods. Usually it's used to set up test data for the entire class that will be reused in each test method. In our case, this hook can be used to set up WebDriver and separate this logic from the business logic of our test method. It should be static. After all hook is called only once for the complete test class after all of its test methods. Usually it's used to close some opened resources during test run, such as connection with database. In our case, we can use this hook to tear down Chrome driver. Please note that this hook also should be static. Before each hook is called before each test method in our class. It can be used to refresh or reset test data for each test method. For example, we can use it to instantiate WebDriver before each test from scratch and open a new Chrome window. After each hook is called after each test method in our test class. It can be used to close some resources open for the specific test, or to gather some results of the test in case of its failure, such as screenshot of web page, collect browser logs, or attach URL where the failure happened. Please note that all the JUnit hooks are executed regardless the result of tests in our class and the result of other test hooks. So if our before all hook fails, the after all hook will be executed anyway. Nevertheless, all methods annotated as test in our class will not be run. Let's see how these hooks work in real life. We should open our test class and perform the following refactoring. First, let's create a before all test hook, which will set up our Chrome driver. Let's cut the first 3 lines of code of our test and create a public static void setup driver method. Add before all annotation above it and paste the cut lines of code into this method. We can see that the driver variable cannot be accessed from our test method now. So what we should do is just to create a private field for WebDriver in our class that will store instantiated value for our WebDriver. We should add the following line of code in the beginning of our test class. Private static WebDriver driver. Then I remove WebDriver word from our before all hook and see that now the driver can be accessed from our test method as a static variable of our test class. Let's move our WebDriver quick logic to the teardown hook. To do so, I add the following method at the end of our test class: public static void teardown driver. Then I cut the last line of our test method and paste it to the added teardown hook. Please do not forget to add after all annotation above our teardown hook. I will do so now. Let's run our test one more time and see how it behaves now. We can see that even the test has failed, our teardown hook worked properly, and the WebDriver was closed automatically, as well as the test output is available for us. So we can scroll it up and down and see the difference between expected and actual results via the button click to see difference. So I left click on this button and can observe the difference between results in a more convenient way than in our console. Let's sum up what we did today. We considered main differences between GUnit 4 and GUnit 5. Added GUnit 5 dependency to our project. Migrated our application from GUnit 4 to GUnit 5. Applied GUnit 5 assertions to our application. Created our first GUnit test. Added GUnit 5 before all and after all hooks. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to transform our main method into a GUnit test method with me. Your home task will be to transform your Amazon.com test application into a GUnit test project with before all and after all hooks, as well as one test method. What you should do is add GUnit 5 dependency to your project, migrate your application from GUnit 4 to GUnit 5, apply GUnit 5 assertion for your application, transform your main method into a GUnit test method with the help of test annotation. Add GUnit 5 before all and after all hooks to set up and tear down WebDriver. During our next lesson, we will talk with you about different types of weights in Selenium and add implicit weight to our application. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson.
Hello guys, nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will see the solution for the home task with the transformation of main method into a GUnit 5 test method. First, let's remember what our home task is. You should add GUnit 5 dependency to your project, migrate your application from GUnit 4 to GUnit 5, apply GUnit 5 assertions for your application, transform your main method into a GUnit test method with the help of test annotation. Add GUnit 5 before all and after all hooks to set up and tear down WebDriver. First, I open my test project and navigate to build.gradle file to see how the project dependencies are changed. You can see that GUnit 4 dependency is replaced with the GUnit 5.1 with the version 5.7.0. Then we see that test task is overridden with the help of method use GUnit platform. That means that Gradle will use GUnit 5 runner to start our automated tests. Our following step is to open Amazon Search Test class. This is a new file for our project. You can see that Selenium runner class is removed from the main Java directory. Here you can see the structure very similar to GitHub Search Test class in our video lesson project. Please note that this class consists of before all and after all hooks and one test method. The first line of code is the private static WebDriver field. We moved WebDriver variable to a separate field because we want to share the values tapped in the before all hook with the test method and with the after all hook. We made the field static since before all and after all hooks in GUnit 5 are static, so that they cannot access non-static members of our class. Although all GUnit 5 test methods are non-static, they have no problems to access static members of our class, so such a signature relates to this. The first method in our class is annotated by before all annotation. This means that this method will be executed only once before all the test methods located in the class. The method sets up Chrome driver on the level of your system with the help of WebDriver Manager library. It loads everything needed for your system to set up Chrome driver automatically, so you don't have to care about this process. The following line of code is WebDriver field instantiation as a Chrome driver class instance. The final line in this method maximizes the Chrome window according to the maximum resolution of your current screen. Let's scroll the screen down to our teardown hook. You can see that this method is annotated by after all annotation. This means that the method will be executed only once after all the test methods located in this class finish their run. Hence, we located WebDriver quit logic to close the open Chrome window automatically and finish the process launched by the driver, not to do so manually each time after the test run finished. Let's scroll up and see how the test method looks like. You can see that it is annotated by test annotation, which says that GUnit runner that this is the test method. So our method annotated by before all annotation will be executed before it, while the method annotated by after all annotation will be executed right after it. The final line of code in the method is assertions assert equal method call. In comparison with the task in our previous lesson, assert class is replaced with assertions class, which is the assertions holder in GUnit 5. Let's run our code and see whether everything is set up correctly and if our build will be successful. You can see that the build is successful, that means that our assertion has passed. Now let's verify that after all hook works correctly. To do so, let's fail the test via replacing search phrase variable with invalid search phrase string and run the test one more time. As you can see, the test fails, but the Chrome window is closed automatically. That means that the configs of our project are correct, because after all hook works despite the failure in method in our class. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to observe the solution for our home task with GUnit 5 test method application to our project. Thank you for your attention. See you in our next lesson.
Hello guys, nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will talk about implicit weights in Selenium and make a few experiments with them. Here is our agenda for today. We will discuss why we need weights in Selenium, what are implicit weights in Selenium, and talk a bit about how to apply implicit weights to your project. So let's start from talking about why we need weights in Selenium and how they can help to make our tests more stable. It's important to say that most of the modern web applications are based on Ajax and JavaScript. In its turn, it means that the process of loading of web elements on our page may take different period for different elements. Although it makes it difficult to find the needed element on the page, it may cause no such element exception thrown by Selenium WebDriver. Nevertheless, application of weights in Selenium in correct place may help to resolve this issue. Let's consider a situation when we hover on an element in header of our web application, but due to pure network connection, the drop-down menu is opened within a few seconds. If you run a test which checks that the drop-down is displayed or clicks on some option inside this drop-down, Selenium WebDriver will throw no such element exception and our test will fail, despite the fact that the drop-down is displayed. In Selenium we have two main types of weights, implicit and explicit. In this lesson we will discuss implicit weights. So what implicit weights are? The implicit weight is a tool that allows us to set the default time for Selenium WebDriver to find all the UI elements before throwing no such element exception. This type of weight in Selenium is set up on WebDriver level. The default timeout is 0 seconds. So after 0 seconds trying to find not existing element, our WebDriver will throw an exception. If we set implicit wait for our WebDriver for 10 seconds, we will see no such element exception on invalid selector after 10 seconds of waiting for it. In case if we expect that element is not displayed, our test will hang for 10 seconds waiting for its visibility. So I would strongly recommend you to apply implicit weights very attentively.
Let's switch to our test framework and add implicit weights to our application. To do so, we should add the following line of code to the setup WebDriver before all hook. Driver manage timeouts, implicitly wait 5 and seconds as time unit. If you go to the implementation of enum time unit, we can see different types of time units such as nanoseconds, microseconds, milliseconds, etc. So you can play with your code and experiment which type of time unit is the most appropriate for your asynchronously loaded web application. Our next step will be search for web element with invalid selector that cannot be found on GitHub search results page. So let's add the following line of code before our assert equals method for expected and actual collections. Assertions, assert true, driver, find element by CSS selector, and imagine some selector like title, invalid title. Dot is displayed. Also, let's add code capturing time before and after this assertion to see how long WebDriver hangs waiting for the element. To capture time before assertion, we should add the following line of code directly before our new assert. System out println local datetime now. This line of code will print exact date and time from your computer during the code execution. To capture the time after the assertion, we should add the same line of code inside your after all hook. So let's copy and paste it from our test method. If we add this line of code directly after assertion, it will not be executed, since if assert fails, the lines of code directly after it are not executed in test method. Let's run our application and see what happens. If we open the output of our test, we will see that the time difference between before and after assertion is 5 seconds. Let's go to our implicit wait setup line of code and change 5 seconds to 10 seconds. Now we can rerun our application and see how long the test will hang this time. We can see from the test output that the difference between before and after assertion time is 10 seconds. Let's comment the line of code setting up our implicit wait. Now we can see how fast the test will fail since it cannot find the needed element. Let's run our application one more time and see what will be the test output now. If we open the output of our test, we will see that it has failed in just 0 seconds after trying to find the element with not existing selector. Let's sum up what we did for today. We discussed wait in web application, talked about implicit waits in Selenium, learned how to apply implicit wait in your project. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to learn implicit waits in Selenium with me. This lecture will not have any practical task. We will apply waits to our test project a bit later. During our next lesson, we will talk with you about explicit waits in Selenium and try to play with them in your test application. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson.
Hello guys, nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will talk about explicit waits in Selenium and make a few experiments with them. Here is our agenda for today. We will discuss with you what are explicit waits in Selenium, learn how are they connected with implicit waits, and discuss how to apply explicit waits in your project. Explicit waits in Selenium have more narrow application in comparison with implicit waits. We use explicit waits in the particular place of our code in order to wait for some specific condition. This tool allows waiting for the specific condition for some period of time, and this period of time can be changed depending on the situation. It is a more intelligent way of waiting for the element on UI of your application in comparison with implicit waits.
Nevertheless, it can be used only for the specific web elements, so the best way of managing weights in Selenium is to combine explicit and implicit weights in your application wisely. In comparison with implicit weights, it provides us with an opportunity to wait for dynamically allocated Ajax elements in our application and connect the specific weight condition with the exact element, not with the entire application under test. However, this type of weight also throws no such element exception or timeout exception, if it cannot locate the searched element within the provided period of time. Also, we have a wider opportunity of wait for specific conditions such as URL to be, visibility of, element to be clickable, etc. I'd like to note that implicit weights are closely connected with explicit ones. The connection can be found in case if we are waiting for a web element to be present on our web page. Let's imagine a situation when we apply implicit weight on the WebDriver level set for 5 seconds. Also, we added explicit weight for our element in the exact part of our code waiting for the element to be visible for 5 seconds. In this case, unpredicted waits timeout will be used before throwing no such element exception. For example, first, the implicit wait will work waiting for element to be present for 5 seconds. And only after that, the explicit wait will spend 5 seconds of our test waiting for element to be present. The total time our test will hang is 10 seconds. That is pretty much just for check for visibility of a web element. This is important thing to remember when you are playing with waits in your web application. I would recommend you turn off WebDriver implicit waits when you apply explicit waits, and turn implicit waits on when the explicit weight is applied in some part of your code. When combining both implicit and explicit weights for one specific web element, the total hang time of your test cannot be predicted, because if we set implicit wait for 10 seconds and explicit wait for 15 seconds, the application can hang for 20 seconds or 25 seconds or 15 seconds, or your explicit wait will be ignored at all. So now let's open our test application and try to use both learned weights to locate a not existing web element. First, we can add a private field representing WebDriver explicit weight to our test class. We should open GitHub search test class and add the following line of code under the line of code with private WebDriver field. Private static WebDriver weight. Then let's instantiate our weight to be used in our class test methods. We will do it via GUnit before all hook. I can add the following method right after WebDriver instantiation hook. Before all, public static void setup weight. Weight equals new WebDriver weight, and pass driver and 15 as the constructor incoming parameter. So what the WebDriver weight constructor accepts as entry parameters: WebDriver instance to which it will be applied and timeout to wait for expected condition we will specify are accepted by this constructor. Let's apply our WebDriver weight to the created code. First, we should add the following line of code right after printing to console the current date and time. Wait until expected conditions, visibility of. Driver, find element, by CSS selector. Title equals invalid title. Let's also replace the implicit wait timeout for our WebDriver to 20 seconds. We can run our application one more time and see how long the test will hang. If we scroll up to the test output, we will see that the time the test was waiting for visibility of invalid web element is equal to our implicit wait timeout, and the explicit wait timeout is totally ignored. That is the reason why I strongly recommend you to apply explicit waits, turning off implicit waits before. Let's create a method that will turn off our implicit wait right before waiting for the expected condition. We can add it right after setup wait method. So I write the following line of code. Private static void switch off implicit wait. Driver manage timeouts implicitly wait 0 and time unit as seconds. Let's call this method before waiting for element to be present. Switch off implicit wait. Now we can run our application one more time and see how it behaves now. We can see that no such element exception is thrown after 0 seconds. This happens since first we find the element using implicit wait setup in our WebDriver to 0, and only then we try to wait for its visibility with the help of our explicit wait. So the exception is thrown by the WebDriver but not by our explicit wait. To avoid such a situation, let's replace our expected condition with visibility of element located condition and pass the not existing selector as entry parameter. To do so, we should remove the following line of code: driver find element. Now let's run our application one more time and see what its output will be now. We can see that the reason of test failure is not no such element exception. It is timeout exception, which says that our wait could not be satisfied within the specified period of time. It describes that it was waiting for the condition for 15 seconds with polling interval with 500 milliseconds. That means that each 500 milliseconds web page was being checking if the element is present. If we scroll down, we will see that the time difference between before and after local datetime output is 15 seconds, and previously setup implicit wait was ignored, since we turned it off. I would like to remind you one more time not to forget to turn the implicit wait on right after you used your explicit wait. This can be done with the help of a util class, and we will try to add it in our future lessons. Now let's replace our not valid selector with a valid CSS selector and see how the test will successfully pass. Let's add our search result item selector as parameter for this method. If we run our application one more time, we can see that it passed successfully and the test was not hanging at all, since the element was allocated as soon as the search results page was open. Let's sum up what we did for today. We discussed explicit wait in web application, learned connection between explicit and implicit waits, and decided how to apply explicit wait in our project. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that it was interesting for you to learn explicit waits in Selenium with me. This lecture will not have any practical task. We will apply all the learned waits in our test project a bit later. During our next lesson, we will talk with you about page object concept in Selenium and try to apply it in our test application. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson.
Hello guys, nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will learn page object concept in Selenium and apply it in our test project. Here is our agenda for today. We will learn what is page object components, learn find by annotation, how does page object works, compose our test from page objects, create common base page class. I would like to start with the definition of page object. So what is page object concept and why is it so popular in the modern test automation frameworks? Page object is a test automation pattern that helps to represent the web page as an object in a programming language. So all the components connected with some page are moved into a separate class and can be reused by different components of your program. Which profits can it bring to you? First, it allows to reuse your code and accelerate the process of creation of new tests. You will agree with me that it is not convenient to write something like driver find element each time when you need to perform some actions with your web application. With the help of page object, you can place everything you need from the specific page in an independent class and refer to it each time you need the specific web element located on it. Second, you can simplify the verbosity of your test. If you remember our last lecture, you can say that our GitHub search test method is overloaded with different logic. We navigate to URL, find web elements, interact with them, and perform assertions in a single method.
This can look convenient if you have only few test methods in your test application. But let's imagine a situation if you have 100 of UI tests and a few test classes, where you interact with web elements from the same page during various business flows. Your test application will be so huge that even the author of all the tests can easily get lost in such a complicated structure. If you use PageObject, you place all the actions connected with the specific web element in one place, and connect these actions into test methods describing business logic. For example, input search phrase to search field and hit enter key can be moved to a separate method with name perform search. So your test will call this method instead of driver, find elements, and keys. Third, it provides a higher resistance to changes in the application under test. Let's imagine a case when you have 100 tests, which test GitHub homepage and GitHub search results page. In each of your tests, you refer to WebDriver and search for search input for some specific selector. One day, you see that all the tests are failing due to changed selector of this component. To make all the tests green again, you will have to go to each test method and test class and replace the deprecated locator with the new one. That is time-consuming activity, and if the application is constantly updated, you will get tired of this very soon. PageObject concept suggests you to place your web elements in one place, so search input selector will be defined only in one place despite you have 10 or 100 tests. In its turn, if something changes, you update selector in one place, not in 100. Finally, you can create inheritance between your pages. It can help to reuse web elements that are common for different pages without any additional actions. For example, if header and footer are repeated from page to page, you can create a base page class where the logic of interaction with both these components can be described. So if some of business methods located in your web page will need the specific component from header or footer, it will just refer to the parent class member. If you consider GitHub, we will see that search input is located on each page in the header. So if we need to use search input in different tests, we can put it to base page and call search input from GitHub homepage and GitHub search results page. There were just a few words about main features of PageObject that can simplify your work as a test automation engineer. Now let's proceed with consideration of the main components of PageObject. I would like to highlight the following parts of this pattern: WebDriver, Web Elements, Business Methods, Web Elements initialization logic. Let's look at each of them in more details. WebDriver goes hand by hand with the Web Elements initialization logic. Selenium provides us with the class called as PageFactory. It has overloaded initElements method and was created to make using PageObject simpler and easier for understanding and use. It instantiates an instance of the given page class and sets a lazy proxy of each web element located on the page. WebDriver is used as a root element to search for the needed element located on the page. This means that the root of your HTML DOM tree will be used to locate the element with the provided selector on the page. We will see how to find web elements from other web elements in our next video lessons. We will use the implementation of initElements method that accepts WebDriver and a class representing a web page as incoming parameters. This means that the default logic searching web elements on the page from HTML root will be used to locate all the PageObject members. Preferably, this logic should be put to your page constructor. Web elements are the integral components of PageObject model. Each web page consists of web elements such as header, footer, search form, etc. They are represented by web element interface and store all the elements needed for your test in one single place. To encapsulate the logic of initialization of the web elements and prevent the changes to your web elements from PageObject class clients, I would recommend to use private or protected access modifiers for them. Business methods are also a very important part of your PageObject. They store all the business logic that will be performed by your tests. This means that you should organize test methods in atomic actions that can be reused as independent steps from different tests. I would recommend you to find out which actions will be repeated from test to test and put them to a separate methods. So if you see that search field will be filled with some text and then you have to hit enter key each time you perform search, you should merge both of these actions into a single method. In this case, you will perform the needed actions from your test with just a single line of code instead of 2 lines. This will significantly improve the verbosity of your test scenarios. As I mentioned above, web elements are represented by proxies on your page objects. This means that no actual web element is present on your page directly after page factory initElements method is called. In its turn, it means that the web element or the collection of your web elements is looked up each time you refer to it. So the driver find element is called each time you refer to web element field of your class by page object annotated by find by annotation. This logic is hidden from you, but it can be investigated in debug mode when running your test with the help of Selenium. To help your page factory to create proxies of your web elements, find by annotation was invented. It should be placed above each of web elements you want to locate in your page object class. It accepts different string parameters such as CSS, XPath, name, ID, and all the different types of selectors present in Selenium. It stores the selector of your web elements, and value from this annotation is used each time when page object performs search of web element on the actual page to give its fresh copy. It looks like we had a plethora of theory today, so let's proceed with coding now. We have to refactor our web application a bit to make it work with the help of page object pattern. To do so, I open my test project and navigate to GitHub search test class to find out how many pages should be created for our single test. I can see that first we open GitHub homepage, which is the first page we will create. The second page is opened after we performed search. It will be called search results page. So we will create 2 page objects. Let's create a pages directory in our Java folder. First I will create homepage class. Then I go back to my test class and see that this page has only one search input component that is used by our test. I copy this component selector and return to my homepage class. Here I create a private web element search input field. Then I should add find by annotation above this field to help our page factory to locate the element on the page. Then I will add CSS as type of selector of the element and paste the copied value from my test class. So we have added our web element to the homepage page object. Now we should initialize it with the help of page factory. I would recommend you to do so in the constructor of your page class. So I create a public constructor. Public homepage WebDriver driver. Then let's add a page initialization logic with the following line of code. Page factory, initElements, driver, this. We pass this as the second parameter of init method, since we say that the current instance of our page object class should be initialized. Now let's add a method that will perform search. It should be unique and accept any search phrase as incoming parameter as we want. To create such a method, I add the following code to my homepage class. Public void perform search string search phrase. With the following implementation. Search input, send keys, search phrase. Search input, send keys, enter. We can see that 2 actions are merged into a single business action such as perform search, which will help to improve the verbosity of our scenario. Let's proceed with refactoring and create the search results page. I will add it to the same package at the home page. It should contain the list of found items and the methods that will return text from all the found items and return text of the found items that contain search phrase to be used. I open my test class and copy the selector of my search results items. Then I return to the created class and add the following line of code. Find by CSS REPL list item. Private list web element search results items. The list of found items will be stored here. Then I have to initialize all the elements of our page. I can just add the same constructor as for home page to do so. Then I open my test class and copy the actual items initialization logic. Then I create a method, public list string search results item text, add return keyword, and paste the copied code as a return statement. Now I have to replace the driver find elements part with the value of our search result items field. Let's add a method that will return text item which contains search text only. To do so, I open my test class and copy the expected items collecting logic. Then I add method public list string search result items with text string search text that accepts our search text as a parameter. Then I paste the copied value from our test and replace actual items variable with search results items text method call. Let's move our search phrase into a private constant of our test class to get rid of redundant variable initialization in our test. Add the following line of code at the beginning of our test class. Private static final string search phrase equals selenium. Then I cut the content of our test method and leave only navigation logic here. Now the final part of our refactoring is left. We should initialize our pages and perform assertions. To do so, I create the following variables inside our test method. Homepage with name homepage equals new homepage driver. Search results page with name search results page equals new search results page driver. Now we can operate with our pages as Java objects. To perform search, I should just add the following line of code. Homepage perform search phrase. To gather actual and expected results from our test, we should add two following line of code. List string actual items equals search results page search results items text. List string expected items equals search results page search results items with text search phrase. And to apply assertions, we should call assertions assert equals expected items actual items. Let's run our application and see how it works now. We can see that the test run is successful and everything works fine. You can agree with me that our code looks much more verbose than before refactoring. Please also note that you can combine the steps from your page objects to check, for example, that if search request is invalid, the actual items list will be empty. And now you do not have to care about web elements initialization inside your test classes. I would like to perform one more refactoring with you today. You can see that both of our pages have the same initialization logic. This logic is a good candidate to be moved to the parent command for both of our pages. So if you add one more page, you will not have to care about its initialization logic. You will just extend base page class. To create a parent page, I add web page class to our pages directory and add the following constructor there. Protected web page WebDriver driver. Page factory init elements. Driver this. This class will have a protected constructor because we don't want the object of this class to be created anywhere in our program. But we want to allow its descendants to access web elements initialization logic via page factory located in its constructor. Now let's remove constructors from both of our pages and extend web page class in each of them. You can see that public constructors are still left there, but super keyword is used to access the protected constructor of our super class. So we have less number of duplication in our code, and that is a great news. I would suggest you to create an additional directory, pages folder, and pull extensions of web page class there for better visibility of pages hierarchy. Let's do so now and call this directory as impl. Let's run our application one more time to see that the refactoring did not break anything. We can see that everything works fine and the test run is successful. Let's sum up what we did today. We discovered what page object is, considered main components of page object, discussed what find by annotation is, observed how page object works, refactored our test according to page object concept, created a base page class with common logic for all page objects in our test application. That's everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to apply page object model into our application. Your home task will be to refactor your test framework in accordance with page object concept. What you should do is create a base page class, move initialization logic common for all the pages to this class, create homepage and search results page classes, put the elements needed for your test to these pages, add methods needed for your test to page objects, run your test and achieve 100% pass. During our next lesson, we will talk with you about web component concept in Selenium and apply it to our test framework. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson.
Hello guys, nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will see the solution for the home task with page object concept in this video series. First, let's remember what our home task is. You should create a base page class, move initialization logic common for all the pages to this class, create homepage and search results page, put the elements needed for your test to these pages, add methods needed for your test to page objects, run your test and achieve 100% pass. Then I switch to my project and open our Amazon search test class. The first difference in comparison with the previous version of the application is that search phrase is moved to a separate constant. It is static final, that means that it will not be changed by other members of the class. Also, we can see that the structure of our test is more cohesive than before refactoring. So no redundant information about how to locate web elements or how to gather expected and actual results are hidden here. We see that the test method consists of navigation to Amazon.com page, initialization of two variables representing web pages as page objects, call of methods, perform search on homepage, call of methods returning expected and actual results from our search results page, and assertion at the final line of code as in the previous version of our application. So, our test method consists now of only business steps. So in case of the test failure, it will be easier to analyze the reason and understand what is going on inside this method. Let's open Java Pages directory and open web page class. You can see that it is the same as in our previous video lesson. This class has only protected constructor to be accessed only by its descendants and prevent the class instantiation anywhere in our program. The constructor uses PageFactory initElements method inside to initialize all the web elements annotated by findBy annotation in our page objects. Let's expand Pages impl directory and see how it looks like. We see that homepage and search results page objects are present in our impl directory. First, I open homepage class and see how it's implemented. It extends webpage class and has public constructor that accepts WebDriver as a parameter and passes it to protected constructor of our superclass. Then we see that the class has private field with name search input, annotated by findBy annotation with the selector of our search input component. Also, the class has perform search method that accepts string search phrase as a parameter and performs sendKeys operation to search input fields for 2 times. First, to pass search phrase. Second, to pass hit on enter key emulation with the help of keys enum in Selenium. Let's open search results page class and see how it looks like. As homepage class, it also extends webpage class and have public constructor that matches the superclass one. Also, the class has one private field, the list of web elements representing our found item list, with name search results items. It is annotated by find by annotation with the CSS selector we found during the previous home task consideration. Please note that this class has two methods accessing search results items field. The first one contains the logic of actual items text collection and is called as search results items text. The method returns the list of concatenated items, text, and ref attribute values for each of the found items. The second method, located in the class, is called search results items with text and returns the list of expected results for our test. It accepts search text string as a parameter and uses it to filter the search results items text methods results by the past search phrase variable. We do so in two different methods to improve the verbosity of our test class. Let's switch to our class and run our check Amazon search method to see whether the refactoring broke anything or no. You can see that build is successful, that means that our assertion has passed. Please note that all the requirements for home task are fulfilled. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to observe the solution for our page objects home task with me. Thank you for your attention. See you in our next lesson.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
Hello guys, nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will learn web component concept in Selenium and apply it to our test project. Here our agenda for today. We will learn what is web component in Selenium, how is web component related to page object, why we need web components, how to write custom wrapper for web element, how to initialize web components on page object, how to split our page objects into web components. So what is web component in Selenium? Web component concept in Selenium is closely connected with page object model. It goes hand by hand with the idea that each of the page should be represented by a separate class. In our case, this thing goes further and suggests such a test application model that splits your page objects into more detailed and more specific parts, web components. It says that each component located on your page should also be moved to a separate class, which will represent the specific UI component. In its turn, all the web component classes will be injected to the particular web page classes and could be reused on different pages without any inheritance logic. Let's consider the main profits that web component approach bring to your test application. First, it can help to simplify the structure of your page object class. You don't have to add find by annotation above each web component, because the logic of search for the needed element of the component and the component by itself will be hidden inside a separate class. So the page object will look just like a composition of different web components with getters to them. This means that no methods with business logic will be located inside page object in your application. The second profit for using web components in your test automation framework is that the business logic of web component work is encapsulated inside a single class. This means that you will not have to copy-paste everything connected with click on some button in header from class to class. You will just write everything in one place in header web component class. Your page object will have private field with header component type and will return this private field value by one of its getters. So your test will have direct access to the needed business logic hidden in your component without any dependency on your web page. Furthermore, you will have to write much less code. This advantage is closely connected with the previous one, because if the entire business logic is hidden in one place, you don't have to duplicate business methods from class to class. You should just compose your web page and test methods from already existing components. Hence, you will achieve faster test development process, as well as higher agility to changes in your application logic. Finally, the verbosity of your test scenarios will be improved. This can be achieved due to improved visibility of which component is used to perform different user actions. For example, in pure page object model, you have tests that need a step performing search on home page. It will call perform search method from home page. On the other hand, if you use web component approach together with page object, your test will refer to home page, then to search component located on this page, and only then to perform search method hidden inside search component. We will consider how it looks like a bit later in our practical part of this lesson. As a result, it is easier to understand what is going in your test, and in case of its failure, there will be no obstacles to reproduce the issue manually and to create a defect with all the comprehensive steps. Unfortunately, Selenium doesn't provide us with an opportunity to create custom web components with already initialized elements inside it. As for now, in pure Selenium, there is no mechanism similar to Page Factory initialize element logic for web components concept. There is a plethora of libraries with custom wrappers for Selenium's web components, such as Selenit or Yandex.HTML elements. Nevertheless, the logic of their work is quite complicated and it's hard to understand it from the first glance. So we will create our custom wrapper for Selenium's web component in our lesson to get acquainted with this pattern in test automation more closely. We have a few different options of how to create a custom web components hierarchy in our project. The first one is to create a base class representing our web component that will implement the element interface of Selenium and can be used as a root element to search for its child elements on the page. Moreover, it can help us to initialize our web pages via Selenium's Page Factory. Unfortunately, we will have to override all the web elements methods such as sendKeys, click, etc., even if our class doesn't need all of them. Another way is to create a base web component class that will override the logic hidden in web element interface via composition. So we will have a private field with web element type inside this class that will represent the root element, from which we will search the child elements. As a result, we will not have to override web elements methods and can create custom wrappers for the standard methods in our classes. Let's switch to our project and create a base web component class. To do so, I will add components directory to my test.java folder. Then I add class and call it web component. This class will be very similar to our web page class, since it will be parent for all the web components in our application. First, let's add a private field representing our root web element. To do so, I add the following line of code at the beginning of my class. Private web element with name root element. Our following step is to create such a constructor that will be visible only for our child classes, so that the base class instance cannot be created from any part of our application. To do so, I add the following line of code under the root element field. Protected web component, web element, root element. This root element equals root element, to allow our children to search for the web elements located inside our web component class. For example, login button inside our login form or search button inside our search component. We should create such a method that will search web elements from our root element. To do so, I'll add the following lines of code. Protected web element, find element, by selector, return root element dot find element by selector. As you can see, this method will also be accessed only by descendants of web component class. Our second step is to create child classes for web element. Let's think which classes can be represented as ancestors of this class. I suppose that the best candidates in our test application are search component and search result item component. Search component is represented on each page of GitHub, so moving it to a separate component will accelerate the development of new tests and encapsulate business method logic in one single place. Although search result items can be found only on search results page, and we cannot reuse them on different pages, we can make the logic of search of the expected and actual results clearer. Moreover, with the help of web component, we can filter our search results items only by field where search text can be found, not by the entire text of this component. First, let's create a class representing our search component. To do so, I create an impl folder inside our components directory. Then I add a class with name search component and extend it from web component class. Then I add the following constructor to instantiate our search component correctly. It looks like we will use the root element of search component class to perform search. That means that the root element will accept search phrase and enter key value. To be able to send keys to our root element of web component, we need to access the sendKeys method of our wrapped element. To do so, we should open our web component class and add the following line of code. Public void sendKeys, char sequence, 3 dots, keys to send. Root element dot sendKeys, keys to send. If we go to the implementation of web elements sendKeys method, we will see that it also accepts char sequence array of parameters. So we just override this method via composition, not inheritance. Then I return to search component class and add the following method below our constructor. Public void perform search. Pass string search phrase as incoming parameter and add the following implementation. SendKeys, search phrase, sendKeys, keys enter. This method just calls the superclasses sendKeys method and sends search phrase and enter key to the root element. Let's proceed with the creation of our search result item component. It will be much harder because we will have to access text of 2 different fields of this web component, title and description. GitHub search is performed by these 2 values. Let's prove it and open our browser on GitHub homepage. So I perform search for Selenium search phrase, wait for search result list is loaded, and press Ctrl F keys combination. I'm going to search for Selenium on the search results page to see which fields of search results item are used by GitHub search mechanism to filter the results for the end user. We can see that search text can be found in title and description fields, which proves the suggestion that both are important for our test. Let's switch to our application and create a class representing our search result item. I add the class with name search result item component to our impl directory in components folder. Then I extend it from web component class and add the constructor that matches the superclasses constructor. Then I remember that I have to find description and title web elements located inside this component. We can do so referring to our base component's findElement method. To find these elements on the page, we should understand how their selectors look like. To do so, let's switch to our browser. I perform right-click on the first found item's title and navigate to the DevTools. I can say that its selector will look like .v align middle. Let's check its correctness with the help of our Cropass plugin. Our second step is to find descriptions locator. I right-click on the first item's description and inspect this element in DevTools. I can say that this element's locator is MB1. Let's verify it by our Cropass plugin. Now, after successful verification, we can switch to our test project and add everything needed to search result item. I would strongly recommend you to store the selectors of web components child elements as constants. So I add 2 following lines of code before the constructor. Private static final by and call it title selector equals by .css selector v align middle. Private static final by description selector equals by CSS selector and b1. This means that these values will not be changed during the program's runtime, which will protect your tests from random failures in case of selectors updates by the web components clients. Then I add the following methods to our class that will return boolean value, defining whether our class contains search phrase or not. Public boolean contains search phrase, which accepts string search phrase as parameter. It will return contains text ignoring case, search phrase, and title, or contains text ignoring case, search phrase, description selector. Then I will define a method whose name contains text ignoring case. Private boolean contains text ignoring case that will accept string search phrase and by selector as method parameters. It will return the following: find element selector dot get text dot to lowercase contains search phrase. So our public method checks if search phrase is present in title or description. Our private method helps to avoid code duplication for checking whether the web element with provided selectors contains search phrase ignoring case. Because we remember that GitHub search mechanism is case insensitive. The following step of our refactoring will be to add the created web components to our pages. First, I should add methods to our web page class that will allow to find collection of web element and single web element from WebDriver as root. To do so, I add field private WebDriver driver to web page class. It will store driver value to search for the element. Then I remove page factory initialization logic from our constructor and replace it with driver initialization. And then I add this driver equals driver logic inside the constructor. Then I add the following methods to this class: protected web element, find element, by selector, which will return driver find element by selector. And then I add a method that will return the list of web elements. It will look like the following: protected list web element find elements by selector. Return driver.find elements by selector. The first method will return the single web element found from WebDriver as the root, while the second one will search for the web elements collection via provided selector. Then I should go to homepage class and replace the private field with private selector for our search component, writing the following line of code: private static final by search component selector by CSS name equals q. Our next step is to create public getter that will return our search components to the homepage client. To do so, I replace perform search method with the following one: public search component with name search component. Return new search component find element search component selector. Let's switch to search results page to perform refactoring there. I replace private field with the following line of code: private static by search result item selector equals by CSS selector dot repo list item. Then I add a private getter for search result items that will look like the following: private list of search result item components with name search result items. It will return the following statement: find elements search result item selector dot stream dot map search result item component new collect collectors to list. This method transforms the list of found web elements by our parent class to list of instances of search result item component class. We will operate with them in two following methods that will return expected and actual items for our test. The first method's implementation will look like the following: public list of strings with name search results items text. it will return the following statement. Search result items.stream.map web component get text collect collectors to list. The second method will return the list of expected results. It will look like the following. Public list of strings with name search result items with text, and a pass string with name search phrase as incoming parameter. It will return the following statement. Search result items.stream.filter item contains search phrase .map web component get text .collect collectors to list. We should also go to web component class to make our code work and override get text method of our wrap element. To do so, I add the following line of code after sendKeys method. Public string get text. Return root element get text. Let's return to search results page and see the method's logic work in more details. The first method collects text from all the search result items located on our page with the web components approach. The second one method returns the text from all the search items that contains search phrase in title or description fields with the help of our custom component wrapper. Let's switch to our test class and perform the final refactoring before the tests run. I should replace homepage.performSearch with homepage.searchComponent.performSearch search phrase. Now you can see that your test became more verbose and it's easy for you to understand that you should perform search with the help of search component and then search that each found item contains search phrase inside it. Moreover, the GitHub search mechanism work more properly than before refactoring because we check that search result items contains text in just few fields without assertion of the entire text of search result item. Now let's run our test and see how it works now. You can see that test passed successfully and everything is correct after application of our new web component concept. Let's sum up what we did for today. We discussed what is web component in Selenium, learned how web component is related to page object, understood why web components are needed, saw how to write custom wrapper for web element, discovered how to initialize web components on page object, decomposed our page objects into web components. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to apply web component model with page object to our test application. Your home task will be to refactor your test framework in accordance with web components concept. What you should do is create a base web component class, move logic wrap and root element actions to this class. Please check that search results phrase is present in found result item title or inside ref attribute of found result item. If you have problems with implementation of this logic, you can see a solution in our next video. Then you should put the business logic from your test to these components, inject the components into web pages created in previous homework, run your tests and achieve 100% pass. During our next lesson, we will talk with you about data transfer objects in testing and apply them to our test framework. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson.
Hello guys, nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will see the solution for the home task with the web component concept in this video series. First, let's remember what our home task is. You should create a base web component class, move the logic wrapping root element actions to this class, create web components needed for your tests, put the business logic from your test to these components, inject the components into web pages created in previous homework, run your tests and achieve 100% pass. Then I switch to my project and open our Amazon Search Test class. The only difference in comparison with the previous version of the application is that instead of referring to homepage perform search method, we use homepage search component perform search method that improves the verbosity of our test scenario and accelerates its failure analysis.
Let's open test Java components directory and navigate to web component class. It is a wrapper for Selenium's web element item that is used to encapsulate the logic of search of web elements from the other elements, not from the DOM tree root, as can be performed from WebDriver. This class has a protected constructor that accepts web component root element as a parameter to initialize our root element private field. Also, findElement method of our root element field is overridden here via composition at the public method. We wrap the webElements method needed for us because we do not want to override all the methods located in this interface, which we should do if we implement this interface. There are also sendKeys and getText methods of webElement overridden in this class. We use the same logic as for findElement method in both these cases. Let's open component IMPL directory and see the web component class's descendants in more details. First, I open search component class. I see that this class has a public constructor that matches the super ones. Also, perform search method is moved here from homepage class. We did so to reuse the perform search method in case we want this on another page, for example search results page. If we inject this component as a private field of this class, we can call perform search method of search component without caring about its implementation. Then I open search result item component class. I see that it has a bit more complicated structure than search component class. First, it extends web component class and contains a constructor matching the super ones. We see that here is a private constant representing our title element selector. I have just moved it from search results page find by annotation to this variable. Then we see that here is contains search phrase public method accepting input search phrase as the parameter. This method says whether the search result item contains search phrase or not in the title text or title's href attribute. Also, we see one more method in this class called as contains text that accepts text and search phrase strings as incoming parameters. It checks whether the incoming text contains search phrase ignoring case, since Amazon search mechanism is case insensitive. I moved this logic to a separate method to avoid code duplication in our contains search phrase method of this class. Let's open web page class and see on its implementation. We see that the constructor is changed from web components initialization logic via Selenium's page factory to private WebDriver field initialization logic. Please note that our web page class became a wrapper for WebDriver and overrides its findElement and findElements methods via composition. We did so because we created a custom wrapper for WebElement, which we cannot instantiate with the help of Selenium's page factory. Let's open homepage class. We see that this class contains constant representing search component selector, moved here from the find by annotation. Then we see the only one method called search component, which returns a fresh search components instance each time we refer to it. It calls findElement method and passes the search component selectors to it to find the root element of our search component, and passes it to the class's constructor. Let's open search results page class and see how it looks like now. We see that search result item selector is also moved to a separate constant from find by annotation. Apart from this, class contains a private getter for the list of found results items that uses the superclass's findElements method. Then it operates with the found list as stream of web elements and maps each found web element into a search result item component via the constructor reference. The final line of code in this method transforms the stream of components into the list of components. Also, we can see that search result items text and search results items with text method has changed implementation. The first one refers to web component's getText method to gather the list of strings representing actual results for our test. The second one method filters the list of search results items components by checking whether it contains search phrase in at least one of its attributes or not. Then it refers to web component's getText method to gather the list of strings representing expected results for our test. Finally, the method transforms the stream of map strings into the list of strings. Let's switch to our test class and run our check Amazon search method to see whether our refactoring broke anything.
You can see that the build is successful. That means that our assertion has passed. Please note that all the requirements for home task are fulfilled. That is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to observe the solution for our web components home task with me. Thank you for your attention. See you in our next lesson.
Hello guys, nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will learn what are data transfer objects in automated testing and apply them in our test project. Here is our agenda for today. We will learn what is data transfer object or DTO, why is it needed in automated testing, how to create DTO correctly, how to create DTO in our project, and consider differences between data transfer object and simple assertions. Let's start from considering the question what DTO is. A data transfer object is an object that is used to encapsulate data and send it from one subsystem of an application to another. DTOs are used in web application by developers on the backend level to transfer information to frontend, reducing the amount of data to be sent. Also, this pattern is used to encapsulate method parameters to improve its visibility. Let's imagine that you have a method accepting 6 parameters. Its verbosity significantly suffers, and it is hard to understand what is going on inside its signature. To improve such a situation, it is better to replace all of the parameters with a single one that will have inside the values of all 6 parameters that could be accessed via getters inside the method. In test automation frameworks, DTOs are used in a few different cases. First, DTO is used to represent information got from backend or database in an object. This information is usually used to prepare test data for run, or to gather expected results for some assertions without visiting frontend, which is much more time-consuming. This approach of test data preparation is one of the methods of test acceleration. Second, DTO is used to represent the data from UI components as an object. It provides you with an opportunity to gather the information that is needed only for your test from web components to simplify the searching process. For instance, let's remember our GitHub search test. In our past lesson, we discovered that search item title and search item description are the only fields of these UI components that store the search parameter values. It becomes obvious that we need test data only from these 2 fields, not from the entire search item, to make the correct assertions in our test. I'd like to share with you a few tips about how to create a DTO correctly. The first tip is to think twice before adding some field into your object. I would recommend you to understand the business logic of your web application and clarify all the questions regarding the future plans of its development to reduce the work on your DTO's recreation in future. If information from 2 fields of your web component is needed to check the functionality of your web application, do not add all 10 fields from your web component to your DTO. You will seemingly improve its verbosity and reduce your work time amount in future in case of minor change. The second suggestion is to override toString method in each of your DTO. As I said above, we use DTOs for assertion. So let's imagine a situation if your test fails and prints the actual and expected results into your console. If you don't override toString method, the toString method from object class will be used, and you will not understand what went wrong from this test output. We will see how it works a bit later in practical part. The third idea is to make all the fields of your object immutable. This means that if your object needs to transfer data, you should not modify the data hidden in this object after it was created. For example, in Java, to make an object immutable, you should declare all its fields as private final, create a public constructor with all the fields values as parameters, and do not add any getters into your class. Nevertheless, the field values can be accessed from getters, so there is no immutability violation if you add getters for the field values of which you need to access. The final must is to override equals and hashcode methods. If you do not override equals method at all, you will see that even if your 2 objects have the same values inside all the fields, your assertion will fail since the object equals method will be used for comparison. This method asserts two objects by reference, not by actual value inside each of object fields. Hashcode method should always be overridden among with equals 1. Joshua Bloch says on Effective Java that you must override hashcode in every class that overrides equals method. Failure to do so will return in a violation of the general contract for object hashcode, which will prevent your class from functioning properly in conjunction with all hash-based collections, including hashmap, hashset, and hashtable. Let's switch to our project to experiment with DTOs. First, I add entities folder to test Java directory. It will hold all the DTOs for our test. Then I add search result item class that will hold the needed data from UI inside the Java object. I add the following lines of code. Private final string title. Private final string description. And add the following constructor. With the title and description fields, since only they are important for our test from the entire search result item component. Then I should add getters for all of these fields. We will need values from these fields to filter expected results from UI. Now we need a method that will transform our web component into a DTO. To do so, I open search result item component class and remove everything located below the constructor. Then I add the following lines of code instead of the removed ones. Public search result item, convert to search result item, and implement the method. Return new search result item, retrieve title and retrieve description. The current logic of our test application needs only data stored in search result item from this component. To make the process of data collection from UI clearer, let's add the implementation for retrieve title and retrieve description methods. Private string retrieve title with implementation and element title selector get text to lowercase. And implementation of method retrieve description would look like the following. Private string retrieve description, return find element, description selector, get text to lowercase. If you take a look at your search result item component class now, you will see more cohesive structure and good verbosity. That is the main reason for splitting data gathering into two different methods for each search result item fields. Now let's proceed with refactoring of our search results page. We have to rename search results items text method to search results items. I can do so if I press Shift plus F6 keys combination in the IntelliJ IDEA. The following step is to change the method's return time from list of strings to list of search result items. After this, let's change the expression inside map method from web component getText to search result item component convert to search result item. It means that the mapped output of our stream will be not text from our component, but DTO with description and title fields defined. The following step is to refactor search results items with text method. Let's change its return type to list of search result item as in the method above. Then we should replace the item.contains search phrase logic in filter with the logic that will check the title or description fields of our DTO contains search phrase. To do so, I add the following lines of code. Item get title contains search phrase, or item get description contains search phrase. Then I remove map method, since we already retrieved the string of search result item DTOs at the exit from filter method. Finally, to make our application work, we should open our test method and change type of actual items and expected item variables from list of strings to list of search result items. Let's run our test and see that will be its output after failure. We have our test failed because we did not override equals and hashcode methods. As a result, assert equals methods use default equals method defined in object class that compares the object by themselves and by the values of their fields. Moreover, the output of our failed assertion is not informative, since it refers to toString method of the object class that is parent of all Java objects. This method returns only hexadecimal representation of hash code of our object and full class name. Everything mentioned above means that it's time to override equals, hashcode, and toString methods inside our DTO class. Let's return to searchResultItem class and replace our cursor right after the constructor. Then I press on Alt plus insert combinations of keys and select equals and hashcode option in the opened generate dropdown. Then I select equals and hashcode builder from Apache command lang tree and click on next button. Finally, I choose all the fields that should be overridden in default equals method and click on next button. Perform the same operation for hashcode method and click on finish button. You can select another value in the first template window if you prefer it more. We can see that the selected two methods are automatically added to our class with the help of our IDE. You can see that default equals method first tries to compare two objects by value, then it checks whether the object to compare is null or whether class types are different and return false if the condition is satisfied. The final return statement adds all the fields of our class to compare via Apache's equals builder class and calls isEqual methods of the builder in the end. We will consider builder pattern in our future lessons. Please note that the same pattern is used to generate hashcode for our DTO. It gathers data from all the needed fields and finally generates some specific value that will be equal to hashcode of object with the same values of the listed fields. Our final step in DTO creation will be to override toString method to make our test output more cohesive. Then I press on Alt plus insert and select toString method in the open dropdown. Then I select toString builder from Apache commands lang 3 as the template for our overridden method. In your turn, you can select any of the templates you like more. It's just the question of your taste. But I would suggest you to override equals, hashcode, and toString methods in your project in the same way for all the DTOs to support Common Code Standard. Let's run our application one more time and see what the test's output will be this time. We can see that the test is passed successfully with the help of the overridden equals and hashcode methods. Let's fail our test to see how the DTO's toString method works after refactoring. To do so, I replace search phrase constant with invalid search phrase in expected items gathering method and run our test again. We can see that the actual items are displayed in a more readable way, representing values of title and description fields for each of the objects. I would like to show you the difference between approaches with DTOs and without them. Let's switch to our project from the previous lesson and replace search phrase with invalid search phrase value for our expected results gathering method. Let's run our application and see what the test output of our test will be now. If you open the console after the test fails, we will see that everything gathered from UI is represented as the list of strings and is not obvious which part of the string is the title of our web component and which one represents the description. Also, please note that text and other fields values can be found in the expected string. In my opinion, the approach with DTOs makes the process of test failures analysis much simpler and faster in comparison with creation of assertions for each specific value for your web component, or to gather everything from your web component to one single string. Let's sum up what we did today. We learned what data transfer object is, understood why it's needed in automated testing, discussed how to create a DTO correctly, added the first DTO in our project, compare DTO assertion with simple assertions. That's everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to apply DTO into our test application. Your home task will be to inject DTO model of search result item into our test project. What you should do is create a class representing search result item as DTO, add all the fields imported to your test to this component, title and ref attribute value, override equals and hashcode methods for correct assertions work, override toString method to improve assertion failure message verbosity, create method converting your search result item component into DTO, assert two collections of DTOs, not strings, in your test. During our next lesson, we will run our tests via command line. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson.
Hello guys, nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will see the solution for the home task with data transfer objects concept in this video series. First, let's remember what our home task is. You should create a class representing search result item as a DTO. Add all the fields important to your test to this component. Override equals and hashcode method for correct assertions work. Override toString method to improve assertion failure message verbosity. Create method converting your search result item component into DTO. Then I switch to my project and open our Amazon search test class. We can see that the only difference between this and previous version of our test is that the type of our expected and actual items was changed from list of strings to the list of search result items. To see how our new DTO looks like inside, I expand entities directory and open search result item class. We can see that this class has two private fields, title and ref value. They are final since we don't want them to be modified by the clients of our DTO class. We can see that here is also present a constructor with the logic of initialization of all our private fields. Moreover, this class contains getters for all the fields present. If I scroll down, I see that equals and hashcode methods are overridden in the class with the help of Apache commands tree, methods generator. We did so to have our test working correctly when assert that list of expected items equals to actual items. If we do not override these methods, the object's default methods will be used that compare our objects by reference, not by the values inside their fields. The final method in our DTO overrides objects to string method. We did so to improve the output of our test in case of its failure, since if the method is not overridden, our output will look like a set of hash codes of our DTOs and class names that is not verbose. Let's open our search results page to see how it was changed to make DTO concept work in our project. We see that return types of methods, search results items, and search result items with text was changed from list of strings to list of search result item DTOs. Then we see that map method inside search result items converts the list of search result item component into search result item DTO, not the list of strings now. Also, we see that search result items with text method checks that search phrase param value is present in title or ref attribute value according to the Amazon search mechanism. Let's switch to our test class and run our code and see whether everything is set up correctly and if our build will be successful. You can see that the build is successful. That means that our assertions has passed with the help of overridden equals and hashcode methods. Now, let's verify that toString method was overridden correctly. To do so, let's fail the test via replacing search phrase variable with invalid search phrase string and run the test one more time. As you can see, the test fails and the test output is pretty verbose since ref attribute value and title of each found result item are displayed as different fields of our search result item. Please note that all the requirements for home task are fulfilled now. This is everything what I got for you for today. I hope that this was interesting for you to observe the solution for our data transfer object concept home task with me. Thank you for your attention. See you in our next lesson. Hello guys, nice to see you today at our new lesson. Today we will review different types of CSS selectors and we'll have a practice with writing these selectors together. Here is our agenda for today. We will cover the following questions. We will discuss what CSS selector is, observe why we should use CSS selectors, find out how to install Cropas plugin, review common CSS patterns, apply CSS selectors in practice.
Let's start from discussing of what CSS selector is. A CSS selector is the first part of a CSS rule. It is a pattern of elements and other terms that tell the browser which HTML element should be selected to have the CSS property values inside the rule applied to them. The element or elements which are selected by the selector are referred to as the subject of the selector. There are a few major advantages of using CSS selectors in comparison with other types of selectors present in Selenium, such as ID, name, partial link name, etc. The first advantage of this selector is its simplicity. If you are good in writing CSS selector, it will look like a combination of one or two words. So, it will be so easy for you or your colleague to check the validity of your selector in the web page HTML with the help of DevTools, for example, in Chrome. The following advantage of CSS is that front-end developers can understand your code more. All the modern web applications use CSS as common styles for different web elements representation, such as color, size, position, etc. So, they use the same syntax that you use in your automated code. And if there is a need from developers team to support automated tests, they will not get lost in your written code. The final advantage of CSS selector is their scalability. You should not change the type of your selector, even if the web element has completely changed its representation, or some attribute value inside. You can just update the value of some attribute or change one attribute with another with the assistance of this powerful tool, and your automated tests will still be green and produce constant feedback regarding the application quality. I would recommend you to install ChroPath extension for your Google Chrome browser to proceed with our course, since this plugin is super convenient to validate and improve your web element selectors. ChroPath helps to generate and validate selectors like relative XPath with iframe SVG support. To install this tool to your browser, you should find it in Google first. To do so, I switch to my browser and input the following search string: ChroPath. Click on first link and select install option. Then I accept this extension installation clicking on add extension button in the appeared browser alert. Wait until the plugin is completely installed and restart my Chrome as it is recommended by this tool to help it working properly. Then open Google search homepage, right click somewhere on the page and select inspect option. See that DevTools of my browser is opened. After this, I click right here and select ChroPath option in the open dropdown. Now we can use this plugin to test our super cool selectors and optimize them to the most verbose way as it possible. I can highlight 5 simple CSS patterns. They are the following. The first one is ID. The syntax of element with specific ID in CSS is very simple. You should represent the selector as a string, which looks like the following: sharp sign and value of the element's ID. Let's switch to our browser and open Amazon homepage. To do so, I input the following text into Google, Amazon. Then I click on the first link and see that Amazon.com website is opened. Now I can right-click on the search input of Amazon and select Inspect option. I see that in DevTools this input has attribute ID with value 2-tab search text box. This means that I can open my ChroPath plugin menu in DevTools and input the following selector: sharp sign and 2-tab search text box. Then I hit on Enter key and see that only one web element is found at our web page. If I switch to my browser, I see that this search input is highlighted with green borders. That means that the specified selector returned the search input we wanted to see. The following selector type is element type. The syntax of element with specific type is super simple in CSS. You should just write the name of element type you want to find, such as input, checkbox, H1, P, etc. Let's switch to our DevTools of Amazon.com and see how the element type selector will look like for the header of this web application. I can definitely say that header will have unique element type with name header, but let's double check and see how it is called in our DevTools. So I scroll my HTML right to the element with header type and see that it matches with the header of our web application. Then I open my Gropass plugin and input header as the selector value. After that I hit on Enter key and see that only one element that we see in our HTML is found with the help of this selector. So element type is a super simple CSS selector that can be expressed in one single short word. The following selector type is direct child. We should use this type of CSS selector when we cannot find the element exactly by its ID or type, such as in examples above. But we can locate the parent element with some specific attribute or type. The selector looks like parent CSS, whitespace, greater than special character, whitespace, direct child CSS. Let's switch to DevTools open during our previous experiments and find the direct child of header. We see that the direct child of header element has div type. If we search for div elements in our Gropass plugin, we will see that a plethora of elements with such a type are located on our page. To locate this specific item, we can use direct child selector. It will look like the following: header greater than sign div. Let's hit Enter key and see that only one element is found with this selector. So direct child CSS selector should be used if we know the unique selector for direct parent of an element, but cannot find a unique one for the element we want to locate. Child or subchild. It is very similar to direct child CSS and looks like parent CSS, whitespace, child CSS. They are split only by space. For example, if we want to find all div elements that are descendants of header component, we should just write something like this: header, whitespace, div, and press on Enter key in our Gropass plugin. We can see that more than 100 elements are found when we remove greater sign from our selector, but all of them are children or subchildren of header element. That is why it is very important to use the correct syntax in our CSS selectors. Let's sum up that we use child or subchild CSS selector if we should locate an element or a collection of elements with not unique selectors and we know the specific selector of their ancestor. Class selector also belongs to the family of simple CSS selectors and helps us to locate element when we know their class name. It looks like dot and any part of class attribute that starts and ends with whitespace. For example, if we want to locate our header with the help of class CSS selector, we should go to DevTools and try to find some unique part of this class attribute value that ends by whitespace. Let's try to copy and paste the first word in the class attribute value of header, which is nav-up-sprite, to our Gropass plugin and put $sign at the beginning of this selector. When I press on Enter key, I see that only one element with this selector is found, and it is our header component. If I copy the following word from the class attribute of header, which is nav-flex, paste it to our Gropass plugin, and press on Enter key, I see that already two elements are found, which means that this selector is not unique for header component, so that it cannot be used to locate it on the page. Also, I can point out three following complex CSS selector patterns. The first one is next sibling. This is useful for navigating lists of elements such as forms or UL items. The next sibling will tell Selenium to find the next adjacent element on the page that is inside the same parent. Its pattern looks like main element CSS, whitespace, plus sign, whitespace, next sibling CSS. To consider this example, let's switch to our web application. If you right-click inside the search input and select Inspect option, we will see that in our DevTools that the parent item with selector .nav-search-field has the adjacent element with .nav-iss-touch selector. Let's assume that I want to access this element with the help of my search input parent item. So next sibling selector will help me to do so. I should just write the following to my Acropas plugin, such as .nav-search-field plus div, and hit on Enter key. I can see that the only one element is returned, the following sibling of my search input parent, with .nav-iss-attach plus CSS selector. So if we want to access the following sibling for some web element, we can apply this CSS selector. The following type of CSS selector is attribute values. It is useful when we want to find some element by its specific attribute value. It looks like open square bracket, attribute name, equal sign, single quote, attribute value, single quote, closing square bracket. For example, let's imagine that we want to locate our search input with the help of its name attribute value. If I switch to my DevTools and find search input element in HTML, I see that its value is field-keywords. According to CSS selector, it will look like open square bracket, name, equals, single quote, field-keywords, single quote, closing square bracket. Hence, we can use this CSS selector when we want to access the element by its specific attribute value. The final family of complex CSS selectors is substring match selectors. It is useful when we want to shorten our long selector as much as it possible and can do so by taking a part value of some attribute of web element. There are a few subtypes of this selector. The first one is starts with prefix. It will select an element with attribute which value starts with specific string. Its syntax is the following: open square bracket, attribute name, caret sign, equal sign, single quote, attribute value, single quote, and closing square bracket. If we want to locate our input element with starts with prefix selector, we can change it to the following: open square bracket, name, caret, equal sign, single quote, field, single quote, closing square bracket. Let's hit on Enter key and see that the only one element is found. The following substring match selector type is contain string. That will select an element with attribute which value contains specified string. Its syntax is the following: open square bracket, attribute name, asterisk sign, equal sign, single quote, attribute value, single quote, closing square bracket. If we want to locate our search input with contain string selector, we can change it to the following: open square bracket, name, asterisk, equal sign, single quote, dash p, single quote, closing square bracket. Let's hit on Enter key and see that only one element is found. The final substring match selector ends with postfix. That will select an element with attribute which value ends with the specified string. Its syntax is the following: open square bracket, attribute name, $, equal sign, single quote, attribute value, single quote, closing square bracket. If we want to locate the search input with starts with prefix selector, we can change it to the following: open square bracket, name, $, equals, single quote, dash keywords, single quote, closing square bracket. Let's hit on Enter key and see that the only one element is found. There are a lot of modifications and combination of CSS selectors apart from we learned today, and I still advise you to use as much simple CSS selectors as it possible to improve their verbosity and increase your test resistance to external changes. Let's sum up what we did today. We learned the following: discuss what CSS selector is, observe why CSS selectors are needed, found out how to install Acropas plugin, reviewed common CSS patterns,
applied CSS selectors in practice. It is everything what I got for you for today. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next lesson.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
This video is over. Go to starfreelance.eu to download these videos, materials, and sources. Watch more videos to get premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.